Hi everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Welcome back to the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland, One Piece. The template system, Ben ends up in One Piece world with template system. First 8 chapters the narration is not so good, after that it will be okay. Disclaimer, I don't own any of the characters or the songs used in this FIC. Chapter 1 to 50, System. Unknown POV. You ever wake up in a place that feels like someone hit shuffle on reality? Because that's exactly what happened to me. My eyes blinked open to a wooden ceiling. Not the smooth kind from IKEA, but the creaky, old, smells like saltwater kind. My head was pounding like I'd tried to headbutt a truck. Wait. I did get hit by a truck. Last memory, crossing the road, bright lights, and the most cliché line in the reincarnation handbook, "Aw, crap." And now here I was, lying on a straw bed in a house that smelled faintly of ocean and lemons. Before I could make sense of it, the door creaked open and a girl with short blue hair stepped in. She looked around my age, maybe a bit older, wearing a simple white blouse and skirt. Her expression softened when she saw me awake. "Oh, you're up," she said, relief in her voice. "Are you feeling okay? You were washed ashore near the cliffs. I brought you here." I blinked at her. Washed ashore? Okay, that was. Yeah, I said, rubbing the back of my head. Just a little headache. Nothing major. Thanks for saving me. She smiled politely, her eyes full of that quiet kindness that feels dangerous for a guy like me, mostly because it makes you want to trust someone instantly. "I'm Nojiko," she said. "And you are?" I opened my mouth. "I'm Edgar D. Benjamin, call me Ben." The words slipped out before I could stop them. Who the hell was that? My name was Brock Robson. I stared at her, confused, as if the syllables themselves had betrayed me. Why did I say that name? And why did it sound right? Nojiko tilted her head, clearly not noticing the existential crisis brewing behind my smile. "Nice to meet you, Ben. You should rest a bit longer. You must have had quite a rough time." She gave me a small nod and turned to leave, but I called out before she could step away. "Wait, where exactly am I?" Her eyebrows lifted slightly. "We're on the Konomi Islands, of course." And that's when my brain froze. Konomi Islands. That name was way too familiar. My gamer instincts kicked in like a cold splash of water. Konomi Islands. Blue-haired girl. Gentle smile. Orange trees outside the window. No freaking way. I wasn't just in some random fishing village, I was in One Piece. The world of pirates, marines, sea monsters, and people who can punch through ships. And the blue-haired girl in front of me was Nojiko, Nami's older sister. My heart thudded. My palms went clammy. My inner anime fan was losing his mind. "Oh," I said, trying to sound casual. "See, Konomi Islands, huh? Nice place." Nojiko smiled faintly. "Peaceful enough, usually." Translation, it's peaceful if Arlong's goons don't come around to collect. Yeah. I knew exactly where I was in the timeline. Arlong still ruled these islands. Which meant Nami was out there stealing money for her village. At least I wasn't reincarnated in Wano. Nojiko left the room to prepare something to eat, telling me to rest. I lay back on the bed, trying to digest the insanity. "Okay, Brock," I muttered to myself. "Let's recap. You died, you got ice-guyed, and somehow you're in One Piece. Step 2, figure out why the hell you called yourself Edgar D. Benjamin." A headache pulsed again, as if my brain itself was buffering. Then, out of nowhere, a translucent blue screen popped up in front of me. Template system initialized. For every devil fruit, new template will be unlocked. As a starting bonus, first roll is free. Please press start to begin your roll. I blinked. You've gotta be kidding me. I actually got a system. It was like the universe said, "Here, kid, sorry for the truck." I grinned and tapped the floating start button with a shaky finger. Instantly, names began flashing across the screen. Naruto Uzumaki. Madara Uchiha. Ains Olgaun. Albus Dumbledore. Ding. Selected template, Albus Dumbledore, 10%. Equipment, Elder Wand, bound, summonable. A wand materialized in my hand, made of smooth elder wood, humming with power. I just stared at it. "No way," I whispered. "Way." The Elder Wand. The Death Stick. The most powerful wand in existence. And it was mine. The screen flickered again. Template integration, 10% complete. Knowledge of magic granted. Mana unlocked. Spell access, basic charms, transfiguration, shielding. And then it hit me. Not physically but mentally, a flood of information. Spells, theory, wand movements, magical history, all of it crammed into my brain like a high-speed download. It was overwhelming and exhilarating. When it finally stopped, I slumped back, panting. "Holy crap," I muttered. "I just got Dumbledored." I eventually dragged myself to a small mirror near the wall. My reflection nearly made me choke. Gone was my boring black hair and brown eyes. In their place, snow-white hair, faintly glowing blue eyes, and a lean but toned body that looked like I'd been training at Marineford. 6 feet tall. Angular face. Sharp jawline. I was looking like Gojo Satoru. "Damn," I muttered. "If I don't become a pirate, I could at least model." Before I could admire myself further, Nojiko came back with a tray, bread, soup, and a small smile. "Eat up," she said kindly. "You need strength." I took the bowl. "Thanks, really. You didn't have to go through the trouble." "It's fine," she said, sitting nearby. "I'm just glad you're awake. You're lucky I found you. The sea isn't kind around here." "Yeah, I noticed," I said, chuckling. Then curiosity got the better of me. "Do you live alone?" "No," she replied, smiling softly. "My sister lives here too. She's away right now, though, sailing around the East Blue." "Nami." That matched perfectly with the timeline. I nodded slowly. "Sounds like she's got a free spirit." "She does," Nojiko said, a trace of sadness in her tone. "Too free sometimes." I didn't push further. I knew enough to respect her privacy. After I finished eating, Nojiko collected the dishes. "You should rest for a bit. You've been through a lot." I nodded, pretending to yawn. "I'll just nap for a while." The moment she left, I jumped out of bed. Because come on. You think I was gonna sleep after getting magic powers in one piece? I stepped outside into the backyard, a wide patch of grass bordered by lemon trees. The sea breeze was warm, carrying the distant sound of waves. I lifted the Elder Wand. It felt alive in my hand. "All right, let's see what you can do." I aimed at a rock. Wingardium Leviosa. The rock trembled, floated 3 inches up, then smacked me in the knee. Work in progress. I tried again, this time focusing on channeling mana instead of raw willpower. Slowly, the rock rose smoothly into the air, hovering like a tiny spaceship. I laughed out loud. Take that, gravity. Over the next hour, I practiced every spell I could remember from my newly downloaded Dumbledore brain. Worked like a charm. Transfiguration. Accidentally turned a stick into a chicken. It screamed and ran away. By the time I was done, the screen blinked again. Template progress, 20%. Advanced magic access granted, apparition, legilimency, locked, occlumency, unlocked. Mana control improved. Sweet, I breathed, wiping sweat from my forehead. Guess practice really does make magic. Then I realized something. I was exhausted. Like, drained. Magic wasn't free, it was burning through my stamina fast. Dumbledore might have been a walking magical nuke, but I was still a newbie. I needed to build up my reserves. As I stumbled back inside, my head buzzing, I couldn't help grinning. In the One Piece world. With a wand. With Dumbledore's knowledge. And Luffy would arrive any time now. That gave me some time to train, experiment, and maybe prepare a few fireworks for when Arlong showed his ugly shark face. I flopped back onto the bed, my vision blurring as sleep pulled me under. As I drifted off, the system chimed softly, telling me the increase in template progress. Then everything went dark. When I woke up, morning light spilled through the window. Birds chirped. Somewhere outside, I heard Nojiko humming softly. For the first time in years, hell, in 2 lifetimes, I felt. I stretched and grinned. Day 2 in One Piece world. Let's see what magic and mischief I can cook up today. And deep down, a part of me was already planning. Because if Arlong thought he could terrorize this village for much longer. Let's just say he hadn't met Wizard Ben yet. Chapter 2, The Week of Magic. 1439 words. Ben POV. You know what's weird about magic? It's addictive. One moment you're levitating a lemon for fun, and the next, you're accidentally enchanting your bedsheets to sing lullabies at 3 a.m. That's how my week went. After my whole surprise, I'm a wizard awakening, I made it my mission to master everything the system threw at me. The translucent blue screen even had a new feature now, a template progression tracker. Every morning, it greeted me like an overenthusiastic teacher. Template progress, 20%, 25%, 30%. And every evening, I collapsed into bed like a corpse that had been hit by a broomstick. But it was worth it. Because each time that percentage ticked higher, I could feel myself growing sharper, my wand work smoother, my spells faster, my magic denser. By midweek, I'd unlocked entire branches of Dumbledore's knowledge, charms, enchantments, herbology, runes, defense against the dark arts, potions, transfiguration, astronomy, and even a few bits of dark magic. Dark magic. I may have the knowledge of 3 unforgivables. But I am not going to use them. It happened while I was practicing Lumos and knocks behind the house. The glow from my wand must have caught Nojiko's eye, because she suddenly appeared with a basket of oranges and a very startled expression. Her mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. You're glowing. Yeah, I said, spinning the wand like a showman. It's called magic. See? I flicked the wand and the light at its tip burst into a small flare of gold. Nojiko blinked. You're serious? Dead serious, I grinned. Watch this. I pointed at the lemon tree, focused, and whispered, Wingardium Leviosa. The lemons floated up gracefully, swirling like mini suns before arranging themselves into a smiley face. Nojiko gasped. That's beautiful. Wait, there's more, I said dramatically. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded from my wand, shaping itself into a majestic phoenix. Its wings spread wide, radiating warmth and soft song-like trills. The light danced across Nojiko's odd face. She clasped her hands together, whispering, It's so beautiful. And I swear, for a second, I felt like I'd just performed for a crowd of 1,000. Then the phoenix circled us once and faded into sparkles. Well, I said, lowering my wand. That's my party trick. Nojiko laughed, a gentle, melodic sound that honestly felt more rewarding than the magic itself. You have to show me more sometime. Oh, don't worry, I smirked. You'll get the full magical experience. Word spread faster than Usopp's lies. Within days, the villagers of Kokoyasi were dropping by just to see the boy who makes the wind sparkle. And I kind of leaned into it. Old Granny Mikon asked me to help with her tomato patch. One herbivorous charm later, she had tomato vines taller than her house. The village kids wanted tricks, so I made little glowing butterflies flutter around them. The laughter, the awe, it felt good. Really good. Nojiko told me, "You've brought a bit of light back to the village." And I thought, if Dumbledore had seen this place under Arlong's shadow, he would have done the same. Help people. Bring hope. Even if just a flicker. Between the gardening, repairs, and the occasional Accio to fetch tools, I felt almost normal here. I was sitting with Nojiko on the porch, sharing some orange juice and sunshine, when the door burst open. A flash of orange hair. Fierce eyes. Confident stride. She looked every bit like the pirate navigator to be, her presence sharp enough to slice through silence. "Nojiko," she said, voice cool. "I'm back." "Nami." Nojiko stood up, smiling in relief. "You're home." Then her gaze flicked to me. "And this is?" I stood, scratching the back of my neck. "Long story short, washed up, saved by your sister, now I do magic." Nami blinked once, twice. "Magic." Before I could explain, Nojiko did it for me, summarizing everything from the shore rescue to my glowing lemons. Nami listened, her expression unreadable. Then she gave a small nod. "Well, as long as you're not trouble, welcome, Ben." "Appreciate it," I said with a grin. "Though, fair warning, trouble usually finds me first." She smirked faintly. "You'd fit right in with us." Before I could answer, she grabbed a pouch and headed for the door. "Going somewhere?" I asked. "Arlong Park," she said flatly. Nojiko's smile faltered. I felt tension fill the air like static before a storm. After Nami left, I turned to Nojiko. "Arlong Park." She nodded grimly. "That's the place where the fishmen rule over this village. He's the reason everyone here suffers." I clenched my jaw. The tyrant. Got it. Evening fell quietly, too quietly. Nojiko and I were in the kitchen when we heard the noise outside, boots, shouting, the clatter of metal. "Marines," Nojiko whispered, paling. We rushed to the door. Sure enough, Captain Nezumi and his men were there, smug and self-satisfied, like rats in uniforms. "We're here on official business," Nezumi declared. "We have information about stolen pirate treasure hidden in this house." Nojiko's eyes widened. "That's absurd. There's nothing here." "Search everything," Nezumi ordered. They stormed the place like they owned it, overturning furniture, tearing up floorboards, stomping through her garden. My fists clenched tighter with every sound of breaking wood. Then one of the Marines yelled, "Sir! There's fresh soil in the back. Let's dig." My stomach dropped. That's where Nami had buried her 100 million berries. "Think fast, Ben." I slipped around the house, whispered, "Transfigurer lapidem." A shimmer ran across the ground, the soft soil solidified, turning into hard, compact stone. Moments later, the Marines arrived with shovels. The metal bounced off the surface. Nezumi frowned. "Why is the ground like this?" "Ah, bad soil," I offered innocently from the side. He glared at me. "Watch your tongue, boy." After half an hour of fruitless digging, Nezumi's patience snapped. "Waste of time. Let's go." And just like that, they left, muttering curses and kicking up dust. Nojiko collapsed to her knees in relief. "Thank goodness." "Wait," I said, leading her to the spot. "You might want this back to normal." I flicked my wand. Finite incantatum. The stone shimmered, melting back into soft soil. Nojiko grabbed a spade and dug frantically, until the glint of gold appeared beneath the dirt. Her breath caught. "It's safe." I smiled. There is nothing to be worried about now, they are gone. Before we could celebrate, footsteps approached from the front. Nami staggered in, bandages on her hand, a smear of blood on her sleeve. "What happened here?" Nojiko quickly filled her in. As she spoke, I saw the relief flicker across Nami's face, quickly replaced by exhaustion. Then Nojiko noticed the bandage. Nami, your hand, what happened? Just an accident, she said quietly. Nothing serious. Nojiko turned to fetch the medical kit, but I stopped her. Hold on, I said, raising my wand. Episki. A soft glow surrounded Nami's hand. The wound sealed itself, leaving smooth skin beneath the unraveling bandage. Both sisters stared, mouths slightly open. I shrugged. Magic. Nojiko laughed softly. I'll never get used to that. Nami flexed her hand, testing it. That's. Thanks. Anytime, I said, smiling. Though you should really stop getting into trouble. She smirked faintly. That's not really an option. The next morning, I woke up early to the sound of footsteps. Through the window, I saw Nami standing in the yard, clutching a heavy sack, the treasure. Her expression was determined, eyes hard. She was heading toward Arlong Park. I hurried outside, wand still in hand. You're going alone? She paused. I have to. I glanced at the bag. You've been doing everything alone for years, haven't you? Nami looked away, saying nothing. Well, I said, stepping forward, not today. I'm coming with you. She blinked. You don't even know what you're walking into. Oh, I know, I said, twirling my wand with a grin. Big ugly shark, terrible fashion sense, bad temper. I'll bring the fireworks. Nojiko appeared behind us, worry written all over her face. Be careful, both of you. We nodded. Then Nami sighed. But stay behind me, got it? Sure, I said, smirking. I'll just be the backup wizard. At that same time, far across the shore, a small boat touched land. Luffy, Sanji, Johnny, and Yasaku had arrived, their shadows stretching toward Arlong Park. Fate was moving fast now. And I couldn't help but grin. Because if this was the day Arlong's tyranny ended, then it was also the day magic met the world of pirates. Chapter 3, Arlong Pirates. 1098 words. The sun hung lazily over Arlong Park, throwing shimmering reflections across the blue stone walls and shark-fin statues that looked far too proud for their own good. Inside, Arlong lounged on his ridiculous coral-encrusted throne, a piece of furniture that screamed, I'm compensating for something. His laughter boomed through the hall, deep and gurgly, like someone gargling gravel in salt water. Around him, his fishmen were in their usual routine, bragging, drinking, and occasionally insulting humans to keep their intimidation skills fresh. That was when the great iron gates creaked open with a slow, echoing groan. Every fishman turned. Nami stepped in first, her orange hair glinting in the light, carrying a large sack slung over her shoulder. Behind her walked Ben, dusting off his black coat with a wand flick that sent a couple of glittering sparks into the air. The sparkles fizzled out near one fishman's nose, making him sneeze violently. Oops, Ben muttered, pretending innocence. Allergies? Arlong tilted his head, grin stretching wide enough to make a shark jealous. What's that sack you're carrying? Nami didn't answer. She walked right into the center of the hall, her sandals clicking against the damp stone, and threw the heavy sack down with a solid thud. All yours, she said, voice sharp but trembling. 100 million belly. Every last coin you asked for. The words echoed through the room. The laughter stopped. The mugs stopped clinking. Even the fishmen who usually mocked her fell silent, staring at the mountain of cash as if it had just materialized from thin air. Ben, arms crossed, leaned casually on the doorframe and whispered to himself, ah yes, the universal language of silence, also known as we can't believe she actually did it. Every eye turned toward Arlong. He blinked once. The muscles in his jaw twitched. He had already told Captain Nezumi to confiscate all that money earlier in the day. How was it here? You promised freedom for Kokoyasi village for 100 million belly, Nami said, her voice cracking only a little. Take it and honor your word. Arlong stared at her for a long moment. His lips curled back into that sinister grin again. Ben, however, stepped forward, casually twirling his wand like it was a conductor's baton. A man who breaks a promise to a lady isn't worth a damn, he said cheerfully. So I suggest you think your actions through very carefully before we all start calling you Sharkface the liar. The fishmen erupted into angry mutters. A few even pulled out weapons, which, unfortunately for them, immediately turned into rubber ducks with a flick of Ben's wand. Quack, quack, Ben said with a straight face. Oh look, they're armed to the beak. Arlong growled low, baring rows of jagged teeth. You've got quite the mouth for a human. Ben smiled pleasantly. I get that a lot. Then Arlong laughed, a booming, rumbling laugh that made the water in the nearby pool tremble. I'm a pirate. You can't seriously think a pirate would keep his word. You think that pathetic deal means something. I own you, your land, your money, your lives. Kokoyasi village belongs to me. The words hit the room like thunder. Nami froze. Her eyes went wide. You lied. Her voice cracked, and she fell to her knees, clutching her arms as tears streamed down her face. Ben's joking demeanor faded instantly. He stepped closer, crouched beside her, and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Hey, he said softly, don't cry. He's not worth the tears. His brain's about as large as his nose, which is saying something. But Nami didn't respond. She was breaking, all those years of pain and hope crumbling at once. Ben looked up, his wand tightening in his grip, and his eyes flared a dangerous shade of blue. For a brief second, faint sparks of magic danced along the floor like lightning. The air itself felt heavier. He was about to speak, to say something, when... Boom! The main gate exploded off its hinges in a burst of smoke and shattered wood. Every fishman in the hall froze. Standing at the entrance, silhouettes framed by sunlight, were four very familiar figures. Behind them, Johnny and Yasaka were struggling to hold back the angry villagers who'd followed them there to fight the Arlong pirates. Ben blinked, lowering his wand. Ah, he said. The cavalry. And they have better timing than I expected. Luffy stepped forward, eyes locked on Nami, who was still crying on the ground. His usual grin was gone, replaced by a rare look of fury. He strode across the broken gate, his straw hat's shadow falling across the floor. The air seemed to hum with quiet rage. He stopped in front of a blue-skinned fishman with a ridiculous hairdo. Are you Arlong? He asked flatly. The fishman, Chu, blinked. No. Luffy turned to another, Kurubi. Are you Arlong? Kurubi folded his arms, frowning. No. Luffy looked around again, expression blank. Ben cleared his throat politely and raised his wand like a teacher giving directions. Excuse me, yes, that one. The big angry fish with the nose you could hang laundry on. That's your guy. For a heartbeat, the whole room just stared at him. Even Arlong seemed momentarily thrown off. Then Luffy nodded solemnly, as if Ben had just given him the world's most profound wisdom. Got it. He clenched his fist. So you're Arlong. Arlong barely had time to sneer before. Gomu Gomu no. Pistol. Luffy's punch rocketed forward, his arm stretching like rubber lightning, and slammed into Arlong's face with a thunderous crack. The entire building shuddered. Coral cracked. Water splashed. Arlong flew backward, crashing through his own throne, and landing in a heap of broken coral and ego. The fishman gasped. Ben let out a low whistle. Now that's what I call a punchline. Nami blinked up, shocked, tears still glistening on her cheeks. Luffy walked past the scattered debris, calm as ever, until he reached her. He stopped, reached up, and slowly took off his straw hat, the same hat that he had promised to give to a certain red-haired pirate in Grand Line. He leaned down and gently placed it on Nami's head. No one hurts my nakama, he said quietly. The world seemed to stop. Even the sea outside went still, like it was listening. Ben smiled faintly, resting his wand against his shoulder. Well, he murmured, looks like the main act started. Chapter 4, The Battle of Arlong Park. 1898 words. The air around Arlong Park felt heavy, humid and thick with tension. Waves crashed against the coral walls, and the smell of salt and fear mingled like an unpleasant perfume. Inside, the ground trembled as shouting erupted from every direction. So you humans think you can defeat us, roared Arlong, baring his saw-like teeth. His laughter was so loud it could have scared seagulls miles away. Across from him, Luffy cracked his knuckles. Yep. The simplicity of that reply made every fishman blink. Even Ben blinked. Not one for speeches, huh? Ben muttered, tightening his grip on the elder wand. From the sidelines, Nami's fists clenched. This was it, the confrontation she dreaded. Around them, chaos bloomed like fireworks. Hatchin, the six-armed octopus fishman, drew 6 swords at once, spinning them with deadly grace. You humans tricked me, he howled. You said you liked takoyaki. Zoro grinned, his bandaged chest rising and falling. Hey, we did like the takoyaki. He drew his swords, flashing steel under the sun. We just don't like you. With a shout, Hatchin lunged forward, all 6 arms striking in unison. Metal clashed as Zoro parried, sparks flying. You're still bleeding. Hatchin jeered. Zoro smirked. You'll be bleeding too, just give me a minute. Meanwhile, Sanji flicked his lighter open, cigarette dangling from his lips. Kurubi, was it? He asked the manta-ray-like fishman, who cracked his knuckles with a grin. You're gonna regret setting foot here, Cook. I already regret seeing your face, Sanji shot back, blowing smoke dramatically. On the far side, Usopp trembled behind a rock, pointing his slingshot at Chu. Don't come closer, you water-spitting freak. Chu laughed, spouting a jet of water strong enough to split wood. You think you can defeat me, little human? I'm not little. Usopp shouted, shaking. Fun-sized. Then he fired an explosive star with all the bravery and panic of a man who wanted to live. And in the middle of this chaos, Ben stood with Nami behind him, facing off against a dozen of Arlong's crew. The fishman sneered. You're just another human. What's that stick gonna do, huh? Ben twirled the elder wand, grinning. Oh, you'll see. But I'll warn you, things might get a bit magical. With a flick, he shouted, stupefy. A burst of red light exploded from the wand, slamming into the nearest fishman, and launching him 20 feet into the air. He landed headfirst into a wall, leaving a fish-shaped dent. The other fishman froze. What the hell was that? Ben smirked. A stunning performance. Devil fruit user, someone screamed. From across the battlefield, Sanji nearly dropped his cigarette. Did he just shoot red lightning from a stick? Zoro ducked a sword strike and shouted, you're just jealous he got a cooler power. Protego. Ben yelled as a fishman lunged at him with a trident. A shimmering blue barrier flared to life, sending the weapon ricocheting harmlessly away. The villagers outside the gates stared in disbelief. Is that magic? One murmured. Yeah, Genzo said, jaw slack. And thank the seas he's on our side. Ben turned toward Nami. Stay behind me. I'll handle these overgrown sushi rolls. Nami blinked. Overgrown, what? He flicked his wand again. Expelliarmus. The trident flew out of the fishman's hands, spinning through the air and impaling itself in the wall. The rest of Arlong's crew backed up slightly. What kind of monster is this guy? Ben grinned. The handsome kind. Another group charged and Ben's wand flared again. Petrificus totalis. 3 fishmen froze mid-leap, toppling over like statues. Hey! Usopp shouted mid-battle. Save some for me. You sure? Ben called back. They bite. Usopp squeaked and hid behind a tree trunk. Never mind. Meanwhile, Arlong and Luffy clashed, the ground cracking beneath their blows. Luffy's rubbery fist collided with Arlong's massive jaws, but the fishman barely flinched. You're strong, human, Arlong sneered, but you'll never surpass a fishman. Luffy grinned. I don't need to. I just need to beat you. He stretched his arm back. Gomu Gomu no. He froze mid-sentence. Because out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ben levitating a fishman upside down and spinning him like a top. Whoa! Luffy's eyes sparkled. You can do magic. Like, real magic. Ben, still flicking his wand, grinned. Pretty neat, huh? Arlong took advantage of the distraction. His powerful tail slammed into Luffy's side, sending him crashing through a coral pillar. Luffy! Nami and Ben shouted. Luffy got up, wobbling slightly. Okay, that hurt. Then he beamed. But that magic was so cool. Ben sighed. Focus, Straw Hat. Luffy grinned, cracking his neck. I'll do the punching, you do the sparkly stuff. Deal. Ben called back. Arlong snarled, veins bulging on his forehead. Enough games. He charged at Luffy with terrifying speed, teeth bared, jaws wide enough to bite through stone. Gomu Gomu no. Pistol. Luffy's punch met Arlong's teeth midair, creating a shockwave that shattered coral debris. Water splashed up as the two forces collided, their strength shaking the entire park. The fight roared on, Zoro's swords clanged against Hachen's, sparks lighting the sky. Sanji kicked Karubi into the pool with a flaming heel strike, shouting, deep-fried manta ray, anyone. Usopp screamed triumphantly as one of his explosive shots sent Chu flying into a wall. And through it all, Ben moved like a blue streak of light, spells bursting from his wand one after another. Lumos Maxima, he cried, blinding several fishmen. Reducto. A blast shattered the coral archway, collapsing over two enemies. Wingardium Leviosa. He lifted a massive anchor and threw it at another group. Everywhere he went, chaos followed, beautiful, magical chaos. Nami stood near the gate, clutching her staff, eyes wide with disbelief. Unbelievable. Ben smirked at her. I do my best to impress. In the midst of the madness, he flicked his wand toward her, murmuring, Protego Totalum. A transparent bubble of protection shimmered around Nami. Now stay in there, Ben said. Magic bubble, Fishman-proof edition. Nami rolled her eyes, but smiled faintly. You're insane. Yeah, Ben said, but charmingly so. The battlefield looked like a carnival gone wrong, flying fishmen, glowing spells, and Luffy laughing like he'd just found a new toy. Arlong growled, throwing off pieces of rubble as he stormed toward Luffy again. You dare mock me, human? I am the strongest creature in the East Blue. Cool, Luffy said, grinning. I'm the hungriest. He stretched his arm back. Gomu Gomu no Bazooka. The hit landed squarely in Arlong's chest, launching the fishman backward into his own throne. The massive coral structure cracked. Ben whistled. I should have brought popcorn. But Arlong wasn't done yet. With a roar that made the air vibrate, he lunged again, his jaws snapping dangerously close to Luffy's head. Luffy dodged, barely. You bite too much. From the sidelines, Zoro grunted, clashing blades with Hachen, all six swords spinning. That idiot is still making jokes. Sanji ducked a flying fist from Karubi. Ben, meanwhile, had his hands full with a final group of fishmen. Petrificus Totalis. Protego. His voice rang like an orchestra of chaos. Each incantation flashed brilliantly, one fishman froze, another went flying, a third got knocked out by a levitating barrel that Ben casually flicked at his face. All right, Ben muttered, spinning the wand. Anyone else want to test the wizard? Silence. Even the bravest fishman decided he'd rather live to regret it later. Ben looked back at Nami, who was still standing inside her shimmering shield. All good. She nodded, eyes flicking between him and Luffy's ongoing brawl. He's still fighting. Zoro, with one final roar, slashed Hatchin across the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. 6 swords or 60, still not enough, he said, sheathing his blade. Nearby, Sanji spun in midair, his leg igniting as he kicked Karubi squarely in the face. The fishman dropped into the pool with a sizzling splash. That's for hurting my Nami-chan, Sanji muttered, lighting another cigarette. Usopp, bruised and panting, pointed at Chu, who lay unconscious with burn marks from an exploding star. Told you, he gasped between breaths. I'm the great Captain Usopp. Sniper of the seas. Oh God, my back hurts. Ben grinned. Nice shot, Captain Courageous. Usopp blinked. Wait, did you just compliment me? Don't get used to it, Ben replied. All that remained was Luffy and Arlong. The fishman's muscles rippled as he tore a jagged saw blade. You're strong for a human, Straw Hat. But this is my world. The sea belongs to us. Luffy wiped the blood from his mouth. You're wrong. This isn't just your sea, it's everyone's. Arlong charged, jaws wide, screaming, die. Luffy planted his feet, stretching both arms out. Gomu Gomu no. Gatling. A storm of fists erupted. The air boomed with the speed of his strikes. Arlong tried to block, but the onslaught was too fast, too relentless, each punch crashing like a cannonball. Ben stood back, wand ready, eyes narrowing. The magic around him hummed like static. Then he noticed Arlong grabbing debris to hurl at Nami's direction. Oh no, you don't. Ben raised his wand high. Protego Maxima. A golden dome flashed into existence around Nami just as a slab of coral shattered harmlessly against it. Arlong turned, glaring at him. You. Ben smirked. Sorry, fish face. She's off limits. Luffy grinned. Nice timing. Less talking, more punching. Ben shouted back. Right. Luffy slammed another fist into Arlong's jaw, sending him flying through the air. The fishman crashed through the second floor of his tower. Luffy followed, leaping high into the crumbling structure. The sounds of battle echoed inside, punches, shouts, and the splintering of coral walls. Everyone watched in tense silence as the tower shook, dust filling the sky. Finally, a massive explosion of debris burst from the top. Luffy emerged through the smoke, standing on what remained of Arlong Park's roof. Below him, the iconic shark-headed building collapsed. Arlong Park. Ben whispered, lowering his wand. Is done for. Luffy stood at the top, chest heaving, bruised but smiling. He raised his arm high in victory, shouting, Nami. The tower crumbled completely, revealing Luffy standing amidst the ruins, sunlight glinting off his straw hat. You're one of us. The words echoed through the air like a promise, like a declaration to the world. Down below, Nami's hands trembled. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at the boy who had shattered her chains with nothing but willpower and rubber fists. I know. She whispered, voice breaking. I know. Ben smiled faintly, lowering his wand. The protective barrier around her dissolved in golden sparkles. Behind them, the villagers erupted into cheers. Genzo wept openly, Belmir's spirit seemed to hover in the wind, and even Usopp managed to shout through his tears, we did it. Sanji stretched his arms, grinning. About time, huh? Zoro smirked, slumping against a wall. I could use a nap. Ben chuckled, brushing coral dust from his coat. Well, he said with a grin, that's one way to redecorate a park. Nami turned to him, tears still shining in her eyes. Thank you, Ben. For protecting me. Ben twirled his wand and winked. Wizards are good at cleaning up messes. Luffy jumped down from the rubble, landing with a thud. He looked at Ben with wide, starry eyes. That was awesome. You did magic. Join my crew. Ben laughed. Sure. Luffy then says. Yahoo! Everyone groaned. Chapter 5, Aftermath. 1701 words. The salty sea breeze drifted lazily over Kokoyashi village, carrying laughter, music, and the faint scent of grilled fish. Arlong Park lay in ruins, broken walls, shattered pride, and the faint echo of tyranny fading into dust. For the first time in 8 long years, the air felt free. Villagers danced, children ran barefoot through the grass, and the sky itself seemed to shimmer brighter. In the middle of all that chaos, Monkey D. Luffy stood tall, his straw hat tilted back, his grin wide, and his clothes in tatters. We did it, he shouted, throwing his fists to the sky. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting his name, and that of his crew. And there, a little to the side, stood Ben. His blue eyes sparkled as he watched the Straw Hats celebrate. Luffy's laughter boomed across the park. Then he turned toward Ben with that familiar gleam in his eyes, like a child spotting a new flavor of meat. Hey, Ben. Luffy called, grinning from ear to ear. Join my crew. The suddenness of it made even Zoro blink. Sanji nearly choked on his cigarette. Usopp froze mid-pose, and Nami dropped her drink. Ben tilted his head. Join your crew, he repeated with mild amusement. That's rather sudden. Yeah. Luffy said as if that explained everything. You've got cool magic. We could use that. You can make food appear, right? Can you make meat? Or float the ship? Or zap bad guys? I can do some of those things, Ben said with a small smile. Though I prefer not to be used as a portable meat dispenser. Zoro snorted. You'd fit right in then. Nami folded her arms. Hold on, Luffy. You can't just recruit every person who impresses you. Luffy turned to her with a serious face. But Nami, he's got magic. Real, boom boom, sparkle sparkle magic. Ben sighed in mock despair. That's one way to describe it. Sanji exhaled smoke and smirked. As long as he can protect the ladies, I've got no objections. Usopp nodded enthusiastically. A wizard in our crew would make us unstoppable. Think about it. The great Usopp and his magical companion. Ben looked skyward as if asking for patience from any divine being still listening. Well, he said at last, I suppose traveling with you lunatics will be more entertaining than staying here. Luffy's eyes sparkled like fireworks. Then it's settled. Welcome to the crew, Ben. The villagers cheered again, laughing and clapping their hands. Nojiko smiled proudly from the crowd, and even Nami's lips curled upward despite herself. But just as the laughter reached its peak, a new sound shattered the calm. Marching boots. A cold, officious voice followed, everyone, stand where you are. The crowd fell silent. Through the broken gates of Arlong Park, a squad of Marines marched in, their rifles gleaming. At their head was Colonel Nezumi, his smug rat-like grin as oily as ever. I see the celebration is in full swing, Nezumi sneered, adjusting his cap. How touching. Unfortunately, this party's over. Luffy frowned. Who's the rat? The rat is a rat, Ben said dryly. I heard that, wizard, Nezumi snapped. I am Colonel Nezumi of Marine Branch 16. And I hereby declare that the defeat of the Arlong pirates was the work of the Marines, specifically me. The villagers gasped. What? Ben rubbed his temples. You've got to be joking. Nezumi puffed up his chest. As per marine regulation, all pirate treasure and property now belongs to the government. That includes the riches of Arlong Park. My men will confiscate it immediately. He turned to his troops. Search the area. They started moving but didn't get far. Zoro appeared behind Nezumi like a ghost, his hand gripping the back of the colonel's neck. You've got some nerve showing your face here, Zoro muttered. After what this village has been through. Nezumi struggled. You unhand me. I'm an officer of the law. Zoro pressed his face into the dirt. Law's been missing around here for a while. Luffy cracked his knuckles, smiling innocently. Hey, Zoro, maybe we should help him find it. Good idea, Zoro said, grinning. For the next 30 seconds, the air was filled with very unmarine-like noises, thuds, groans, and high-pitched squeaks that might have been apologies or maybe just pain. By the time they were done, Nezumi's face looked like it had lost a war with a frying pan. His men tried to rush forward, but Ben flicked his wand lazily and murmured Tarantaligra. Instantly, every marine began to dance. Not well, mind you, but enthusiastically, arms flailing, boots stomping, hips swinging. One even attempted the worm. Ben leaned on his wand, watching in satisfaction. Now they can contribute to the festivities. Luffy burst out laughing. That's awesome. You gotta teach me that. I'd rather not imagine you with a wand, Luffy, Ben said with mock horror. After a good few minutes of utter humiliation, the Straw Hats and villagers tossed the dizzy marines out of Kokoyashi village, literally. They were last seen crawling away toward their ship, clutching what little dignity they had left. Once the ruckus settled, Ben turned serious. With a wave of his hand, he murmured another spell, Accio Gold. From the rubble, glittering chests and piles of gold floated up, swirling through the air like a golden river before gently landing before Genzo, the village sheriff. This, Ben said quietly, belongs to Kokoyashi, and all the villages Arlong stole from. Genzo blinked, tears glimmering behind his bandages. Thank you. Ben smiled. Consider it my parting gift. The next morning, the island awoke to something it hadn't seen in years, joy. Word spread fast, Arlong was gone. The curse of fear was lifted. By afternoon, the entire Konomi Islands had gathered in Kokoyashi for a festival. For 3 days and nights, the village came alive. Lanterns hung from every post. Music filled the air, tambourines, laughter, the clink of mugs. The taverns were overflowing, and someone had painted a giant cartoon of Arlong's broken nose on a banner that read, "Freedom tastes sweeter than takoyaki." Zoro spent most of the time drinking. Sanji flirted with every woman within a 5-mile radius. Usopp retold the battle so many times that by the end of the night, he was apparently the one who single-handedly took down Arlong using his secret slingshot of destiny. Nami and Nojiko danced barefoot in the square, their laughter echoing above the music. For the first time, they looked truly at peace. Ben raised his wand. Lumos Festivalia. A burst of multicolored light exploded overhead, transforming into sparkling tangerines that spun through the sky like tiny suns. They shimmered, twirling above the crowd before bursting into golden butterflies that fluttered down onto the villagers' heads. Whoa! Luffy shouted, jumping up and trying to catch one in his mouth. Next, Ben waved his wand again. Aqua Foamius. From the village fountain rose a giant water serpent made entirely of bubbles. It wiggled through the air, harmless and shimmering, before gently wrapping around a group of laughing children. Nojiko gasped. It's beautiful. The serpent suddenly popped, showering everyone with glittering foam. Nami wiped a bubble off her nose. Okay, I admit that was cool. Luffy immediately stuck his head into the fountain, and blew bubbles at Ben. The wizard blinked, unimpressed. Ah yes, the ancient art of aquatic warfare. He flicked his wand and retaliated with a harmless jet of water, right into Luffy's face. The fight escalated quickly. Within seconds, Luffy was slinging water like a human cannon, Ben was parrying with spells, Usopp was narrating it like a sports commentator, and the rubber boy delivers a right hook of water, and half the villagers were cheering them on. Sanji muttered around his cigarette, children. Every last one of them. Eventually, Ben conjured a huge gust of warm wind to dry everyone off. The lanterns above flared back to life, glowing even brighter. Fireflies blinked across the trees, as if the world itself joined the party. Then, to everyone's surprise, music filled the air, literally. Notes danced from Ben's wand like glowing ribbons, weaving into a tune that sounded suspiciously like a tavern ballad played by very enthusiastic ghosts. Sanji's feet started tapping. Nami grabbed Nojiko's hand and pulled her into a dance. Usopp spun with a villager and shouted, before immediately stepping on her foot. Luffy, naturally, tried to dance while eating. He tripped over his own legs and crashed into Zoro, who in turn headbutted a table. Plates flew. People screamed. Laughter erupted. And Ben just stood there, wand raised, eyes gleaming with mischief. Tarantaligra Maxima. Instantly, everyone started dancing. The entire square erupted into synchronized chaos, Zoro moonwalking against his will, Genzo performing the can-can, and even Sanji twirling mid-kick like a ballet chef. Ben. Sanji roared between spins. Turn this off. Ben pretended to think. Maybe in 5 minutes. Luffy howled with laughter, spinning in circles. This is the best magic ever. After a full minute of involuntary choreography, Ben finally lifted the spell. Everyone collapsed onto chairs and grass, panting and laughing. The villagers clapped for him again, some begging for encores, others begging for mercy. As the night deepened, fireworks, actual ones this time, burst over the ocean. The light reflected on the water like 1,000 glowing stars. Nami watched quietly, a soft smile on her lips. It's beautiful, she whispered. Ben nodded beside her. Freedom always is. She looked at him. Welcome to the crew. He smiled gently. Seems I've been adopted by a rubber-limbed lunatic and his band of merry disasters. Wouldn't want to miss what comes next. Nami laughed. You'll fit right in. Luffy appeared out of nowhere, draping an arm around both of them. Stop whispering serious stuff. The party's still on. The night stretched on with music and laughter. Ben conjured floating lanterns shaped like phoenixes that circled above the crowd. Sanji's food disappeared faster than he could cook it. Usopp exaggerated every story, until the children begged him for more. Even Zoro smiled between gulps of sake. By the third day, the village square looked like a battlefield of joy, sleeping villagers under trees, children wearing tiny paper wizard hats, and Luffy snoring with a fish in his arms. Chapter 6, Upgrade. 1473 words. Dumbledore, 100%. The morning sun shimmered over Kokoyasi like a gentle goodbye, brushing the rooftops with gold. The village was still recovering from 3 straight days of dancing, drinking, and unrestrained joy after the fall of the Arlong pirates. Laughter still lingered in the air, soft and sleepy, like the last notes of a song that refused to fade. Ben stretched, wincing a little from the mild soreness in his limbs. The celebrations had been wild. Sanji had somehow ended up cooking on top of a table while Luffy tried to juggle plates, and Ben himself had been guilt-tricked into performing magic tricks until children were hanging off his cloak like Christmas ornaments. It had been honest, genuine fun, the kind he hadn't felt in years. Oi, Ben, came Usopp's voice from across the village square. Come on, sleepy magician. I'll show you the greatest ship that's ever sailed these seas. Ben chuckled and followed. Usopp was practically bouncing with pride, his chest puffed up in full storyteller glory. The trail led to the familiar dock where the Going Merry rested, bobbing gently on the tide. Ben stopped short. Seeing the ship in person was nothing like seeing it on a screen. The wood gleamed with warmth, worn by salt and time, and the sheep-shaped figurehead beamed with such innocence that it almost seemed alive. The sails swayed like breathing fabric, the ropes creaked like laughter. It's real, he thought, his chest tightening in quiet awe. This world really is alive. Usopp gave him a tour with the enthusiasm of a museum guide who'd just discovered the exhibits could talk. He showed the deck, the tiny kitchen, and the cramped sleeping quarters. Everything was smaller than Ben expected, charming but simple. The crew had managed wonders with so little space. Ben drifted toward the bow, his eyes on the figurehead. He rested his palm gently on the carved wood. "I'll make sure you survive," he whispered. "All the way to the end." The sea breeze caught his hair, and for a moment, it felt like the ship understood. Later that day, Ben approached Luffy, who was lying flat on his back near the dock, chewing on a stick of meat. "Captain," Ben began carefully, "I've been thinking. I could make a few improvements to the Mary. Just a few magical touches. Nothing crazy." Luffy's head shot up like a spring. His grin was instant and blinding. "You mean, like Fwoosh and Kaboom?" "Not exactly," Ben said, smiling despite himself. "More like better rooms. Stronger build. Maybe a few surprises." Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Do it, Ben. The Mary's gonna be the best ship ever." From across the dock, Zoro muttered, "As long as it still floats." Sanji flicked his lighter with a smirk. "If he gives me a better kitchen, I'll worship him as a god." Usopp puffed his chest. "And maybe give me a proper workshop. For my artillery of justice." Ben chuckled. "Let's see what I can do." For the next 2 days, Kokoyashi's nearby forest echoed with strange sounds, trees whispering, wood reshaping itself, and now and then, an unmistakable whoosh of raw magic. The villagers often spotted glowing orbs floating above the ship at night, and children claimed they saw the Mary's figurehead wink. By the morning of the 3rd day, Going Mary looked the same from outside. But something in the air felt different, warmer, stronger, alive. The crew gathered at the dock for departure. Villagers lined the shore, smiling through tears, waving with baskets of fruit and goodbye flags. Everyone except Nami was already aboard, leaning on the railing. Luffy was pacing. "Where's Nami? We've been waiting forever." Sanji sighed dramatically. "I joined this crew for her, Captain. If she's not coming, my heart's just a broken teapot." Zoro rolled his eyes. "Arrow Cook, your heart's been broken since you started talking." Sanji's head snapped around. "What did you say, Mossbrain?" And just like that, they were trying to kick each other off the railing. Usopp sighed and pinched his nose. "Time." Ben, leaning casually on the mast, called out cheerfully, "My money's on Zoro." "What?" Sanji barked, turning mid-kick. "You traitor." Ben laughed. "I just appreciate technique." Before the brawl could escalate further, a shout came from the village road. "Set sail." Nami was sprinting toward them, dodging villagers trying to stop her for a proper farewell. "Hurry!" Luffy shouted, waving both arms. She leaped onto the gangplank, spun around, and with a sly grin, lifted her shirt halfway, revealing a collection of wallets that had somehow appeared there. The crowd gasped. Then laughed. Even Genzo shook his head, smiling ruefully. "That girl. Go, Nami." Nojiko called, laughing through tears. "Take care of yourself and don't you dare forget us." Nami smirked and waved as the Mary began to pull away, the sails catching the sea breeze. As the ship drifted into open water, Ben leaned over the railing, watching the shrinking shoreline. "They're good people," he said softly. Once Kokoyashi was a distant blur, Ben clapped his hands together. "All right, everyone. Gather around. Time to see what I did to the Mary." The crew exchanged curious glances. Luffy bounded over instantly. "Show us the magic." Ben led them below deck. What had once been a cramped corridor now opened into a spacious interior that seemed to stretch far beyond the ship's physical size. The walls were polished, the lighting soft and warm. "Is the same ship?" Usopp gasped. "Spatial magic," Ben explained casually. "Bigger on the inside." Luffy ran around like a child in a candy store. "It's huge." He showed them one room at a time. The kitchen had expanded into a grand galley, filled with gleaming counters, and a dining table large enough for 20. Pots hung neatly, and an oven twice the size of Sanji's old one sat in the corner, humming faintly with gentle warmth. Sanji's cigarette nearly fell out of his mouth. I could cook for a king here. You already do, Ben said with a wink. Next was the new captain's room, bright, airy, filled with maps and a sturdy bed. Luffy flopped onto it immediately. Ever. Zoro snorted. He's going to nap through half our adventures now. Then came Nami's navigation room. It was pristine, rows of shelves for charts, a drafting table with enchanted lamps that adjusted light automatically. Nami's jaw dropped. Ben, I love you. Ben mock saluted. Magic well spent. They passed through the crew quarters, spacious, with real beds, wardrobes, even little round windows looking into calm, artificial starlight. Now for the fun part, Ben said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He led them into a wide chamber with strange markings etched along the walls. Training room. You can adjust the gravity inside. Gravity? Zoro repeated. Ben pressed a panel on the wall. The floor hummed softly, and suddenly, everyone began to drift. Wah woa. Usopp yelped, flailing as he floated upward. Luffy giggled as he started swimming through the air. Look, I'm a cloud fish. Zoro crossed his arms, perfectly calm even as he drifted upside down. You call this training? Ben grinned. Try walking when I turn the gravity up. He did. Suddenly, everyone hit the floor with a collective thud. Ow. Luffy groaned, face flattened. That's awesome. Ben laughed, turning it off again. You'll thank me when you're stronger. Then he showed them self-cleaning brooms that swished across the floor, dishes that washed themselves, and even little mechanical golems stationed neatly by the walls. When Ben clapped, they animated, sparring with fluid movements before freezing again. Automatic maintenance crew, he said. They'll repair, polish, and protect the ship. Nami's eyes widened. Turn the Mary into a miracle. Ben smiled softly. I just gave her what she deserved. By sunset, the Going Merry glided through golden waters, the sun dipping low behind them. The crew sat on deck, the waves gentle beneath their feet. Luffy was leaning against the mast, and a grin spread across his face. This ship's perfect. We've got a swordsman, a cook, a sniper, a navigator, a magician. Usopp chimed in, a magician who makes everything better. Ben chuckled. Don't put too much pressure on me, sharpshooter. Zoro smirked. He's already earned his keep. Sanji poured drinks for everyone, nodding. To new adventures, and to the Going Merry. Nami smiled, raising her glass. To our crew. The glasses clinked. The sea breeze carried their laughter into the twilight. Ben leaned on the railing again, watching the stars begin to bloom over the horizon. The ship's figurehead smiled forward, proud and unyielding. He smiled back. Don't worry, he murmured. I'll keep my promise. And as the Going Merry sailed into the night, the laughter of the Straw Hat Pirates echoed over the waves, young, wild, and utterly free. Chapter 7, Meeting. 1188 words. The Going Merry hummed. It was a new sound, a low thrum of power that seemed to rise from the wood itself. The Straw Hats stood on the deck, the morning sun spilling across polished planks that now glowed with a faint, invisible energy. For a long moment, no one spoke. The ship felt alive. Ben broke the silence, his white hair stirred by the sea breeze. There's one more place I want to show you. He led them into a newly built meeting room. It was large, circular, and bright, with wide windows overlooking the ocean. A round table sat in the center, polished smooth and surrounded by enough chairs for everyone. It wasn't grand, but it felt like theirs. As they took their seats, Nami spread a large map across the table. Our next stop, she began, her tone quiet but certain, is Logtown, the town of beginning and end. The place where Gold Roger was born and executed. Luffy's eyes widened, his voice filled with an awe that burned brighter than the sea. I wanna see it. That's where we'll need to stock up before heading to the Grand Line, Nami nodded. Ben leaned back in his chair. Logue Town is guarded by Captain Smoker of the Marines. He's not someone ordinary pirates can just walk past. The crew fell silent. Smoker has eaten a devil fruit, Ben continued, his voice calm. The Moku Moku no Mi. He can control, and generate smoke. He can suffocate and bind anyone who fights him. Normal attacks won't work. Usopp gulped. He's invincible. No, Ben said steadily. No one is invincible. But he's strong. Strong enough to crush most pirates before they even set foot in his town. Sanji exhaled a stream of smoke. Then what do we do if he comes for us? Ben's gaze shifted to each of them. You get stronger. The words hung in the air, heavy with resolve. Ben leaned forward, his gaze sweeping the map. I need to tell you something. The world is bigger than you think. There are people out there who can cut islands in half, destroy fleets with a single punch, or see your movements before you make them. It's not just devil fruits that make them strong, it's something deeper. He looked at Zoro. It's called hockey. Zoro's eyes sharpened. There are 3 kinds, Ben explained, his voice low. Observation hockey, the ability to sense intent, to see attacks before they land. Armament hockey, a way to harden your body and weapons, to strike even the invincible devil fruit users. And conqueror's hockey, a power of will, the ability to dominate others with sheer presence alone. You mean? People can just scare enemies unconscious. Usopp whispered. If their will is strong enough. Ben's gaze returned to Zoro. Usopp told me about your fight with Dracula Mihawk. Zoro's jaw tightened. Mihawk is one of the strongest hockey users in the world, Ben said. His swordsmanship is so refined, it can slice through an island. If you want to surpass him, you'll need more than skill. You'll need hockey. Zoro's hand clenched the hilts of his swords. He said nothing, but his determination was a physical force. Ben turned to Sanji. To protect your friends, to fight enemies who don't play fair, you'll need strength that goes beyond fire and kicks. Sanji lit a new cigarette, his eyes serious. I understand. Finally, Ben faced Luffy. And you, if you want to become the Pirate King, you need to be ready. There will be people who can destroy entire islands. If you can't protect your crew, you might lose one of us. The words hit harder than any blow. Luffy's grin vanished, his expression turning deadly serious. His hand tightened into a fist, his voice low and absolute. I won't let that happen. Good, Ben said, standing. Then we start today. He led them down a corridor to a series of gravity training rooms. Inside the chamber, the ceiling was 50 feet height, and football field size of chamber. And there were iron golems present all around the chamber borders, their walls humming faintly with indestructible charms. These rooms were made for training under gravity, Ben said. The more pressure your body endures, the stronger it becomes. You won't get stronger overnight, but you will be ready. He looked to Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. You 3 first. They entered the chambers. Ben raised his hand, and the floor glowed. Instantly, the gravity pressed, 3 times heavier, thickening the air, forcing their knees to bend. From the far corners, tall, silent figures of solid steel emerged, joints grinding as they rose. Luffy's and Usopp's eyes sparkled in unison. Robots. Ben's voice was firm. Zoro, your goal is to learn the art of cutting steel. Feel the flow. Understand the resistance. Luffy, your punches must carry the power to shatter the golems completely. Sanji, your kicks must burn with enough heat to melt the steel. Zoro drew his swords, grunting under the weight. Understood. Luffy cracked his knuckles. I'll smash M to bits. Sanji took his fighting stance. I'll show you. Ben turned to the others. Nami, Usopp, your task is different. You'll train under double gravity. Build your stamina. Master your movement. You are the eyes and heart of this crew, you'll need strength, too. They nodded and headed to their room, immediately feeling the weight press down. Finally, Ben entered his own chamber, set the gravity to 3 times normal, and began. His movements were fluid, deliberate. His goal wasn't raw strength, but control, to balance his power so it wouldn't consume him. Hours bled into a grueling afternoon. The Mary sailed on, self-guided through calm waters, but inside her new training halls, it was a symphony of agony. Sparks flew as Zoro's blades screeched against steel, his arms roaring in protest. Luffy's fists hammered his golem, denting the metal but failing to break it. Sanji's kicks were blurs of fire, the air scorching as he strained against the crushing weight. Sweat poured. Muscles screamed. But no one stopped. Dusk painted the sky when Ben finally deactivated the gravity. The sudden lightness was dizzying. The crew collapsed as one, gasping, drenched and trembling, but through the exhaustion, they were smiling. Ben walked among them. "Good work," he said quietly. "This is just the beginning." Luffy lay flat on his back, grinning at the ceiling. "We'll be ready," he panted. "For Smokey, for anyone." Zoro sat cross-legged, his swords beside him. "I'll cut steel. No matter how long it takes." Sanji stretched his leg, a burnt-out cigarette dangling from his lips. "My kicks will melt through anything." Nami leaned against the wall, breathing hard but steady. "Feels like we're finally moving forward." "Moving forward or dying slowly," Usopp muttered beside her, but even he was smiling. Ben looked at the faces of his crewmates, their determination burning like small suns in the dim light. He felt something deep and quiet. Belonging. The ship sailed on, guided by its new magic, carrying 7 souls bound by a single promise. To grow stronger. To protect each other. And to never, ever turn back. Chapter 8, Bounty. 1019 words. 3 days passed since the Going Merry left Kokoyashi behind, 3 days of endless blue skies, and the rhythmic lull of the ocean. The Straw Hats had fallen into an easy rhythm aboard the newly modified ship. The mornings were filled with training, the afternoons with laughter, and the nights with the sound of the waves brushing against the hull. Then, one cloudless morning, the flapping of wings broke the calm. A news bird swooped low above the ship, its shadow cutting briefly across the deck before dropping a bundle of papers. "Oi, Nami. Paper delivery." Usopp called, waving. Nami flipped a coin to the bird, snatching the bundle midair. She unfolded the top paper, scanning the headlines with mild disinterest, until her eyes widened. A single sheet fluttered loose, carried by the breeze before Ben caught it with a spell. He frowned, reading the bold print. "Wanted, dead or alive Monkey D, Luffy, 30 million berries." Nami's face turned pale as she stared at the bounty poster. 30 million, she breathed. "Do you realize what this means?" Luffy, sitting cross-legged on the deck, tilted his head with a grin. "It means I look cool." Zoro chuckled, resting his swords against his shoulder. "It means we're officially pirates and bounty hunters and marines will be after us." Usopp leaned closer, squinting at the poster. "Wait, is that, hey, that's me." He jabbed a finger at the image. Right there behind Luffy's shoulder. Sanji leaned over and frowned. "That's just the back of your head." Usopp puffed up proudly. "Still counts." Sanji muttered something under his breath and looked away, his cigarette trembling slightly. "Not even my face in the photo." "Ridiculous." Ben only smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth curving in amusement. He said nothing, though he noticed the shift in Nami's expression, worry, calculation, and something else beneath it. Nami knew what it meant to have a bounty that high. The Marines would come, and stronger foes would follow. A week later, Logue Town appeared on the horizon like a promise and a warning, the gateway between dreams and danger. the place where one story had ended and another had begun. Land ho! Usopp's shout echoed from the crow's nest, his voice sharp with excitement. Luffy burst out of the kitchen, a half-eaten slab of meat in his hands. Where? He sprinted to the bow, leaped onto the figurehead, and stared ahead. His grin widened as the wind whipped his hat. The island stretched out before them, a sprawling city of towers and stone, the execution platform looming like a silent monument. When they docked, the scent of the sea gave way to that of baked bread, oil, and smoke from the bustling harbor. Merchants shouted prices, marines patrolled the streets, and seagulls circled above. Luffy immediately made a beeline for Nami. Hey, Nami. Can I have some money? I wanna eat at one of those restaurants. Nami crossed her arms, exasperated. You just ate 10 minutes ago. Yeah, Luffy said with complete sincerity, but that was 10 minutes ago. She sighed, muttering under her breath, but eventually handed him a few notes. Don't spend it all in one place. Zoro approached next, sword strapped to his hip. I'll need money too. Gotta find a decent blade shop. Nami raised a brow, arms still folded. You'll get it, under one condition. Zoro frowned. Condition? 300% interest. Zoro blinked. You're kidding. Do I look like I'm kidding? She said, tapping her foot. He stared at her for a long moment, then sighed in resignation. But remember, you are a blood-sucking witch. Nami's smile was sharp and victorious as she dropped a few coins into his hand. Whatever, but remember to pay interest on time. Usopp chimed in, and I'll need some tools. I've got an idea for new ammo designs. Sanji pushed his hair back. Food supplies. Can't have the captain starving before the next island. Ben handed each of them a small pouch, smooth and light in their palms. I've enchanted these. Spatially expanded interiors, you can store whatever you buy without worrying about space or weight. Usopp blinked. Wait, you mean like a bag that's bigger on the inside? Ben gave a faint nod. Exactly. He turned to Nami next. You'll need to buy clothes for everyone, light for the tropics, heavy for cold climates. The Grand Line's weather changes without warning. Nami's lips curved into a small smile. Finally, someone responsible around here. Then her gaze softened. What about you? Where are you going? Ben looked past the harbor, toward the heart of the city. There's someone I need to meet. He left the ship quietly, blending into the crowd. The streets were alive, stalls overflowing with goods, laughter ringing from taverns, and the sea breeze cutting through the air. But beneath it all, he could feel something. A current of purpose, an invisible presence. Once he reached an empty stretch of cobblestone, Ben drew his wand and whispered, "Point me to Monkey D, Dragon." The wand trembled, spinning slowly before locking toward a narrow alley across the square. Ben followed. The noise of the crowd faded with each step, replaced by the echo of his boots on stone. The alley was narrow, half-shadowed by the tall walls rising on both sides. A gust of wind rustled the hanging laundry above, the air heavy with tension. Halfway through, Ben stopped. Someone was there, standing still, facing away, yet unmistakably aware of his presence. The man turned slightly, the faint light catching the lower half of his face. His cloak billowed gently in the breeze, the emblem beneath it hidden from view. His eyes, sharp and calm, met Ben's. Ben exhaled, his voice steady. "Hello," he said quietly. "I was searching for you for a while." Dragon. The alley fell silent. The air around them seemed to hold its breath. And the storm was about to begin. Do you want Luffy and others also to have templates? Yes. No. Chapter 9, Whispers in the Wind. 1521 words. The alley was narrow and drowned in shadows. Wind whistled faintly between the stacked houses of Logtown, carrying with it the scent of salt and smoke from distant chimneys. A tall figure stood still at the end of that alley, the folds of his dark cloak shifting in the breeze as if it moved with a life of its own. Dragon, the man whispered to be the most dangerous in the world, waited without turning, his eyes half hidden beneath the hood. He felt someone was searching for him with his hockey, so he moved into the discreet alley. From the mouth of the alley, another figure walked with quiet steps. His coat fluttered, boots clicking lightly on stone. Ben, or rather Edgar D. Benjamin, the magician of the Straw Hat Pirates, came to a stop a few paces away and gave a small, knowing smile. "Hello," he said calmly. "I've been searching for you for a while, Monkey D. Dragon." Dragon finally turned, sharp eyes like storm clouds locking on him. "And who might you be?" he asked, voice even, "to go looking for me?" Ben raised his hand subtly, and the air shimmered as if ripples passed through water. A faint hum enclosed them, muting the sounds of the world beyond the alley. Footsteps, chatter, the cries of seagulls all vanished into silence. "A small precaution," Ben murmured. "So no one can listen." Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly, but he said nothing. Ben inclined his head slightly, courteous but firm. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Edgar D. Benjamin, magician of the Straw Hat Pirates. My captain," he smiled faintly, "is Monkey D. Luffy." The air shifted, just slightly. Dragon did not move, but something in his gaze softened for a heartbeat. His son's name, spoken so casually, so boldly. "I see," Dragon said finally. "So you're with him?" Ben nodded. "That's right." Dragon folded his arms, cloak rustling. "What is it you want from me, then?" "I came to trade," Ben said simply. "Information, for information. I'm searching for a way to learn all forms of hockey, their principles and training. In exchange, I can give you knowledge of immense value." Dragon arched an eyebrow, skepticism flickering across his face. "Knowledge?" Ben met his gaze steadily. "You see, I am a magician, but not in the way this world knows. My magic allows me to glimpse fragments of time, moments from the past, the present, and what may yet come." Dragon said nothing, but disbelief shimmered in his eyes. "You don't believe me," Ben said softly, not accusingly. "Then let me prove it. Allow me to tell you of things only you would know, things buried beneath decades of silence." A quiet pause followed. The wind whispered faintly through the alley. Then Dragon inclined his head once, almost imperceptibly. "Go on." Ben took a slow breath. "You were there, at God Valley. Back then, you wore the uniform of the Marines. You witnessed the cruelty of the celestial dragons with your own eyes, the way they hunted the innocent for sport." Dragon's expression froze. "You disobeyed your orders that day," Ben continued, voice quiet but steady. "You fired a tranquilizing dart at a celestial dragon to save 2 children, slaves, from execution. You tried to rescue 2 babies with red hair, but you couldn't. One was taken. The other was lost in the chaos. That day, that massacre, was when the seed of rebellion took root in you." The silence that followed was heavy. Dragon's breath slowed, and his eyes, those fierce, unwavering eyes, dimmed for just a heartbeat. In the depths of his memory, smoke and screams mingled again. "The island is burning. The children are crying. The faces of the dying reflected in the firelight." "How?" His voice was low, almost hoarse. "How do you know that?" Ben looked at him gently. "I told you. I see into the echoes of time. The past whispers to me, and the future sometimes answers." Dragon was silent again, studying him, truly studying him this time. The faint tension in his shoulders eased, but there was weight in his gaze. Ben spoke again, softer now. "You wanted to know whether I'm worth listening to. Now that you do, shall I tell you about what's to come?" Dragon's jaw tightened. "Go on." Ben nodded. "There is a power beyond even the 5 elders, one that rules the world from the shadows. A single throne, and a being who sits upon it. His name is Narona Emu. He is immortal, the hidden king of the world who has ruled for over 800 years, since the end of the Void Century. The words hung between them like a curse. Dragon did not flinch outwardly, but the faintest trace of something, a flicker of disbelief, of anger, of dread, passed through his eyes. For a moment, the air itself seemed to still. Ben continued. He is the true enemy. The one who maintains this world's chains. And when your son, Monkey D. Luffy, finds the One Piece, the world will turn upside down. Everything will burn, and the truth of the world will surface. Dragon stared at him in silence. His face betrayed little, but within, his thoughts raced. A name he had never heard, or perhaps one buried by fear. Could such a being truly exist? And if so, could even the revolution hope to stand against him? You claim to see the future, Dragon said finally. How certain are you of this? Ben smiled faintly, though there was no humor in it. I see glimpses, threads of what may be. I cannot say how true they will become. But every glimpse I've seen leads to the same storm, and your son stands at its center. The alley grew quieter still. Dragon turned away for a moment, looking toward the faint glow of Logetown's harbor. My son, he murmured. He walks the path I could not. There was a trace of emotion in his voice now, quiet pride tangled with sorrow. He had left his child behind in the East Blue, believing it safer that way. But to hear, now, that Luffy's destiny might shake the world, it stirred something in him that had long been buried under duty and cause. Ben watched him silently, then said, You know the devil fruit your son ate. Dragon nodded slowly. The gum-gum fruit. It made his body rubber. Ben shook his head. That's the lie the world government spread. The fruit's real name was erased. It is a mythical Zoan, Hito Hito no Mi, model, sun god Nika. Only when he awakens it will its true power return. And to defeat Emu, he must awaken it. Dragon's eyes widened slightly, a flash of shock cracking through his calm exterior. The sun god. A name he had heard only in stories and whispers, buried in forbidden texts. For the first time, uncertainty shadowed his face. Ben's tone softened. You see now why I need the hockey manual. To guide him, and the crew, we'll need every tool the world can give. Dragon exhaled slowly, long and heavy. I don't have the manual here, he said finally. But I can arrange for it to reach you. Ben nodded. Send it to Whiskey Peak. We'll be there soon. Dragon turned to leave, then stopped when Ben extended something toward him, a small mirror, framed with faintly glowing runes. This is a two-way mirror, Ben explained. Speak into it, and I'll hear you. I'll contact you again when the time is right. Dragon accepted it silently. As Ben lowered his hand, the muffling charm faded. The sound of the world rushed back, distant footsteps, market chatter, the cry of gulls. Ben stepped back into the light at the alley's mouth, his cloak brushing against the cobbles. Take care of yourself, Dragon-san, he said. The storm is closer than you think. Dragon didn't reply, only watched him go, that quiet, thoughtful look etched deeper on his face. When the magician's figure vanished into the crowd, he stood alone for a long while, the wind tugging at his cloak. The scent of the sea drifted through the streets, the same sea where his son now sailed, laughing somewhere beyond the horizon. Dragon's fingers tightened around the mirror. For the first time in many years, he felt the faint tremor of something unfamiliar. Not doubt. But hope, fragile, reckless hope. He lifted his gaze toward the open sky, the wind swirling stronger around him, as if answering his unspoken thoughts. Luffy. He murmured quietly, the word almost stolen by the breeze. The world is waiting for you. And with that, the wind picked up again, sweeping through the alley like a promise of change, unseen, unstoppable, and carrying the scent of the coming storm. Chapter 10, The Storm over Logetown. 1945 words. The silence of the alley snapped as the Muffliato charm dissolved, plunging Ben back into the clamor of Logetown. The air, only moments ago charged with the terrifying potential of revolution, now felt merely brisk and salty. Dragon was gone, vanished like a ghost carried by his own self-made storm. Ben stood alone, the weight of the secrets exchanged settling heavy on his shoulders. The knowledge of Emu, the true name of Luffy's fruit, it was enough to shatter the foundation of the world. Now he had the Revolutionary Army's promise of the hockey manual at Whiskey Peak, the next critical step in preparing the Straw Hats. Time to get useful, Ben thought. His template knowledge was vast, but his supplies were not. The most efficient way to acquire necessary magical components and blueprints was always through the nearest, best-stocked government facility. He made his way through the bustling market, his eyes sharp, scanning for anything useful, rare resins, specific metals, odd spices that might hide alchemical properties. He purchased a few oddities, paying with the gold he'd skimmed off Arlong's haul, then turned his attention to the target, the Marine Branch base in Logue Town. The base was a sturdy, gray stone fortress, its perimeter patrolled by stiff, uniformed Marines. Ben approached, blending effortlessly with the shadows, his presence dissolving against the background noise of the city. Once he was near the outer wall, he performed a subtle wave of his wand. Disillusionment charm. The world momentarily warped, and the space where Ben stood seemed to shimmer before snapping back into place. He was still physically present, but his form was now seamlessly integrated into the environment, appearing as nothing more than a faint, shifting distortion, like heat rising off the cobblestones. He was, to all casual observers, invisible. He slipped past the main gate guards, who continued their monotonous pacing, oblivious. Inside the base, it was a hive of organized mediocrity. Ben bypassed the noisy mess hall, and the drab barracks, his path guided by instinct and the low thrumming of valuable magical signatures. He finally reached the administrative wing, pushing open a heavy wooden door that led to the office of the base's captain. The plaque on the door confirmed his target, Captain Smoker. Smoker's office was surprisingly sparse for a captain, dominated by an enormous, old-fashioned map table and a single, ugly portrait of an old Marine admiral hanging slightly askew. Ben quickly scanned the room. The objects that drew his attention were not the official papers, but the small, personal items, the things a man would protect. His eyes kept returning to the portrait. He approached it, gently lifting the heavy frame. Behind it, nestled perfectly into the stonework, was a dull, gray steel locker. Alohomora, Ben whispered, touching the wand to the lock. There was a soft, barely audible click, and the heavy steel door swung open. Inside, Ben found a few critical treasures. A log pose that would be valuable for navigating the unpredictable Grand Line. A thick, well-worn instruction manual, the cover read, in crisp military lettering, 6 powers, basic training and application. The Rokushiki. Ben smiled, a true victory. The 6 powers were the ultimate physical foundation, the closest thing in this world to structured martial arts training for the upper echelons of the world government. Combined with hockey, they were devastating. He quickly performed the duplication spell. Geminio. A soft golden light enveloped the manual, and a moment later, an exact, perfect replica materialized beside the original. Ben carefully put the original manual, and the replica of log pose, which he made using transfiguration back inside, closing and relocking the vault with a muttered colloportus charm before replacing the portrait. He only took the copy. Next, he headed to the Marine Treasury, a heavily reinforced vault deep in the basement. He used another unlocking spell, bypassing the physical locks and the pressure seals. The treasury was filled with bellies, gold coins, and chests of silver. Ben grinned. He pulled out the expansion pouch he'd given the crew, now empty in his hand, and muttered a charm to widen its opening. Accio gold and berries. A torrent of currency, bright gold and crisp berries, rushed out of the vault and vanished into the magically enlarged pouch. It took him less than 30 seconds. He didn't take everything, just a generous, untraceable amount, then quietly locked the treasury back up. The heist was complete. The Going Merry was now funded and equipped with the blueprints for the crew's next level of physical evolution. Ben made his way out of the base, his disillusionment charm still holding, and headed toward the one place where he knew his captain would be drawn, the execution platform. As he approached the central plaza, the low murmur of the city exploded into chaos. There was a desperate, loud commotion, shouts, the clang of steel, and the barking commands of Marines. Ben deactivated the charm, moving into the thick of the crowd. The iconic platform, the place where the Pirate King, Gold Roger, had met his end, was the epicenter of a furious, desperate brawl. Marines, pirates from Buggy's crew, and a few frantic onlookers were locked in combat. On the execution stage, Luffy was tied and completely helpless, his arms bound tightly to the heavy wooden cross. Looming over him was Buggy the Clown, his face a mask of sadistic glee, his favorite razor-sharp cutlass raised high. Buggy roared, the blade trembling in his hand. "Today you die, Straw Hat." Below, Zoro and Sanji were cutting a swath through the surrounding pirates and Marines, frantic to reach the platform. "Move, you idiots!" Sanji screamed, his heel bursting into flame as he delivered a powerful Muton shot that sent a line of Marines sprawling. Zoro met a flurry of Buggy's crew members with a flash of steel, his face grim. "Damn it, we're too late." Buggy asks. "Do you want to say something before you die, Mugiwara?" Luffy shouts saying. "I gonna be the king of the pirates." Everyone was shocked hearing that. Buggy says. "Well, this is it for you, rubber twerp," and brings his sword down. Luffy looked down at his crewmates, with his usual wide grin momentarily, and says, "Sorry, everyone." Buggy let out a triumphant shriek, and brought the blade down with crushing force toward Luffy's neck. The air tore. Time seemed to crawl to a halt. The flash of the descending steel, the shouts freezing in the wind. Then, the world shattered. Crack boom. A massive, blinding column of lightning plunged from the clear blue sky. It struck the execution platform with the deafening roar of a cannon, splintering the wood, sending smoke and debris scattering in all directions, and unleashing a shockwave that threw the nearby combatants to the ground. The crowd screamed. Marines scattered. Buggy, utterly terrified, lay smoking in a heap of rubble. When the smoke cleared, the impossible had happened. The heavy wooden cross was gone, the platform was pulverized, but Luffy stood in the center, perfectly unscathed. The lightning, which should have cooked him instantly, had merely charged his rubber body, leaving him alive and free. Luffy picked up his straw hat, tilted it onto his head, and grinned that blinding, infuriating grin. "I'm still alive," he stated simply, his voice carrying over the stunned silence. The crowd stared, eyes wide, believing it to be a true act of God, divine intervention saving the young pirate. Zoro and Sanji, who had also been thrown back, recovered instantly. They rushed toward their captain. "You idiot!" Sanji roared, grabbing Luffy's shoulder and shaking him. "You absolute moron! Smiling when you were about to die. I should kick you myself." "Aw, sorry Sanji," Luffy said happily. Zoro grabbed the back of Luffy's vest, his face a mask of annoyance and relief. "We need to go, Luffy. The storm is about to hit. Get your rubber brain moving." It was at that moment, as the three were clustered in the smoking wreckage, that a new voice, calm, wry, and deeply familiar, cut through the chaotic din. With the almost silent pop of displaced air, Ben appeared beside them, stepping out of thin air. He was completely dry, clean, and entirely composed, a stark contrast to the dust and grime surrounding the three pirates. He gave them a casual wave. "Yo, guys. Miss me?" The three erupted in startled yells. "Ben!" Luffy shouted, his eyes sparkling with delight and shock. "Where did you come from, you damn wizard?" Sanji yelled, scrambling back slightly. Zoro, ever the stoic, simply grunted, but his hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword, confused by the sudden appearance. "Long story," Ben said, ignoring the chaos still swirling around the plaza, and gesturing toward the sky. The clouds were darkening rapidly now, truly fulfilling the earlier warnings. "Right now, we need a quick exit. Place your hands on my shoulders." They understood instantly. No one argued. Luffy, still high on adrenaline, wrapped his arms around Ben's neck instead of his shoulder. Sanji and Zoro, their faces grim, placed their hands securely on the wizard's shoulders. Hold tight, Ben advised. The world dissolved into a sickening rush of speed, sound and color, the gut-wrenching experience of apparition. They landed hard on the deck of the Going Merry. Zoro and Sanji immediately fell to their knees, clutching their stomachs and gasping for breath, their faces pale green. Was that? Sanji groaned, resting his head on the polished deck. It feels like my internal organs just swapped places. Never again, Zoro muttered, his hands still clamped over his stomach. Luffy, however, sprang up, completely unaffected, his eyes shining with pure excitement. Do it one more time, Ben. That was awesome. We'll save the amusement park rides for later, Ben said, already moving toward the railing. First, there's a welcome committee. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji, their nausea instantly overridden by the prospect of a fight, rushed to the railing. A small, familiar group of pirates were attempting to climb aboard the Merry. It was Moji the Beast Tamer and his giant lion, Richie. The clown's lackeys, Zoro sneered, drawing one of his swords. They're not even worth the effort, Sanji said, already lighting a cigarette. In a swift, coordinated attack, the duo dispatched Moji and Richie with ruthless efficiency, sending them tumbling back into the harbor water. At the same moment, two figures burst onto the pier, running full tilt toward the ship, Nami and Usopp, soaked and panting. They stared, dumbfounded, at the three boys already on the deck, completely dry, and the wreckage of Moji's crew floating in the water. Sanji. Nami gasped, utterly bewildered. You told us you were going to the execution platform. How are you already here? Ben leaned on the railing, the wind catching his white hair, and gave them a simple, serene smile. Magic. Nami and Usopp exchanged a look of pure, bewildered resignation. I'll tell you all the details afterwards, Ben said, the first heavy drops of rain beginning to splatter against the deck. But the storm is about to truly pick up. Let's get on the ship and set sail. They hurried aboard, Nami rushing to the helm, Usopp scrambling up the mast to ready the sails. The Going Merry, guided by its magical enchantments and the fierce determination of its crew, pulled away from the dock, leaving the chaos and the inevitable fury of Captain Smoker behind. They were free of Logtown, heading straight for the swirling dangers of the Grand Line. Suggestions. A character who can create things like Momo Yaoyorozu, or those who can help train Luffy and others more. Chapter 11, The Vow of the Grand Line. 2,375 words. The Going Merry, now humming with a subtle, magical lifeblood, sliced through the tempest that raged outside Logtown. The storm, a furious guardian of the Grand Line's gateway, threw mountainous waves at the small caravel. But where any other ship would have been splintered to driftwood, the Merry held firm. Ben's enchantments, woven into her keel and mast, allowed her to ride the currents rather than fight them, the wood groaning not in protest but in effort. Inside the galley, the crew was gathered, the roar of the ocean a deafening wall of sound around them. This is insane. Nami shouted over the howl of the wind, her hands gripping the table. This storm is unnatural. Ben, standing steady as a rock in the swaying room, gave a sharp, resonant whistle. All eyes turned to him. He walked to the center of the galley and, with a flick of his wand, magically summoned a sturdy, empty sake barrel from the cargo hold. It landed with a solid thud on the floor. Everyone, come around, Ben commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. They gathered, a collection of curious and battered pirates. Ben looked at each of them, his new family, his chaotic, beautiful, impossible crew. He lifted his foot and planted it firmly on the barrel's lid. The crew watched, a mixture of confusion and anticipation on their faces. We just left the town of the beginnings and the end, Ben said, his voice now imbued with a magical resonance that carried over the storm. But for us, this is a new beginning. I'm new to this crew. But before we enter the Grand Line, we make a vow. We put our dreams on the line, together. He took a deep breath, his bright blue eyes burning with intensity. I'll go first. I will turn the whole world upside down by the time I finish my journey. Luffy's eyes lit up, recognizing the pure, unadulterated ambition. He slammed his own sandal onto the barrel next to Ben's. I will be the king of the pirates. Zoro, a faint smirk on his face, stepped forward and placed his boot on the wood. The barrel creaked. I will be the greatest swordsman in the world. Nami, her expression softening from fear to a fierce resolve, added her foot to the growing cluster. I will draw the map of the whole world. Sanji, with a smooth motion, placed his polished black shoe beside Nami's. He lit a cigarette in the swaying galley, the flame flickering. I will find the all blue. All eyes, Ben's, Luffy's, Zoro's, Nami's, Sanji's, turned to the last member. Usopp was shaking. His knees knocked together and he was pale, the roar of the waves clearly terrifying him. He looked at the barrel, at the feet of his friends, at the unshakable certainty in their eyes. He gulped, his voice a small squeak. Usopp, Luffy said, his voice suddenly quiet, what's your dream? Usopp looked at his captain. He looked at the monster swordsman, the suave cook, the brilliant navigator, and the reality-bending wizard. He was just a liar from a small village. He gulped again, squeezed his eyes shut, and then roared, his voice cracking but filled with all the courage he could muster, a shout to defy the ocean itself. I will be a brave warrior of the sea. He slammed his foot onto the barrel, completing the circle. They stood there for a heartbeat, a circle of 7, their dreams and wills united, bound together on the groaning wood. The Mary crested a colossal wave, lifting them all. Now! Luffy yelled. With a unified shout, all 6 of them kicked down. The barrel exploded, its staves flying apart. And in that moment, in the heart of the impossible storm, the Straw Hat Pirates were truly, completely, and irrevocably won. The storm broke as suddenly as it had begun. After 3 grueling hours of chaos, the sea turned to glass, the sky to a brilliant, cloudless blue. The abrupt calm was almost as unsettling as the tempest. All right, Ben said, his voice echoing in the sudden, peaceful silence. Now. They gathered in the meeting room. Ben walked to the head of the table and with a thud, dropped a thick, official-looking manual onto the polished wood. The cover was stamped with the Marine insignia. What's that? Usopp asked, leaning in. I acquired this from Captain Smoker's private office in Logetown, Ben said with a casual shrug. Nami's eyes went wide. You stole it. From the Marine captain's office. I liberated it, Ben corrected gently. It's the official training manual for the Marine's secret martial art, the Rokushiki, or 6 styles. He opened the book, revealing complex diagrams of the human body. The world government's strongest agents in Cipher Pole all master these techniques, Ben explained. It's a system for turning the human body into a weapon, far beyond normal limits. He ticked them off on his fingers. Soru, shaved stomping the ground 10 times in the blink of an eye to move faster than a normal person can see. Luffy and Sanji's eyes lit up. Tekai, iron body hardening your muscles to the consistency of iron to nullify attacks. Zoro's head tilted, his interest piqued. Jeppo, moonwalk kicking the air itself with such force and speed that you can walk through the sky. Fly! Luffy shouted, practically vibrating. I wanna do that. Rankyaku, tempest kick a kick so fast it creates a slicing blade of compressed air. Sanji's cigarette nearly fell from his lips, his mind clearly racing. Shurgon, finger pistol focusing all your strength into one finger, allowing you to punch through an opponent like a bullet. And Kamii, paper art making your body go limp and flexible, flowing like paper in the wind to evade any attack. Ben closed the book. Your raw talent and my magic are strong. But this is a system. This is how our enemies will train. If we want to survive the Grand Line, we need to master their techniques and make them our own. The monster trio didn't need to be told twice. The allure of new, tangible power was irresistible. They practically sprinted to the training room. The heavy thud of Luffy impacting the wall echoed down the hall as he tried to Soru and just. Gomu Gomu no, he yelled from a rubbery pile. Zoro stood under 3x gravity, grunting as he tried to will his muscles into Tekai. Damn it, it's just. How do you make it iron? Sanji, meanwhile, was kicking the air with furious grace, producing strong gusts of wind but no blade. TCH. It needs more snap. While the others focused on destroying their bodies, Ben focused on nurturing a soul. He made his way to the deepest part of the ship, the keel, a place no one ever went. It was dark, smelling of salt, tar, and old wood. He sat cross-legged on the curved bottom, the gentle lapping of the water audible from outside. He placed his hand on the Mary's central beam. "All right, girl," he murmured, his voice soft. "Luffy and the others give you their strength. It's time I gave you my magic." This wasn't Dumbledore's standard magic. This was older, more elemental. He pulled knowledge from the deepest corners of his mind, runes, arcanum, the very language of creation. He was aiming for something specific, a memory from his old life, the terror of the seas, the Queen Anne's revenge. A ship that lived, that obeyed its captain's will, its ropes and sails moving as extensions of his body. He wanted the Going Merry to become a true member of the crew. He uncapped a small vial of shimmering, silver ink and began to paint. He inscribed the first rune, Ansuz, the rune of voice and consciousness, right over the ship's heartwood. "To hear us," he whispered. Next, Iwas, the rune of connection and protection. "To protect us." Then Laguz, the rune of water and flow, to bind her to the sea, she sailed. "To guide us." He worked for hours, his hands glowing with a soft, silvery light, moving from the hull upwards. He climbed the main mast, inscribing Raidho, the journey, onto the crow's nest. He enchanted the rigging, the cannons, and even the figurehead, tracing a final Algi's defense rune on its smiling sheep's head. The ship thrummed. It was a low, subsonic vibration, felt more in the bones than heard. The wood seemed to warm beneath his fingers. The Mary was waking up. Satisfied for the day, Ben returned to the training room, his own body aching for a workout. He set the gravity for himself and began to practice. He wasn't focused on Tekai or Shurgon. He was focused on Soru. He was a wizard, but in a world where hockey could nullify powers, he couldn't afford to be a glass cannon. He needed to be able to dodge star. He stomped the ground, channeling his focus. He appeared 3 feet to the left, stumbling. That night, dinner was a loud, boisterous affair. The crew, exhausted and aching, devoured Sanji's cooking with religious fervor. "This, my friends," Sanji announced, placing a massive platter on the table, "is the azurefin striphafish from the West Blue. I won it in a high-stakes cook-off against a 3-star chef in Logetown's port. Eat your hearts out." "Meat," Luffy declared, and the battle began. This routine continued for 3 days. Sanji's food. Ben's secret work on the Mary. On the 4th day, the Mary was sailing through a patch of sea so calm it looked like a blue mirror. The crew was lazing on deck, a rare moment of collective rest. Zoro was napping near the railing, a truly impressive feat of relaxation. Nami, perched in a deck chair, was drawing her new charts. Sanji, shading his eyes, looked at the sky. A massive flock of news coups was circling in a tight, dizzying vortex high above. A flock of birds like that circling in one place. Sanji mused, lighting a cigarette. They're hunting. Which means smaller fish are schooling below them. Which, his eyes lit up, means a big fish is hunting them. Fish. Luffy's head snapped up from where he'd been sleeping. Meat. Luffy was already at the railing, his eyes sparkling. Food. He braced himself, planting his sandals on the deck. Gomu Gomu no. Fishing. His arms shot out, a pinkish blur, stretching hundreds of meters in an instant, plunging into the center of the circling birds. What's he going to grab? Usopp asked, nervous. A sea king. With his luck. Probably, Zoro grumbled, not even opening his eyes. There was a long pause, then the rubbery twang of Luffy's arms pulling taut. Got one. Luffy screamed, his face a mask of pure joy. It's a huge one. He dug his heels in and began to reel his catch in, his arms retracting like massive rubber bands. Incoming. Luffy, wait, be careful. Nami shouted, but it was too late. A small, yellow came hurtling out of the sky at bullet speed. It flew across the deck and smacked directly into the back of the napping Zoro. The sound was a combination of a wet thwack and a surprised guh. The force of the impact was so sudden and so precise that it knocked Zoro clean off his feet, over the railing, and into the calm sea. Splayawash. Zoro. Usopp, Nami, and Luffy screamed in unison. Ben just sighed, a deep put-upon sound. He raised his wand lazily toward the patch of bubbles where Zoro had vanished. A moment later, a soaking wet, furious, and utterly bewildered Zoro came flying out of the ocean, sputtering and cursing. He landed in a heap on the deck, dripping. What the hell, Luffy? Zoro roared, grabbing his swords. I'm going to kill you. Sorry, Zoro. Luffy said, not looking sorry at all. He was too busy staring at his catch, which had rolled to a stop by the main mast. But look. I caught a... The crew fell silent. It wasn't a fish. It was a small girl, maybe 10 years old, with blonde hair and pigtails and wearing a simple yellow dress. She was unconscious. Nami gasped. A child. Ben was at her side in an instant, his wizarding instincts replaced by simple, practical first aid. He knelt, placing 2 fingers on her neck. She's fine, he announced, his voice cutting through the crew's shock. Heartbeat is strong, just unconscious. Exhausted and dehydrated, most likely. He gently scooped the small girl into his arms. She weighed almost nothing. Let's get her inside, he said, turning. The infirmary. Nami suggested, her voice soft. Ben didn't stop, heading straight for the galley. The kitchen. He walked in and gently laid the girl on the long, newly enchanted dining table. The crew, including the dripping Zoro, crowded in behind him. The kitchen? Usopp asked, completely bewildered. Food. Luffy's eyes lit up. Can we eat her? No, you moron. Nami and Sanji shouted, both punching Luffy on the head. Ben chuckled, a soft, warm sound. He looked at Usopp. Because, Usopp, he said, his blue eyes gentle with a wisdom that felt ancient, when you're scared, lost, and wake up in a strange place, surrounded by pirates, what's the first thing that makes you feel safe and welcome? Usopp thought for a moment. Food. Exactly. Ben turned to Sanji, who was already by the stove, his earlier anger gone. Sanji-san, Ben said softly. Could you prepare something? Something warm and simple. Soup, maybe. I have a feeling she'll be very, very hungry when she wakes up. Sanji took a long drag from his cigarette, a rare, gentle smile touching his lips as he looked at the small, sleeping figure. On it, he said, his voice uncharacteristically soft. A warm, nourishing soup for the little mademoiselle. Coming right up. The Straw Hat Pirates gathered around the table, their boisterous, chaotic energy replaced by a quiet, protective curiosity. The Grand Line had just delivered its first, and most unexpected, piece of cargo. Chapter 12, Apis. 3,150 words. The ship was quiet, save for the gentle lapping of the waves against the hull, and the soft, magical thrum that the Going Merry now seemed to possess. The crew, a collection of the world's most dangerous weirdos, was gathered around the dining table, their collective gaze fixed on the small, unconscious girl. Usopp, ever the brave warrior, decided a tactical inspection was in order. He crept closer, his long nose practically hovering over the girl's face. Is she breathing? He whispered, his voice trembling slightly. Maybe I should poke her. No, that's not brave. The great Captain Usopp will simply observe. He leaned in, his nose just inches from hers. Yep, definitely small. It was at that precise moment that Sanji, ever the culinary artist, finished his preparations. The rich, restorative aroma of a golden, fragrant chicken and vegetable soup wafted from the pot, a cloud of pure, life-affirming comfort. On the table, the girl's nose twitched. Usopp, oblivious, leaned in even closer. I think she's... The girl's eyes snapped open. She didn't scream. She didn't panic. She just saw a very large, strange nose invading her personal space. Her forehead connected with Usopp's nose with the sound of a coconut hitting a plank. Jaya Iya. My nose. Usopp shrieked, clutching his face as he flew backward, performing a perfect triple somersault before crashing into a stack of crates. It's broken. It's shattered. I'm dying. Nami, my brave warrior's funeral. Make it legendary. The girl sat up, rubbing her own forehead. She looked around, her eyes darting with wary, practiced suspicion. She saw the green-haired man, asleep, somehow, even after that scream, the blonde man with the weird eyebrow, the orange-haired woman, the strange white-haired man who glowed faintly, and the grinning idiot in the straw hat. Nami, deciding to take charge, stepped forward with a gentle smile. Are you okay? That was quite a bump. Don't mind him, he does that. Sanji, ever the gentleman, glided over, holding a small, steaming cup. Ah, mademoiselle is awake. A tragedy, what happened to that oaf's nose, but a blessing to see your eyes open. The soup will be ready in just a minute. A special, restorative broth for a beautiful young lady. The girl's stomach chose that exact moment to betray her, letting out a growl so loud it silenced Usopp's fake dying. Growl growl. She clutched her stomach, a furious blush covering her face. A tiny, almost inaudible whisper escaped her lips. Lucky. Nami's smile widened. You're safe here. We found you in the middle of the sea. Were you shipwrecked or something? What's your name? The girl's wariness snapped back into place. She pulled her knees to her chest, her eyes narrowing. Before asking someone their name, you should introduce yourselves first. Nami was taken aback for a second, then let out a short laugh. Fair enough. You've got spirit, I'll give you that. She gestured around the table. I'm Nami, the navigator. This is our ship's magician, Ben. Ben gave a polite, almost regal nod. A pleasure. That's our cook, Sanji. Sanji burst into a flurry of hard eyes and romantic poetry-infused greetings, which the girl pointedly ignored. The one you just... Is Usopp, our sniper. The brave warrior of the sea. Usopp corrected, his nose now swollen to the size of a small eggplant. And the one sleeping is Zoro, our swordsman. Zoro let out a loud, bubbling snore, completely unfazed. And this idiot is, Nami began, but she was too slow. Luffy, who had been vibrating with impatience, bounced in front of the girl, his grin a mile wide. I'm Monkey D. And I'm the captain of this pirate ship. We're heading to the Grand Line. I'm gonna be king of the pirates. Yay. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. The sound of a record scratching would have been less jarring. The girl's face, which had just regained some color from the soup's aroma, drained to a stark, terrifying white. Her eyes, which had been sassy, now looked like two giant, terrified saucers. Her mouth fell open. She had been running from Marines, a force of order and terror. Pirates were the other side of that same coin, chaos, violence, and pure evil. She clamped her mouth shut, her jaw trembling, and pulled back, pressing herself against the bulkhead, her entire body shaking. Luffy, ever the master of emotional intelligence, just blinked. Huh? He picked his nose. Did I say something weird? That was my best introduction. He turned to Zoro, who had somehow woken up from the word pirate, and was now just staring. Zoro, what's her deal? She's not even eating. Zorro, true to form, yawned, his damp clothes still dripping onto the floor. Who cares? She's awake. What do we do with her now? Throw her back. Zorro. Nami shrieked, delivering a powerful, common-sense fist to the back of his head. She's a child. Luffy, still confused, scratched his head. Whatever. She'll be fine. He beamed at the terrified girl. We'll think about it tomorrow. He then rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a. It might have been jerky. It might have been a fossil. Want some of my pocket meat? It's good. The girl just shivered, pressing herself further into the wall. Nami smacked her own forehead. These idiots. I'm surrounded by the dumbest crew in the East Blue. We just terrified a starving, shipwrecked child. Night fell. The Going Merry sailed on, her enchanted hull glowing faintly under the starlight, Ben's runes pulsing with a soft, protective energy. Nami had shown the girl, whom they still didn't have a name for, to a small, temporary bunk in her cabin. Hours passed. The gentle rocking of the ship and the quiet hum of the wood were the only sounds. In the bunk the girl, Apis, was wide awake. She was hidden under a mountain of blankets, pretending to be a lumpy part of the bed. She was safe for now. But she was starving. She hadn't eaten a real meal in, she couldn't even remember. Grow wool. Her stomach, that traitor, let out a noise like a dying sea king. She peeked out. The cabin was dark. Nami was asleep. They're pirates, she thought. They're probably. And the soup, the cook. The smell was still in her memory, a glorious, tantalizing ghost. She couldn't take it. Stealthily, her bare feet making no sound on the wood, Apis crept from the cabin. She moved like a shadow, a skill clearly born from long, desperate practice. She navigated the dark corridor and slipped into the galley. It was dark. The moon cast a single, silver beam through the porthole, illuminating the counter. And there, covered with a simple cloth, was the pot of soup. Her heart hammered. She found a ladle. She lifted the lid, the aroma hitting her with the force of a punch. She dipped the ladle in. The galley light snapped on, not with a harsh electric glare, but with a warm, gentle, magical glow. Apis froze, mid-ladle, her body going rigid with terror. She jumped, startled, the ladle clattering noisily against the pot. You shouldn't eat it cold, mademoiselle. Sanji was there, leaning against the doorframe, a single cigarette glowing in the darkness. Apis was trapped. She trembled, her eyes darting to the door, ready to bolt. Hey, Sanji said, his voice soft, not moving an inch to spook her. It's okay. Food is meant to be enjoyed, not stolen. He pushed off the frame and walked to the stove, not to her. A mademoiselle should never have to eat cold leftovers. Let me warm that up for you. A true chef's honor is at stake. He gently took the pot, lit the stove with a snap of his fingers, and began to stir. Apis just stood there, shaking, her escape route blocked by a kind, one-eyed pirate cook. A minute later, he placed a steaming, fragrant bowl in front of her at the table, along with a spoon. Go on, he said gently, lighting another cigarette, and turning away to give her some space. She hesitated. Her eyes were wide, her hunger warring with her fear. Hunger won. She took one tiny, suspicious sip. Her world exploded. It wasn't just soup. It was Sanji's soup. It was warmth and safety, and care, and vegetables so perfectly cooked they melted in her mouth, and a broth so rich it felt like a hug from the inside out. Tears, hot and sudden, welled up in her eyes. She wasn't just eating, she was being cared for. She blinked them away and, forgetting her fear, began to wolf it down, the soup running down her chin. Shish. I knew she was hungry. Apis jumped, nearly dropping the bowl. Luffy's head popped up from under the table, his chin resting on the wood, watching her with curious, non-threatening eyes. Gah! Apis shrieked, scrambling back. Luffy, you moron, you scared her. Nami's voice yelled as she emerged from a supply closet, where she'd clearly been waiting. I was just waiting for my midnight snack. She looked lonely. My nose still hurts, you know. Usopp's voice complained, as he was revealed to be hiding in a large, empty potato barrel. I was asleep, Zoro's voice grumbled, and the crew realized he was, in fact, sitting in the corner, slumped against the wall, actually asleep. He'd just said it in his sleep. Ben was the only one who wasn't hiding. He was sitting at the far end of the table, sipping a cup of tea, a small, knowing smile on his face. He'd been there the whole time, his disillusionment charm making him just a faint shimmer. Told you food was the answer, he said, as the charm faded. Apis looked around at this bizarre, insane, dysfunctional family. They had all been there. Not to hurt her but to make sure she ate. She looked at her empty bowl. Then at Sanji, who gave her a short, chivalrous nod. Then at Nami, who sat down opposite her, her expression was kind. See? Nami said gently. Not normal pirates. We're not here to hurt you. We just found you. You're safe. Apis looked at the empty bowl again, and for the first time in days, a tiny, genuine, trusting smile touched her lips. Now that she trusted them, Apis finally told her story. The Marines. She began, her voice small, they're from Marine Branch 8. They're led by Commodore Nelson. She explained it all. She had escaped from their battleship. They had been chasing her for days. Marines are chasing you. Luffy said, his mouth full of Sanji's midnight snack. Why? Did you do something cool? Luffy. Nami chided. I have to get back home, Apis said, her voice full of a desperate, sudden urgency. I have to get to Warship Island. Nami pulled out a chart. Warship Island. I've heard legends about it. The island that looks like a battleship. It's not on any official maps. It's supposed to be somewhere near the Calm Belt in East Blue. The Calm Belt? Usopp shrieked, his eyes bulging. The nest of the Sea Kings. I'm not going. I have an allergy to giant sea monsters. She needs to go home, right? Luffy said, ignoring Usopp completely. So we take her. It's an adventure. Luffy, wait. Nami argued. We don't even know where it is. And we'll be sailing right into a nest of monsters. And a marine fleet is chasing us. Usopp added, waving his arms. Zoro, who had finally woken up, cracked his neck. Are we fighting marines or monsters? Fine by me. It seems our course is set, Navigator-san, Ben said, his calm voice cutting through the panic. Destiny seems to want us to go to this island. Nami looked at the 6 expectant faces. She sighed, a long, drawn-out sound of pure exasperation. We'll take her to Warship Island. But if we get eaten by a Sea King, it's your fault, Luffy. The journey was a nightmare. Days later, Nami spotted them. Usopp, binoculars. Ship dead ahead. It's a marine fleet. Usopp screamed from the crow's nest. It's Branch 8. It's Nelson. And they've seen us. Fire, a distant voice boomed, and a cannonball screamed past the Mary's bow, sending up a massive plume of water. Apis was terrified. They found us. Awesome. A fight. Luffy said, stretching his arm back. No, Captain. Ben said, his wand already in his hand. A tactical retreat. Their numbers are too great, and we have a passenger. Nami, get us out of here. They're too fast. Sanji shouted as the ships began to close in. Not for long, Ben said, his white hair whipping in the wind. The Mary, as if sensing his intent, seemed to brace herself. A little push. Ventus Maxima. A colossal, concentrated gust of wind erupted from Ben's wand, filling the Mary's sails with a sound like a thunderclap. The ship lurched forward, blasting off like a rubber band, leaving the marine fleet in her wake. Yeehaw! Luffy howled, riding the figurehead. Where are you sending us? Nami yelled, fighting the helm as the ship careened over the waves. Away from them. They were flying until, suddenly, they weren't. The wind died. Not just Ben's spell but all wind. The sea, moments before a choppy, windswept field, became a flat, dead, glassy surface. The Mary groaned to a halt, the silence deafening. What happened? Usopp whispered, his voice trembling. Nami was staring at her compasses, her hands shaking so hard she could barely hold her log pose. Oh no. No, 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 no. What is it, Nami-san? We overshot, she whispered, her voice filled with dread. Ben's blast was too strong. We're in the calm belt. Silence. Even Luffy knew what that meant. As if summoned by the name, a shadow passed under the ship. A shadow the size of an island. Growa Air. A monster erupted from the water just starboard. Its head was bigger than the Mary itself, a massive, serpent-like beast with cold, dead eyes the size of cannons. A sea king. Meet. Luffy shouted, purely on instinct. Not now, Luffy, the entire crew screamed in unison. Looking at us, Apis whispered, frozen in terror. Then another one surfaced. And another. They were surrounded. We're going to be eaten. I'm too young and handsome to be a sea king's appetizer. Usopp was crying, writing his last will on the deck. Do your magic. Nami yelled. Ben had his wand out, his face pale with exertion. Nami, that is a mountain of muscle and hate. I can't stupefy a god. My magic has limits. The first Sea King roared, its breath of foul wind, and opened its cavernous mouth to swallow them whole. Everyone, hang on. Ben roared. He pointed his wand not at the monster, but down, at the water beneath their ship. He poured every ounce of remaining magical energy into one, desperate, brilliant, and incredibly stupid idea. Aqueructo. A colossal, high-pressure jet of pure water erupted from beneath the Mary's keel. It was a geyser of impossible force, blasting the going Mary up and forward. The ship flew through the air, over the head of the lunging Sea King, and landed with a bone-jarring, ship-splintering splash on the other side. Was my last-ditch effort, Ben panted, slumping against the mast, his magical reserves completely drained. I can't do that again. The Sea Kings roared, enraged, turning to chase. But the Mary was moving. They had, by sheer insane luck, landed in a rogue current which was beside Calm Belt, which pulled them free of the dead zone, the roars of the giant monsters fading behind them. They drifted for an hour, the crew silent, recovering, until they sailed into a thick fog bank. When the fog cleared, they saw it. An island, its cliffs and plateaus shaped by wind and water into the unmistakable silhouette of a massive, ancient, stone battleship. Warship Island, Apis whispered, tears of joy streaming down her face. We're home. They docked in a hidden cove, and Apis's grandfather, Bokuden, was overjoyed to see her. But Apis wasn't done. She grabbed Luffy and Ben by the hand. Please, there's one more thing. She led them, and the rest of the crew, to a hidden cave deep within the island, the entrance covered by a waterfall. Inside, lying on a bed of soft sand, was something that stopped even Luffy in his tracks. It was massive. It was covered in ancient, faded blue scales. It was breathing, but just barely, its chest rising and falling in shallow, pained sighs. It was a dragon. Whoa, was all Luffy could say, his eyes wide with wonder. This is Ryu, Apis said, walking forward to stroke its giant, scaled nose. He's a Senenryu. A Millennium Dragon. I thought he was just a legend. But how did you? Nami began. Apis looked down, suddenly shy. I can talk to him, she admitted. I ate a devil fruit a long time ago. The Hyso know me. It lets me talk to animals. So cool. Luffy and Usopp shouted in unison, their eyes sparkling. He's dying, Apis said, her joy fading, her voice breaking. He's old. He's been here for 1,000 years, waiting. He wants to go home. To his dragon's nest. He says it will give him the strength to live on. She turned to the pirates, her small face set with a desperate, heartbreaking resolve. He told me the legends are true. The dragon's nest, Lost Island, it's real. I can't get him there alone. The Marines. Commodore Nelson, he wants Ryu. He thinks the Senenria's bones grant eternal life. He'll kill him to get them. Apis, the sassy, brave little girl, bowed low, her forehead touching the sandy floor. Please, she cried, her voice echoing in the cave. You're pirates. You can sail anywhere. You're free. Help me save my friend. The cave was silent. Luffy walked past her, past the crew, and stood in front of the ancient, dying dragon. Ryu's massive, cloudy eyes slowly opened, focusing on the boy. Luffy looked at the sad, ancient creature. He looked at the desperate little girl. Then he turned to his crew, his face not grinning, but set with the quiet, unshakable certainty of a captain. He walked back to Apis and placed his hand gently on her head. Don't worry, Luffy said, his voice soft, before his signature grin split his face. We're pirates, all right. And if there's a secret, legendary, lost island full of dragons, that's an adventure. He turned to his crew, his fist in the air. All right, guys. We're finding that nest. Chapter 13, Apis. 1,599 words. Nami, however, was already doing math in her head, and it wasn't adding up. Hold on, Luffy. Wait just a second. That's a Millennium Dragon. It's the size of a battleship. We're in a cave. How exactly do you plan on getting him from here? She jabbed a finger at the dragon, to there, she jabbed a finger at the cave's tiny, waterfall-covered entrance, and onto the Going Merry. The entire crew froze. They turned and looked at Ryu. Then they looked at the hole. Then back at Ryu. Oh, Luffy said, blinking. I didn't think of that. I have a plan. Usopp announced, puffing his chest. The great Captain Usopp's Ultra Dragon moving system. He unrolled a blueprint he'd clearly drawn in 30 seconds. We get 1,000 logs and roll him. It's foolproof. Zoro, who had been leaning against a stalagmite, opened one eye. I'll just cut a bigger hole in the island. You'll sink us all, you Marimo for brains. Sanji roared, his leg already raised for a kick. What did you say, Dartbrow? As the two squared off, Luffy stretched his cheek. No, I got it. I'll just wrap my arms around him. Gomu no. Pull. He stretched his arms, wrapping them around Ryu's massive neck, and pulled. Luffy's body stretched and stretched and stretched. He became a long, rubbery rope, his face getting smaller and smaller in the distance. He pulled so hard that his sandals smoked, his face turning a deep purple. Budging, he wheezed. Then, his grip slipped. Twaya Wong. Luffy's arms snapped back like a broken guitar string. He rocketed backward, screaming, and slammed into the far wall of the cave with a thwack that sounded like a cannonball hitting a pillow. He peeled off the wall, a small puff of steam rising from his head. Almost had him, he mumbled, his voice wobbly. Ben, who had been watching this display of catastrophic incompetence with a look of cosmic weariness, finally pinched the bridge of his nose. Enough. The single word cut through the chaos. He stepped forward, the elder wand appearing in his hand as if from nowhere. The ambient magical energy in the cave, thick with Ryu's ancient life force, made the wand hum audibly. You, he pointed at Luffy, are an imbecile. You, he pointed at Zoro, will not cut the island. He pointed at Sanji, will stop trying to kick the swordsman. He turned to the massive dragon. Alright, Apis, tell Ryu this might feel strange. What are you doing? Nami asked, her eyes wide. I am a wizard, Ben muttered, his white hair seeming to lift in an unfelt breeze. And I have been reduced to a magical tow truck for a crew of hyperactive, rubber-brained lunatics. Stand back. All of you. Ben raised the Elder Wand. He wasn't just casting a spell, he was commanding reality. He focused his mind, his magic, and the very essence of his will onto the multi-ton creature. Wingardium Leviosa. He didn't just whisper it, he roared it. A wave of visible, blue-white energy exploded from the wand enveloping the dragon. Nothing happened. Ryu remained on the sand, unmoving. Even the magic men can't do it. Usopp whispered. Ben's jaw tightened. Oh, no you don't. The dragon wasn't just heavy in body, it was heavy in age, in time. He needed more. Everyone. Ben shouted, his arms shaking from the strain. I can't lift him, but I can make him weightless. I need you to push. Now. A faint, silver aura surrounded Ryu. The great beast groaned, but this time, when Luffy pushed him, he slid. It's working. Luffy yelled. Push, guys. Push. What followed was the most ridiculous, pathetic, and heroic evacuation in pirate history. Luffy was in front, his feet planted, pulling. Sanji and Zoro, for once not fighting, were on one side, their shoulders braced against the scaly hide, muscles straining. Usopp was directing from the back, which mostly involved screaming and pushing a tail feather. Nami and Apis were clearing rocks from the path. And Ben. Ben was walking backward, his wand held high, sweat beading on his forehead, his face a mask of pure concentration, muttering, "Don't, dragon." They slid Ryu out of the cave, through the waterfall, which resulted in a lot of sputtering, and onto the hidden beach. Okay, Nami panted, soaked. He's on the beach. The Mary is in the cove. How do we get him into the water? Luffy's eyes lit up. I have an idea. No, everyone shouted at once. Ben, Nami said, turning to the wizard. Can you keep levitating? Ben looked at the ocean. He looked at the Mary. He looked at the sky. He let out a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of all his reincarnated knowledge. Get in the water. Nami, you're at the helm of the Mary. Usopp, get the ropes. For the love of magic, just stay still. He raised his wand again. Aqueructo. A controlled, powerful geyser of water erupted behind Ryu, and with the Wingardium Leviosa still active, the Senenryu was launched into the cove like a giant, scaly, and deeply confused torpedo. He landed with a splash that sent a wave over the Mary's deck, drenching Usopp. He's in. Apis cheered, crying with joy. He's in, Ben panted, slumping against a palm tree, his magic reserves dangerously low. Someone. Carry me to the ship. This is the stupidest, most impossible, most irresponsible thing we have ever done. Nami raged, stomping on the deck. The Going Mary, with a very large, very old dragon being towed behind it by enchanted ropes, was now sailing into open, unknown waters. Where are we even going? Nami demanded. Apis, who was sitting on Ryu's head, who was now happily floating, relayed the information. Ryu says we have to go west. West. Finally. Nami spun the helm. West it is. West, Apis continued, of the feeling of home. Nami's hands froze on the wheel. What? He says you have to sail toward the sunset, but only on a Tuesday, and think of pickles. Pickles. Nami screamed, her eye twitching. He wants me to navigate based on a feeling, and a condiment. I can't plot a course on poetry, you stupid lizard. Ryu, hearing the commotion, let out a sad, low-pitched moan. You made him sad. Luffy pouted. Apologize to the dragon. I will not. He's giving me nonsense. Perhaps I can assist, Ben said, emerging from the galley with a cup of tea, having mostly recovered. He walked to the bow, the sea breeze catching his white hair. My knowledge is vast, but this world's geography is. Let's try a classic. He raised the elder wand. Point me to the dragon's nest. The wand trembled in his hand. It spun, slowly at first, then faster and faster, a blur of elder wood. It spun so fast it made a high-pitched whirring sound. Then it stopped, pointing. The crew stared at the wand. Well, Ben said, tapping the wand against his chin. That's problematic. Usopp's face went a pale, sickly green. Under US. We're sailing on top of the dragon's nest. Are we going to hell? I'm too young and handsome to go to hell. I'm allergic to hell disease is acting up. Apis, listening intently to Ryu, suddenly perked up. Ryu says the wizard is right. The memory of the nest is beneath the world, but the path. The path is above the rainbow. Nami buried her face in her hands. I'm retiring. I'm going back to Kokoyashi to grow tangerines. I'm surrounded by morons, metaphors, and a wizard whose compass points to hell. A rainbow. Luffy cheered. A rainbow adventure. I bet it tastes like candy. Shishishi. And so, for 3 days, they sailed, following Apis's vague, feeling-based directions and looking for a rainbow. Luffy tried to help navigate, which resulted in him trying to steer them toward a pod of brightly colored dolphins. They look like a rainbow, Nami. Zoro got lost again, and was found by Sanji taking a nap in the Mary's, now magically expanded, anchor locker. Moss Head. You're supposed to be on lookout, not imitating a pile of rusty chains. I was. Training my senses, shut up, Arrow Cook. On the 3rd day, a storm hit. A bad one. But as the black clouds parted, a massive, shimmering, double rainbow tore across the sky. It was so bright, so vibrant, it looked painted on the world. That's it. Apis shrieked, pointing. Ryu says that's the gate. It's just light, Apis, Nami sighed, her voice weary. You can't sail into a rainbow. Ben. Can we? Luffy asked, his eyes sparkling. Ben was at the bow, his wand out, a strange, analytical smile on his face. Not just light, Nami. Look. He held up a magically conjured prism. The light, it's bending wrong. It's not refracting, it's projecting. It's not a rainbow. It's an illusion. A barrier. Full speed ahead. You're all insane. Nami screamed, but she held the course. The Going Merry sailed toward the rainbow. As they got closer, it didn't fade. It got brighter, more solid, until it looked like a wall of pulsating, liquid color. Brace yourselves. Ben yelled. They hit the barrier. For a second, there was no sound. All color, light, and sensation vanished, replaced by a thick, velvety blackness. Then, with a pop like a cork leaving a bottle, they burst through. Chapter 14, Apis. 1,385 words. The Mary was floating on a river that seemed to be flowing up a mountain. The sky was a strange, misty gold color. The island, or continent, was a massive, vertical caldera, a world hidden inside a volcano. The air was thick, humid, and smelled of ozone and something else. Something ancient. This, Ben breathed, his eyes wide, is magnificent. The plants are big, Usopp noted, staring at a flytrap the size of a wagon, which snapped at a passing bird. And a little bite why, Sanji added, as a vine tried to snake its way around his leg. Ryu says he can smell them, Apis whispered, her voice full of awe. He can smell home. Ben, Luffy called from the figurehead. The river is too slow. Can you do the whoosh thing? Ben sighed. He was becoming the crew's outboard motor. Aqueructo. With a roar of magical propulsion, the Mary shot up the river, banking hard on turns, drenching the crew. Woohoo! Luffy howled, holding his hat on his head. I'm going to be sick. Usopp screamed. My cigarette is wet, you damn wizard. Sanji complained. They burst through a final curtain of mist and into a vast, hidden plateau. It was a dwelling of the gods. Waterfalls fell into still lakes, giant, glowing crystals pulsed with light, and the air was filled with. A shadow passed overhead. It was sleek, red, and had a wingspan of at least 50 feet. It circled the Mary, its cry a sharp, intelligent skreeee. So cool. Luffy's eyes were literal stars. Zoro's hand was on his sword. Sanji, ever the pragmatist, was already checking his spice rack mentally. I wonder what it tastes like. Grilled or maybe, a la broche. Nami was staring at the giant, glowing crystals. Are those gems? We're rich. We're unimaginably rich. Ben, however, was in a state of academic ecstasy. His mad scientist brain had completely taken over. Fascinating, he whispered, his wand out, already casting diagnostic charms. Draco Ignis. A classic fire wyvern. The scales must be magically resistant to heat. The blood must be a potent alchemical reagent. I need a scale. And blood. And possibly a tooth. And maybe a tissue sample. Everyone shut up and hide. Nami shrieked. It's looking at us. The wyvern landed, blocking their path up the river. It was beautiful, territorial, and looked very angry. Right, Ben said, his entire demeanor shifting. He was no longer a wizard, he was a researcher. New plan. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, you three are distraction and large-scale protection. Usopp, you are a spotter and precision retrieval. Nami, at the helm. Apis, stay with Ryu. Am going shopping. Shopping. Usopp yelped. It's trying to eat us, and he wants to go shopping. Fire. Luffy yelled as the wyvern opened its mouth and spat a massive, rolling fireball at them. Protego Maxima. Ben roared. A massive, shimmering dome of blue energy flared to life around the Mary, the fire washing over it harmlessly, sizzling and splashing like water on a hot pan. The dragon blinked, clearly confused. Now. Ben yelled. Distract it. But don't hurt it. I need the samples pristine. Shishishi. No hurting. Luffy rocketed himself onto the plateau. Big, scaly, ugly guy. Look at me. The wyvern, insulted, turned its full attention to Luffy, who proceeded to lead it on a merry chase, stretching and bouncing around the crystals. Gomu no. Taunt. Zoro, Sanji, if it gets past Luffy, you're up. Ben commanded. He then turned to Usopp. I've enchanted this. He handed Usopp one of his slingshot pellets, which now had a sharp, hollow needle at the tip and a small, magically sealed vial attached. It's a retrieval pact. You shoot the dragon, which will draw a few samples of blood, and then return to my hand. Can you do it? Usopp's legs were knocking, but his eyes were sharp. The great Captain Usopp can make any shot. Especially phlebotomy shot. Goodman. Aim for the thickest part of the hind leg. Now. Dragon's blood star. Usopp yelled. The pellet flew true, a perfect, arcing shot. It pricked the wyvern's leg. The dragon didn't even notice, it was too busy trying to stomp Luffy, who was now hiding behind a crystal. A second later, the pellet flew back and slapped Ben in the palm. The tiny vial was full of bright, ruby-red, steaming blood. Excellent. Ben cackled, pocketing it. Now the scale. It's on him, Ben. Usopp pointed out. Precisely. Ben raised his wand as the wyvern, frustrated with Luffy, flew straight up. Defindo. A tiny, silver, invisible blade of magic shot from his wand. It hit a single, loose scale on the dragon's underbelly. The scale, the size of a shield, was neatly clipped and fell, spinning, toward the river. Accio scale! Ben yelled. The massive red scale changed direction midair, and flew into his waiting hands with a thwump. Ben was beaming, his face flushed with success. Sample 1, Draco Ignis. Blood and scale. Oh, this is a glorious day for science. Ben, you maniac. Nami screamed. It's coming back. And it brought friends. 2 more wyverns were diving, and Luffy was still on the shore, laughing. Time to go. Ben yelled. He pointed his wand at the river behind them. De Primo. A massive, crushing jet of magic blasted the riverbed, creating a huge wave that surged forward, launching the Mary and Luffy, who grabbed the railing at the last second, up the river. My samples, Ben whispered, lovingly cradling the scale and vial. Precious. They sailed deeper into the hidden world. The wonders and Ben's shopping list only grew. They entered a vast, glowing crystal cave, where the water was clear as air. Look! Nami whispered, pointing. Slithering through the water and in and out of the crystal walls was a serpent. A dragon, but with no wings, its body made of what looked like pure, living amethyst. Beautiful, Nami breathed. It's rare, Ben corrected, his eyes gleaming. I need you to ask it for a shed crystal. Politely. How? Luffy asked. Don't know. Try. Luffy leaned over the railing. Sparkly snake dragon. Can we have one of your sparkles? Please? The dragon stopped. It raised its head, its eyes 2 bright sapphires. It seemed to assess Luffy. It found him wanting, apparently, because it opened its mouth and shrieked. The sound was high-pitched, and the crystals in the cave began to vibrate. But they managed to get a few samples. They continued. They found a family of large, lumbering, triceratops-like dragons with plates on their backs that crackled with lightning. Okay, this one I am not messing with, Ben said, watching them from a distance. That's pure, condensed, natural energy. One wrong move and we're fried. But the sample, Sanji mocked, blowing smoke. Don't you want its electric toenail? I do, actually, Ben said, dead serious. He turned to Usopp. Homing star. Got it. Ben handed Usopp a small, enchanted metal disc. Just get it on its back. I'll do the rest. Usopp took aim. The dragon was a quarter-mile away. The wind was tricky. The disc flew. It almost hit. Then a small windrake, a creature the size of a hyperactive, scaly poodle, zipped out of the sky, caught the disc, thought it was a toy, and flew straight for the Mary. Ah, Ben. Usopp said, his voice very small. What? The sample is being delivered. Excellent. By a very fast, very angry poodle thing. The windrake landed on the deck, dropped the disc, and then saw Luffy. It decided Luffy was also a toy. It began zipping around Luffy's head, yipping and sparking. Get it off. It's cute annoying. Luffy yelled, flailing. Ben, ignoring this, picked up the disc, which was now covered in windrake saliva. It's not a thunder lizard sample, but I'll take it. He scooped the small dragon up in a magically conjured net. And I'll take you, too. Observation. He put the yipping, furious drake into a cage. Sample 3, Draco Ventus. Acquired via pure, unadulterated chaos. This crew is a viable, if unconventional, research method. Chapter 15, Apis. 1424 words. A/N, just dropped a new fanfic on Cricket. Cricket, template system. Check it out. While Ben was having the scientific equivalent of a religious awakening, Ryu was getting more and more agitated. He was groaning, a deep, rumbling sound. "He says we're close," Apis yelled. "He says he can hear them." They rounded a final bend, and the plateau opened up into a massive, massive caldera. Inside was a paradise. A lake of what looked like liquid gold, not metal but pure, life-giving thermal water, steamed in the center. And surrounding it were dragons. Not wyverns or drakes or serpents. Senenryu. Hundreds of them. Babies, small as cows, were playing tag in the air. Adults the size of Ryu were sunning themselves on the cliffs. And in the center, on a high perch, were three ancients, so old they looked like they were carved from the mountain itself, their scales a deep, wise blue. Ryu, seeing his home, his family, let out a roar. It wasn't the weak, pained rasp from the cave. It was a full-throated, sky-shaking, joyful roar that echoed off every peak. Every dragon in the valley stopped. They turned. They saw Ryu floating in the river, and the tiny, ridiculous-looking sheep ship that had brought him. "This," Nami whispered, tears in her eyes, "is impossible." "So cool." Luffy breathed, his usual goofiness replaced by pure, unadulterated awe. Then, the dragons moved. They flew up, hundreds of them, a living, breathing, beautiful storm. They swarmed the going merry, not attacking but greeting. They cooed and rumbled, nudging Ryu with their snouts. Ryu via Apis, who was sobbing with happiness, they waited. They knew I was coming. They waited. Two of the largest Senenryu gently lifted Ryu from the water, their strength immense, and carried him toward the golden lake. They set him down at the water's edge. Ryu, with the last of his strength, slid into the golden, steaming water. He submerged. For a moment the world was silent. He burst out of the water, a new roar ripping from his throat. The faded, dull scales were glowing. The cloudy, dying eyes were now sharp and bright. He wasn't a dying old man. He was home. A baby Senenryu, overcome with curiosity, landed on the Mary's deck. It waddled over to the strangest-looking tree it had ever seen. It sniffed Zoro's green hair. It decided it must be grass. And it began to chew. Zoro, who had been meditating through the entire emotional scene, opened one eye. A baby dragon was contentedly gnawing on his head. Off he grumbled, not moving. "Alwu!" Luffy and Usopp shouted. "Can we keep him?" Luffy begged, his eyes sparkling. "Please, Ben. You're magic. Can we keep the dragon puppy?" Ben wasn't listening. He had his wand out and was already at the railing, a dozen sterile glass vials floating around his head. Fascinating, the golden water. Must be the geothermal mineral content combined with localized magic. He was frantically scooping vials of the lake water. This could be he, fool in making potions. Sanji, meanwhile, had dipped a finger in the water. Perfectly. This island is paradise. The moment was perfect. Which is why, of course, it had to be interrupted. A loud, ugly, moon-made sound, a cannonball, screamed into the valley, smashing into one of the crystal cliffs, shattering it. Fire at will. Seize the Millennium Dragons. Their bones will grant me eternal life. On the river they had just come up, a fleet of gray, ugly marine battleships was pushing its way in. Commodore Nelson, his face twisted in a mask of greed, stood on the flagship. They had followed the Mary through the rainbow barrier. The peaceful dragons, confused and scared, began to panic. "Nelson!" Apis shrieked, her joy turning to terror. "They're messing up our adventure." Luffy growled, his face going dark. Ben looked at the Marines. He looked at the panicking, peaceful dragons. Then he looked at his satchel, which was now brimming with samples. Scales, blood, saliva, crystal shards, feathers, and vials of golden water. "Ben," Nami said, her voice shaking. "We have to get out of here." "Not yet," Ben said, a slow, dangerous, mad scientist smile spreading across his face. Nami, get us ready to leave. Your biggest cannonball. The hollow one. The special pepper exploding star. That's the one. Bring it here. As Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji leapt onto the shore to hold back the first wave of Marines, Ben got to work. He wasn't just a wizard. He was a Dumbledore. And Dumbledore, for all his kindness, was a terrifying force in a fight. Ben didn't bother with conventional spells. He opened his satchel of samples. Usopp, hold the cannonball. Ben started inscribing a complex series of runes onto the cannonball with his wand. Is a transmogrification male dicta. A polymorph hex. Dragon's revenge. Luffy. Buy me 30 seconds. Ben roared. Shishishi. Gomu Gomu no. Pistol. Luffy's fist shot out and cleared the deck of Nelson's flagship. It's ready. Ben yelled. He and Usopp loaded the glowing, fizzing, hissing cannonball. Aim for Commodore Nelson's ugly face. Fire. Usopp yelled, lighting the fuse. The cannonball shot out. It hit Nelson's flagship, and it didn't explode. It puffed. A cloud of shimmering, multicolored, foul-smelling smoke washed over Nelson's ship. Ha! Nelson sneered. Is that all, you fools? You missed. You. He stopped. He looked at his hand. Sir, a Marine screamed, pointing at his own face. Feathers. A second Marine tried to shout, but only yipped and zipped into the air, drake wings sprouting from his back. Nelson looked at his reflection in a polished breastplate. His skin was turning the thick, pebbled hide of a dragon. His nose was elongating into a wyvern's snout. And, most humiliatingly, two tiny, useless, fluffy Draco Pluma wings were sprouting from his posterior. Wah! Scree! Blargh, he roared, his voice now a hybrid of a mun, a dragon, and a very confused poodle. The dragons, seeing this, all laughed. A dragon's laugh is not a subtle thing. It is a tectonic event. It sounds like a fleet of ships capsizing during a thunderstorm. The sheer force of the sound, combined with the sight of the Marine's spontaneously growing scales and feathers, was enough. The entire Marine fleet, now partially transformed into a comical, horrifying menagerie of dragon parts, turned and fled, their crews screaming in terror. A temporary, non-lethal, and deeply humiliating hex, Ben said, dusting off his hands. Dumbledore would be moderately disappointed in my lack of subtlety. But I find it hilarious. The valley was peaceful again. Apis was crying, but they were happy tears. She was at the water's edge, hugging Ryu's massive snout one last time. He says thank you, Apis translated, her voice thick. He says, you are strange. And loud, and the rubber one is very stupid. You are good. Ryu opened his mouth, and gently deposited a single, perfect, razor-sharp tooth at Luffy's feet. It was the size of Zoro's Wado Ikimonji. He says. A gift, Apis sniffled. For the future. King. Luffy picked up the tooth, his eyes wide. I'm gonna make a necklace. You can't, Luffy, Nami said, laughing. You'd tip over. Apis turned to her crew. I'm going to stay. My grandfather is on Warship Island, but this is my home now. I'm the dragon attendant. Luffy grinned. He walked over and patted her head. You gotta be strong, then, dragon attendant. She hugged him, hard. Thank you, Luffy-san. Thank you, everyone. The Going Merry, her paint slightly scorched, her deck covered in. Ben was cataloging, dragon slobber, turned. The crew waved. Bye, Apis. Bye, dragon puppy. Luffy yelled. Farewell, my brave draconic friends. Usopp sobbed. As they sailed back toward the rainbow barrier, which was already fading, Ben was in the galley. He was meticulously labeling his new, pristine, and complete set of Senenria samples, including a vial of the golden water. He had scales, blood humanely drawn from Ryu while he slept, and even a shed claw clipping. His shopping was complete. Luffy said, leaning on the railing as they burst back into the normal, boring blue sea. Dragons are so cool. Zoro, finally free of the baby dragon, was grumbling as he tried to dry his hair. I'm covered in dragon spit. Ben just smiled as he locked his new samples case. Indeed they are, Captain, he murmured. Indeed they are. Chapter 16, Reverse Mountain. 2,543 words. The Going Merry cut through the calm waters of the East Blue, a tiny, cheerful ship sailing toward the end of the world. But below decks, the ship was anything but calm. It sounded less like a caravel and more like a construction site run by lunatics. Thwack boom. Thwack boom. In the magically expanded gravity chamber, Luffy was a red and blue blur of pure, unadulterated failure. Leaping into the air under 2x gravity and kicking his legs with impossible, rubbery speed. He wasn't trying to master Soru, that was too boring. He was aiming straight for Jeppo. He wanted to fly. The result was that he kicked the air 10 times, achieved no lift, and then rocketed uncontrollably into the ceiling. He'd thwack the enchanted wood, peel off like a sticker, and boom onto the floor, before instantly bouncing up to try again. Almost. Had it, he wheezed, his face comically flattened. In the next chamber, Zoro was a statue of pure, dripping focus. He stood motionless, his 3 swords sheathed, his arms crossed. His goal was Tekai, iron body. He wasn't just tensing, he was trying to use his will, his spirit, to command his muscles to become steel. Every few minutes, one of the maintenance golems Ben had built would march up and punch him, square in the stomach. Zoro would grunt, slide back 6 inches, and double his concentration, sweat pouring from his green hair. Enough. Meanwhile, Sanji's training room was a blur of black-suited grace and furious, culinary-themed curses. He, too, was mastering Jeppo, but with a grace Luffy lacked. He'd leap, his leg a blur, and manage to get 3 kicks in, hovering for a precious second before gravity reclaimed him. Damn it, he'd land, lighting a cigarette. This is harder than perfecting a pâté en croûte. He'd then pivot and unleash a spinning kick at the wall. Rankyaku. A faint, compressed whoosh of air would fly from his shoe, not sharp enough to cut, but powerful enough to dent the reinforced wall. Just a gust. Even Usopp had his own new, dedicated workshop, a room Ben had enchanted to be soundproof, explosion-proof, and most importantly, Luffy-proof. The Sniper's Nest 2.0 was a paradise of gears, gunpowder, and failure. Usopp was wearing a ridiculous pair of magnifying goggles, meticulously crafting a new kind of pellet. His goal wasn't brute force, it was accuracy. He'd set up a moving target at the far end of the room, a tiny bell that zipped around on an erratic, magical track. The great Captain Usopp hits it again, he'd boast to himself. My accuracy will be so good, I'll be able to shoot the antenna off a sea louse from a mile away in a typhoon. While the boys were busy turning the ship into a war zone, Nami was in her pristine navigation room, surrounded by charts. She was the only one feeling the true, crushing weight of their destination. Her brow was furrowed, her calculations precise. The Grand Line map was full of crossed-out sections, rumors, and warnings. Her knuckles were white where she gripped her pen, the reality of the pirate's graveyard setting in. And on the deck, under the warm sun, sat Ben. He was at the bow, cross-legged, the elder wand resting across his knees. He was humming a low, resonant tune. His eyes were closed. For 3 days, he had been inscribing the final runes, weaving the last, delicate threads of magic into the Mary's very soul. He'd worked from the keel up, a lattice of spells connecting every plank, every rope, every nail. He inscribed the final rune, Ensuz, the rune of voice and consciousness, directly onto the smiling, wooden face of the figurehead. He felt it. A soft, warm. The ship's natural hum, the groaning of wood, the flapping of sails, the creak of rope, didn't just stop. It harmonized. The Going Merry let out a long, contented, almost living sigh. She was awake. A/N, Going Merry is now like Queen Anne's Revenge, Blackbeard's ship in Pirates of the Caribbean. Ben opened his bright blue eyes, a smile of satisfaction on his face. He stood up, dusted off his coat, and shouted, his voice carrying easily over the chaos below. On the main deck, now. One by one, they emerged, looking like they'd just lost a fight with a hurricane. Luffy bounced out, his face covered in ceiling-shaped bruises. Zoro stomped up, his stomach visibly bruised, but his aura as sharp as ever. Sanji glided out, smelling of smoke, sweat, and a faint hint of frustrated kicking. Usopp emerged last, blinking in the sunlight, a smudge of gunpowder on his nose. "What is it, Ben?" Nami called from the helm, relieved for the break. "Did you find more gold?" "Ben, I was this close," Luffy complained, holding his fingers a millimeter apart. "I almost flew." "Quiet, Captain," Ben said, his voice holding a strange, theatrical weight. He gestured to the main mast, his white hair blowing in the breeze. "Everyone, I'd like you to formally meet the newest member of our crew." The crew looked around, confused. "Is it a bird?" Luffy asked, looking at the sky. "Did you find another lost child?" Sanji asked, his eyes scanning the horizon for a damsel in distress. "Did you conjure another one of those steel golems?" Zoro grunted, looking annoyed. "No," Ben said, a grin spreading across his face. He walked to the railing and patted the wood with genuine affection. "I'd like you to meet the Going Merry." Silence. The crew just stared at him. "Ben?" Usopp said slowly, as if talking to a madman. "We know the Merry. I helped build her. She's a great ship. The best ship." "He's finally lost it," Zoro muttered, sitting down. The magic scrambled his brain. "Ben," Nami said gently, "have you been overworking? Do you need a nap?" Ben just chuckled. "I've been enchanting, yes. But I'm not crazy. I told you I'd upgrade her." Finished. He turned his back to the crew and faced the mast. "You've been listening to them. Why don't you say hello? Could you please furl the mainsail?" He didn't shout. He just asked. The crew watched, bewildered. And then it happened. With a sound like a great, contented sigh, the ropes slid through their pulleys by themselves. The yardarm turned, and the massive mainsail, with a series of elegant flaps, furled itself as neatly as a soldier's bedroll. The deck fell into a stunned, absolute silence. Nami's jaw dropped. Sanji's cigarette, which he had just lit, fell from his open mouth and bounced onto the deck. Zoro, who had just sat down, shot back to his feet, his hand on his swords. "Trick is this?" Usopp's eyes went as wide as dinner plates. Ben just smiled, his arms spread wide. "She's not just wood and paint anymore. My enchantments didn't just repair her, they gave her a consciousness, a soul. She's bound to us. She's our partner. She is, as I said, our 7th crewmate." There was another beat of silence. Then two voices as one erupted with a sound of pure, unadulterated, religious joy. "My Agikael Mary." Luffy and Usopp, their eyes sparkling with literal stars, had their arms thrown around each other's shoulders, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. They began to dance a chaotic, ridiculous jig on the main deck. "She's Aliev," Luffy howled, grabbing the figurehead and hugging its face. "You're the best, Mary. You're the best ship in the whole world. Shishishi. Our ship is a magic ship. Our ship is a magic ship." Usopp chanted, running in circles. "We're invincible. We have a wizard and a magic ship." Nami, recovering from her shock, walked slowly to the helm. She put her hand on the wheel. It felt Mary, she whispered. Can you ease the rigging? Just a little. The rigging creaked in response, the tension visibly softening. Nami's eyes went wide. Oh my God. Can you polish the deck? In the galley, a mop and bucket suddenly clattered out of the closet, and began scrubbing the floor with furious efficiency. Nami's eyes turned into berry symbols. Oh my God. Mary Chuan. Sanji cooed, his shock replaced with love. You are the most beautiful, most graceful lady on the seas. Could you perhaps signal to me when the wind is perfect for chilling a nice chablis? The ship's bell dinged softly in reply. Zoro just grunted, though a small, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. As long as she doesn't get lost. Luffy and Usopp were now deep in experimentation. Make us fly. Luffy yelled. The Mary did nothing. Do a barrel roll. Usopp shouted. The Mary groaned as if to say, are you insane? Mary. Where's the meat? Luffy demanded. A single, enchanted rope snaked out and pointed directly at the kitchen's locked pantry. Luffy and Usopp's joyous dance resumed. Magical meat finding Mary. Ben just laughed, leaning against the mast as his crew officially met their ship. She'll listen to all of you, he called out. She's bound to the crew. She will protect you, and she'll obey. Try not to ask her to do barrel rolls. I think it hurts her feelings. The excitement of the Mary's awakening carried them for days. The ship felt more alive, more theirs than ever. The crew was a well-oiled, magically assisted, chaotic machine. Then the sky changed. Everyone. On deck. Nami's voice, which had been relaxed for days, was suddenly sharp, high-pitched, and laced with pure, unadulterated navigator's panic. They scrambled out, Luffy still chewing on a piece of chicken. What is it, Nami? Is it a sea king? Is it meat? It's that, she said, her voice a small whisper. They all looked forward. The world had ended. In its place was a colossal, impossible, vertical wall of sheer, dark red rock that stretched from one horizon to the other and seemed to scrape the heavens. The sea itself was churning, being pulled toward the great continent. The sky was dark, a permanent, angry twilight. Reverse mountain. The crew stared in mute, awestruck horror. A wall, Usopp whispered, his knees knocking. We're going to sail into a wall. We're all going to die. Luffy, however, was vibrating, his eyes shining. This is it. This is the entrance. Nami was at the railing, her face pale. This isn't possible. Look at the water. They looked. The sea, whipped into a whitewater frenzy, wasn't crashing against the mountain. It was flowing up it in a narrow, defined, roaring canal. Ben. Nami shrieked, grabbing the wizard's coat. You're the magic one. Explain this. Water doesn't flow up. It violates every known law of physics and simple common sense. Ben, who had been leaning on the railing, looking utterly unbothered, gently patted her hand. He looked at the impossible physics, the roaring water, the blood-red rock. Nami, he said, his voice calm and steady, his white hair whipping in the sudden, powerful wind. What's the first rule of the Grand Line? I don't know. I've never been there. The first rule, Ben said, a faint, exhilarating smile on his lips, is that anything can happen there. Throw your physics books overboard. We're sailing on magic and dreams now. And this, he pointed to the roaring canal, is the front door. Zoro grinned, drawing a sword. Finally, a place that makes sense. Nami hit him. Yee-haw-haw. Luffy roared, scrambling onto his favorite seat, the Mary's smiling figurehead. Adventure. Mary, full speed ahead. The wind, as if summoned by his cry, exploded. It wasn't a storm, it was a funnel. A howling, focused gale that grabbed the going Mary and pulled her, accelerating the ship to a terrifying speed, straight at the mountain. It's pulling us in. Nami yelled, fighting the helm, though the ship was now moving too fast for her to control. We're going too fast. Usopp screamed, clinging to the mast. The entrance is too narrow. We're off course. We're going to be smashed to pieces against the cliff. He was right. They were accelerating like a cannonball, the red rock wall rushing toward them. The dark, slot-like canal was dead ahead, but the current was pulling them just slightly too far to the left. At this speed, they wouldn't enter the canal, they would hit the rock face beside it. Zoro and Sanji braced themselves on the port side, ready to try to push a mountain. Nami's face was white. I can't steer her. The current is too strong. Ben walked up, his steps steady on the bucking deck. He placed his hand on Nami's shoulder, then moved past her, placing his own hand on the warm, vibrating wood of the railing. He didn't shout. He didn't use a spell. He just spoke to his crewmate. Mary, he said, his voice calm and clear, cutting through the roaring wind. Move slightly to the right. The ship shuddered. For one heart-stopping, impossible moment, the Going Mary fought the apocalyptic current. With a groan of straining wood and a surge of pure, defiant magic, she slid sideways, as if nudged by the hand of a god. She aligned perfectly with the center of the canal. Whoosh! They hit the upward-flowing river, and the world dissolved into a blur of vertical, high-speed chaos. The Mary was a rocket, shooting up the mountain, the sheer red cliffs a blur of spray on either side. The crew was screaming. Luffy was screaming in pure, unadulterated joy. Usopp was screaming in pure, unadulterated terror. Sanji was screaming compliments at Nami, who was screaming that she wasn't even steering. They shot up into the dark, cloud-wreathed summit. They crested the peak, where the four seas met, and hung in the air for a weightless, stomach-dropping second. And then, they fell. The Mary tipped over the edge, beginning the long, exhilarating descent into the Grand Line. We did it. Nami panted, collapsing against the helm. Awesome. Luffy howled, pounding his fists on the figurehead's head. Wait. Usopp said, his voice cracking. He was pointing, his finger shaking, down the canal they were now sliding into. That? They followed his finger. The descent was steep, but it wasn't empty. Blocking the entire canal, a dark, massive, unmoving shadow loomed. It was huge, dark, and curved. It looked like a mountain. A mountain in the middle of the canal. The crew's celebration died instantly. Another mountain. Nami shrieked, her eyes rolling back in her head. We're going to crash. For real this time. I'll cut it. Zoro roared, drawing all three swords. We're all going to die. I knew it. Usopp wailed. A second mountain. Luffy yelled. Why is it groaning? Ben just stood at the bow, his celebratory mood gone, replaced by a sad quiet. He watched the mountain, his face unreadable. He already knew what it was. He knew. Mary, Ben whispered, so low only the ship could hear. Brace yourself. This is going to hurt. Give some suggestions on what you want to add to this FIC. Chapter 17, Reverse Mountain. 2,679 words. The Going Mary was a rocket. She was a cannonball. She was, in no uncertain terms, a tiny wooden coffin about to be pulverized against a mountain of solid rock. Another mountain. Nami shrieked, her voice cracking in pure, operatic terror. We're going to crash. For real this time. I'll cut it. Zoro roared, drawing all three of his swords, a manic grin of challenge on his face as he prepared to, apparently, dice a continent. It's a wall of death. Usopp wailed, already on his knees, scribbling his last will on a piece of the deck. I am allergic to sudden geographical walls disease. It's fatal. A second mountain. Luffy yelled from the figurehead, his eyes wide, not with fear but with confusion. Why is it groaning? The mountain loomed, filling their vision. It was dark, curved, and rushed toward them with the finality of a guillotine. Nami, Sanji, and Usopp were screaming. Zoro was tensed for his onigiri. Luffy was just. Only Ben stood still at the bow, his white hair unruffled by the wind. His expression was one of sad quiet. He knew this wasn't rock. It was flesh. This is it, he thought, a knot tightening in his chest. The Mary was seconds from impact. The crew braced, their eyes squeezed shut. Mary, Ben whispered, so low only the ship could hear, brace yourself. Then, louder, he raised the elder wand, its tip glowing with a soft light. He didn't just cast a spell, he threw up a magical handbrake the size of an island. Arresto momentum. A vast, invisible shield of pure magical friction erupted from the wand. It didn't stop the ship, that would have snapped the mast in two. It caught her, like a baseball in a giant, padded glove. The Mary shuddered violently, the sound of straining wood and the screech of decelerating physics ripping through the air. The crew was thrown forward. Luffy, being rubber, just bounced. Zoro and Sanji, tensed for a fight, managed to stay upright. Nami and Usopp, however, tumbled across the deck like dice in a cup. And then the Going Mary floated, completely unharmed, bobbing gently on the water. She was approximately 4 inches from the mountain. The crew, panting, slowly picked themselves up. We're alive. Nami whispered, her face pale. I did it. Usopp declared, jumping to his feet. My scared of death pose must have intimidated the mountain. Zoro sheathed his swords, grumbling. It's just a big rock. Ben, you used your magic again, didn't you? Took all the fun out of it. Ben, you saved us. Nami cried, hugging the wizard's leg. Just a wall, Luffy said, still perched on the figurehead, poking the mountain with his sandal. Kinda soft. Wet? And then, 4 inches from his face, the mountain. A colossal, slow, creaking eyelid, the size of the Mary herself, lifted, revealing an eyeball underneath. An eye that was mournful, ancient, and impossibly large. A wave of collective, existential horror washed over the crew. Usopp's jaw unhinged. The mountain is alive. Zoro's eyes went wide. His bravado vanished, replaced by pure, primal instinct. It's a whale. A whale the size of an island. Run. Paddle. Nami shrieked, grabbing an oar. Everyone paddle. Get us out of here. Ben, do the whoosh thing. I can't. Ben lied, pretending to be exhausted from the spell. I need to recharge. In truth, this was all going exactly to plan. They paddled. They paddled with the furious, desperate energy of a housefly trying to escape a jar. Luffy stretched his arms into the water, his Gomu Gomu no scramble turning the sea to foam, but they were barely moving. The whale just watched them. Then, from the deep, a sound began. A low, mournful, soul-shaking. Murrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr most terrifyingly, created a vortex. The water reversed. It's inhaling. Usopp screamed as the Mary was sucked backward toward the whale's snout. No. Nami cried. With a soft, almost gentle bonk, the Going Mary's figurehead, Luffy's sacred, special seat, tapped against the whale's rubbery skin. The ship stopped, caught in the current. Luffy, who had been paddling, looked up. He saw the figurehead. He saw the new, tiny, spiderweb crack in the paint from the impact. His crewmates were terrified of the whale. Was just pissed. You. Luffy's voice dropped, his straw hat shadowing his eyes. Special seat. Luffy, what are you doing? Nami whispered, her voice trembling. Gomu no. Luffy, don't. Ben shouted, trying, and failing, to hide his smile. Pistol. Luffy's arm shot out. It rocketed across the tiny gap. And with a sound like a watermelon being slapped with a boat oar, Luffy's fist connected directly with the whale's giant, mournful eyeball. The silence that followed was louder than any roar. They all stared, their faces frozen in a mask of pure, unadulterated "you did what?" horror. Punched. The whale. Nami whispered, her soul visibly leaving her body. Usopp added, already fainting. Luffy, you goddamned, brain-dead, suicidal, rubber moron. Zoro and Sanji roared in perfect, terrified unison, both landing a simultaneous, skull-cracking kick on the back of their captain's head. What? Luffy yelled, rubbing the new lump. He broke the Mary. He started it. The great whale's eye turned. It focused on the tiny, sheep-themed ship that had just assaulted it. We're dead, Sanji said, lighting one last cigarette. Nami-san, it was a pleasure sailing with you. I'm too brave and handsome to die. Usopp shrieked from the deck. And then the whale opened its mouth. It wasn't just an opening, it was a revelation. A cavern of darkness, a tunnel of shadow, the size of a stadium, lined with teeth like obelisks. A new powerful current surged, pulling them in. Ben. Nami screamed, grabbing the wizard's robes. Do the magic. The stop magic. The flying magic. Any magic. Ben was frantically, and falsely, waving his wand. I'm trying. Oh, this is perfect, his inner fanboy was cackling. Right on schedule. Crocus, I hope you've got the tea on. It's a lie. Usopp yelled as the Mary was pulled inexorably into the darkness. The last thing they saw was the light of the Grand Line snapping shut, replaced by a wet, cavernous blackness. Total darkness. The sound of rushing water. The screams of Nami and Usopp. The thud of Luffy trying to punch the walls. Then, with a gentle splash, the Going Mary bobbed and settled. The sound of rushing water stopped. Did we die? Usopp whispered, his voice trembling. If this is heaven, Sanji's lighter flicked, illuminating his face, it smells terrible. Brine and old fish. Look. Nami pointed. There was light. We were eaten, coughed up. Luffy asked, confused. The crew was, for the first time, utterly speechless. The crew blinked in the sudden, astonishing light. They were floating on calm, clear blue water. Above them was a brilliant, vivid blue sky dotted with puffy white clouds. To one side was a small, perfectly manicured beach island, complete with lush green palm trees, bright yellow sand, and a small, brightly painted, charming two-story house. The ship was bobbing gently. The crew stared at the scene, their minds completely failing to process the reality. I think we died, Usopp mumbled, crawling out from under the helm. This must be a pirate heaven, where the women are beautiful and the money grows on trees. We were definitely eaten by a whale, Sanji stated, lighting a cigarette with a trembling hand. Suddenly, the water beside the Mary erupted. A giant, glistening, grotesque squid, easily the size of the ship itself, emerged from the artificial sea, its massive eye fixed on the Mary. A squid. Luffy roared, immediately excited. Can we eat it? Zoro draws his swords, ready to defend the ship against this sudden, biological horror. Before Zoro could strike, a thin, silver streak of metal shot through the air from the house on the beach. The harpoon, fired with astonishing force and accuracy, pierced the giant squid's eye, killing it instantly. The massive creature slid back into the water, sinking with a heavy, gurgling splash. A moment later, a figure emerged from the front door of the house. It was an old man. He has a rather stocky and muscular body, is bald on the top of his head, but has white hair with yellow flower petal-like things, that have purple near the bottom of them, and a white beard that splits in two parts. His lower lip is noticeably larger than his upper. He wears a pink shirt with a yellow and green stripe with purple circles in the yellow, along with bluish-gray shorts with sandals. He looked at the scene, the sinking squid, the small sheep ship, and the bewildered pirates. His face was set in an expression of seriousness. He killed it. Usopp whispered, horrified. The old man is a monster. The old man slowly, deliberately, walked across the sand. He didn't approach the boat. He walked to a spot beneath a palm tree, where a folding beach chair was set up. He laid his harpoon gun down, unfolded the chair, settled into it with a sigh, and opened a newspaper. The silence was punctuated only by the soft rustle of the paper. He didn't say a word. He just read. Sanji's patience evaporated. The absurdity of the situation, eaten by a whale, finding a beach, being threatened by a massive squid, only for a grumpy old man to kill it and start reading the Morning Digest, was too much. Old man! Sanji yelled, marching to the railing. Say something already. The old man slowly lowered the paper, looked over the top of his spectacles at Sanji, and then returned to his reading. Usopp, emboldened by Sanji's outburst but still terrified, found a gap between the cannon and the railing and poked his head out. Why you old? We're pirates. If you wanna fight, let's fight. We have cannons. And GG gunpowder, he yelled, promptly hiding again, shaking uncontrollably. The old man slowly, deliberately, folded the newspaper. His serious, unwavering gaze settled on the spot where Usopp had been, then shifted to the rest of the crew. You try that, the old man said, his voice a low, gravelly monotone, and someone is going to die. Nami and Usopp gasped, clinging to each other. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji, however, straightened up, their expressions becoming hard and serious. This wasn't a joke. Yeah? Sanji challenged, blowing smoke. Who's that going to be, old man? The man looked at them with an expression of unwavering, deadpan menace. Me, of course, he said. Sanji exploded. Excuse me. You old hag. I'll kick your... Zoro clamped a hand down on Sanji's shoulder, stopping him mid-lunge. Ease up there, buddy, the swordsman grunted, his eyes fixed on the man. Listen, old man, Zoro said, his voice measured. We're not looking for a fight. But there are a couple of things we'd like to know. Where exactly are we, and who are you? The old man sighed. It is good manners, he drawled, his serious expression never wavering, to introduce yourself before asking a stranger questions. Fair enough, Zoro conceded, stepping forward. He was about to begin his own introduction, starting with his name. I am Zoro. The old man interrupted him. I am Crocus, the man stated, his expression still utterly severe. The keeper of the Twin Gates, I am 71 years old, Gemini, blood type AB. Zoro froze, his face a perfect picture of slow-boiling fury. Luffy, can I kill him? Zoro bellowed, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Sanji, however, was now grabbing the swordsman's arm, trying to contain the imminent brawl. Zoro, calm down. He's an old man. Ben, meanwhile, covered his face with his hand, shaking silently. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, but they were tears of pure, unadulterated hilarity. This was the moment. He had seen this scene hundreds of times in his past life, and seeing Zoro and Sanji's genuine, sputtering frustration up close was even funnier than he remembered. Crocus is a legend, Ben thought, stifling a laugh. The momentary burst of chaos was abruptly interrupted by the sea. The calm waters of this stomach began to churn violently. The Mary was tossed around like a bath toy. What is it now? Nami shrieked. The turbulence. Ben said, sobering immediately. It means Laboon is hitting the red line again. We need to move. Crocus, however, remained settled in his beach chair. He looked up at the violent, shaking movement. He's at it again, Crocus stated, entirely without emotion. This, he gestured around the painted sky and the small beach, is indeed the whale's stomach. I lined it with a special coating to keep his stomach acid from killing us all, and I keep him fed. He then explained the truth. Laboon was hitting the red line because he was waiting for the return of a pirate crew who had left him 50 years ago, sailing through the Grand Line and promising to come back. Crocus, an old pirate doctor and the whale's lifelong caretaker, was inside to prevent Laboon from killing himself out of despair. "So you paint the sky?" Luffy asked, mesmerized. "Yes," Crocus confirmed, then pointed to a large, wooden hatch set into the curved wall of the stomach dome. "That is the exit. You sailed in through the esophagus, but you leave through the back door." Crocus explained the mechanics of the exit door, and as the turbulence began to calm, the crew quickly positioned the Mary. With a coordinated push, the old man and the pirates opened the heavy wooden hatch. They sailed out, passing back through the shadowy internal structures of the whale. They emerged onto the exterior of the massive whale's body, right at the base of the reverse mountain. Crocus joined them on the deck, walking to the bow. He gestured to the vast, massive, scarred blue surface of Laboon. "He's been smashing his head against the red line for his friends," Crocus said, his serious expression finally laced with a hint of sorrow. As Crocus was finishing his explanation, two tiny figures, looking like brightly colored fleas on the whale's back, were rapidly approaching the massive, scarred dome of Laboon's head. One, a tall man in a bizarre green suit, was armed with a massive iron bat, Mr. The other, a petite woman in a blue dress with white stripes and blue hair, was armed with sharp, flower-like harpoons. The two figures leaped, launching rockets toward Laboon's sensitive head wounds. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Ben muttered, thoroughly annoyed at the constant interruptions to the narrative flow. He raised his elder wand. He didn't need to stop them, he just needed to neutralize them. Sticking charm. A simple, invisible burst of magic shot out. Nine's black shoes suddenly became superglued to Laboon's head. Miss Wednesday's feet were likewise fused to the whale's rough skin. They were stuck fast. Nine struggled. Miss Wednesday, horrified, realized she couldn't move. "What is this? Mr. Nine shrieked, pulling at his foot. "It's ruined." "It appears," Ben said dryly, leaning on the railing, "that they have been afflicted with a simple, non-lethal, but exceptionally annoying adhesive hex." Crocus looked at the two struggling figures, then at Ben, a faint, tiny sliver of amusement finally cracking his serious facade. "A handy trick, Doctor," he allowed. "They are agents of Baroque works," Ben explained. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy all turned, ready to fight the strange, stuck figures. The Grand Line had already delivered its first absurdity, courtesy of a grumpy old doctor, a magical ship, and an enormous, depressed whale. "Right then," Luffy said, punching his fist into his palm. "Let's go, guys. First fight on the Grand Line." Chapter 18, Reverse Mountain. 1983 words. The deck of the Going Merry was a scene of utter confusion. The crew was safe, floating at the base of Reverse Mountain. The grumpy but helpful Dr. Crocus was explaining the tragic story of the whale, Laboon. And stuck to Laboon's head like two very flamboyant, very confused barnacles were Miss Wednesday and Mr. Ben's sticking charm held them fast, their feet superglued to the whale's tough, scarred hide. "Whale!" Mr. Nine roared, wildly swinging his bat at the air. He was trying to look intimidating, but since he was also doing an involuntary split, he just looked like a very angry, very pink starfish. Crocus, who was now leaning against the Mary's railing, looked up at them with his trademark expression of boredom. "Ah, them," he grunted. "They're from Whiskey Peak. They show up every few weeks, full of. They try to harpoon the whale, but they fail. I patch up Laboon, and they leave. If they successfully acquire whale meat, their town can eat for 2 or 3 years." The Straw Hats, to a person, went quiet. But Ben, his mind ever whirring, saw an opportunity. Not for empathy, but for chaos. "Hold on," Ben said, his voice thoughtful. He pushed himself off the mast, his white hair catching the spray from Laboon's blowhole. The crew turned to him, expecting a magical solution. Instead, Ben Operaat. With a soft, near-silent pop, He vanished from the Mary and reappeared directly in front of the two stuck agents on Laboon's head. Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine screamed like frightened birds. Where did he come from? Ben, however, ignored him. He walked straight past the man in the green suit and stopped, inches away from Miss Wednesday. He was silent. He just... Miss Wednesday, who was already in a high-stress situation, began to sweat. Very badly. Ben put his hands on his hips. He circled her, inspecting her from all angles, as if she were a piece of modern art he couldn't quite decipher. He leaned in close. I know you, Ben stated, his voice flat. Miss Wednesday's heart stopped. No, 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 no. Her mind screamed. He must have seen a newspaper. The World Conference. The pictures of the Alabaster royal family. My cover is blown. If he tells them I'm Princess Vivi, my entire mission to expose Crocodile is... It's over. She forced a shaky, high-pitched laugh. I don't think so, sir. I have a very common face. We've definitely never met. No, no. Ben insisted, walking back to face her. He leaned in uncomfortably close, his glowing blue eyes scanning her face. I definitely know you. That hair, those eyes. The way you're sweating profusely and lying to me. The crew on the Mary was watching with rapt attention. What's Ben doing? Luffy asked, picking his nose. Interrogating her. Nami whispered, confused. Sanji was already scowling, his hands deep in his pockets. He'd better not be harassing that mademoiselle, even if she is a whale killer. Vivi was about to faint from the stress. I'm telling you, you're mistaken. Ben suddenly snapped his fingers, a look of pure, enlightened, horrifying realization spreading across his face. The entire crew leaned in, waiting for the big reveal. Was she a famous bounty? A long-lost sister? I remember now. Ben declared, his voice ringing out across the water. Aren't you the one who stole my first time, when I got drunk in a tavern? The world. A seagull, flying overhead, seemed to freeze and fall out of the sky. Laboon let out a low, confused gurgle. Nine stopped struggling, his brain completely short-circuiting. The crew of the Going Merry had, to put it mildly, a varied reaction. Luffy just tilted his head, his expression one of profound, bottomless confusion. First time? First time what? Is that bad? Nami steals from us all the time. Did she take your meat? Usopp's jaw unhinged. His eyes bulged so far out of his head they nearly detached from his skull. A single, high-pitched, teakettle whistle sound escaped his lips before he just stammered, "E-E-E-E-H-H-H-H-H." Zoro, who had been half asleep, just grunted. Pathetic. It was impossible to tell if he was referring to Ben, Miss Wednesday, or the concept of first times in general. Nami's face, in a fraction of a second, went from pale to pink, to a shade of red so deep it rivaled the red line itself. She didn't say a word. She just acted. She spun on her heel, and with a hockey-like, but not hockey, fury, whacked Ben on the back of his head. Be serious, you perverted wizard. This is a crisis. Stop talking about your... that. But the greatest reaction, the purest reaction, was from Sanji. He had been standing at the railing, a look of mild annoyance on his face. When Ben said the line, Sanji froze. The cigarette, held elegantly between his fingers, dropped from his hand, tumbling in slow motion into the sea. His world was shattered. His heart, which he had so readily offered, broke into a million, culinary-themed pieces. Ben, he whispered, his voice a fragile, broken thing. Beautiful, mysterious, blue-haired mademoiselle, they... A single, dramatic tear traced its way down his cheek. Then, his entire body ignited in a column of pure, chivalrous rage. Yoo! Sanji's roar was a thing of legend, his face a mask of demonic fury. Wizard bastard! Vivi, for her part, had just finished processing the accusation. Her face was a similar shade of nuclear red to Nami's, but it was from pure, unadulterated, outraged embarrassment. "I have never," she shrieked, her voice cracking. "I would never. I don't even know you. I have never done that with anyone." Sanji had been by the collar, shaking him so hard the wizard's teeth rattled. "Apologize," Sanji screamed, his eyes now literal fireballs. "Apologize to this pure, innocent lady. Apologize for your lewd, unfounded, and utterly heartbreaking accusations. A lady's honor is not a punchline, you Casanova wannabe." Ben, holding back a hurricane of laughter, raised his hands in surrender. My mistake," he choked out, trying to look sincere. "I am so sorry, Miss Wednesday. You just look exactly like the girl who, well, never mind. 1,000 apologies." Ben winked at her, a single, devastatingly smug wink. Vivi looked like she was about to spontaneously combust. This, Ben thought, wiping a tear of pure joy from his eye, is even more fun than the anime. Being a main character is the best. This entire, deeply dysfunctional soap opera was interrupted by the sound of the world ending. Boom! The entire whale shuddered. Laboon had, once again, slammed his massive, scarred head into the unyielding rock of the red line. The shockwave sent everyone sprawling. Sanji, Ben, Vivi, and Mr. Nine were tossed around like dice. The Mary was nearly capsized. "Laboon!" Crocus roared, his voice filled with a desperate, painful plea. "You'll only hurt yourself. Please, my friend. Stop." But Laboon, lost in his grief and his 50-year-old promise, just moaned, his great body tensing to strike again. Luffy, who had been pushed to the deck of the Mary, stood up. He wasn't laughing. He wasn't confused. His straw hat shadowed his eyes, his fists clenched. He looked at the whale's massive head, covered in scars, fresh blood welling from the new wound. He looked at Crocus, a man trapped in a whale's stomach, trying to save his friend from his own hope. He sprinted across the Mary's deck, leaped onto the railing, and with a force that shocked everyone, jumped onto Laboon's back. "Luffy, get back here. What are you doing?" Nami screamed. Luffy didn't listen. He ran up the massive, sloping, blue-skinned back. He ran until he was on the very top of Laboon's head, standing right over the fresh, bleeding wound. "Hurts, doesn't it?" Luffy said, his voice quiet, directed at the whale. "But you won't stop. Because you're stubborn. So am I." The crew watched in stunned silence. What was he going to do? Talk to it? Luffy bit his thumb. "What's he doing now?" Usopp whispered. "Picking a fight." Sanji breathed. "Third." Ben's eyes went wide. "Ha, looks like he figured it out, I only gave him a hint." Luffy blew into his thumb. Gomu no. He's going to punch the whale." Nami shrieked in despair. "Gia Gant. Pistol." Luffy swung. The punch, the size of a small house, connected directly with Laboon's scarred head. Thwoom. The sound was deafening. Laboon was rocked by the force, his entire body shuddering, his roar of surprise and pain echoing off the red line. And then, the air hissed out. PSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSssssssss. Luffy swung. He shrank and shrank and shrank, until he was a tiny, chibi Luffy, squeaking like a bath toy. "Shish ishi." He squeaked, his voice high-pitched and weak. He then fell over, completely exhausted. Ben noted with a wince, stuck in that form. He wasn't in control of the drawback. Laboon, now furious, turned his massive, angry eye toward the tiny, squeaky figure that had just assaulted him. "He's going to eat you. And you're an appetizer now. Usopp screamed. Laboon roared, a jet of water and air from his blowhole that blasted Chibi-Luffy off his head, sending him flying like a tiny, rubbery cannonball back toward the Mary. Got him, Ben said, sighing, as a gentle arresto momentum caught the tiny captain, who landed in a heap on the deck. Luffy popped back up, still tiny, and shook his fist, which was the size of a grape. Now we're even, he squeaked, his voice cracking. You hit me. I hit you. The match is a draw. Laboon, Crocus, Ben, and the entire crew just stared at this ridiculous, tiny, indomitable child. We're rivals now, Whale. Luffy continued, his squeaky voice full of power. Our fight isn't over yet, we'll have to settle things later. Your friends might be dead, but I'll always be your rival. One day, we'll settle this and see who is stronger. Once we conquer the Grand Line, and when we come back, we're gonna have another fight. So you have to wait. And we'll have our fight and decide who is the strongest. Laboon's eyes welled up with massive tears. But it wasn't a sad tear. The whale let out a long, high, joyful cry that echoed across the sea. Crocus was stunned. A genuine, crinkly, unfamiliar smile broke his severe face. In 50 years, that idiot. He just solved it. He gave him a new promise. Luffy, still tiny, nodded. But you're stubborn. You might forget. He looked at the Mary. Gimme paint. Lots of it. Ben, sighing, achioed several barrels of black paint from the cargo hold. I'm enabling this, aren't I? He muttered. Luffy grabbed a mop, and he landed back on Laboon's head. He got to work. And he painted the worst, most crude, most lopsided, most artistically offensive straw hat Jolly Roger imaginable, right over Laboon's scarred dome. It was terrible. It was perfect. There. Chibi-Luffy squeaked, putting his tiny hands on his hips. That's our mark. It's our promise. Don't you dare scratch my flag, Whale. We'll be back. Laboon cried, happy tears streaming down his face, and let out another triumphant roar. On the deck, Nami was dabbing her eyes. Sanji was lighting a cigarette, his face soft. Zoro was smirking. Ben just leaned on the rail, laughing to himself. He looked at Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine, still stuck and now completely bewildered. Well, Ben said, that's one problem solved. What to do with our other two barnacles? Chapter 19, Reverse Mountain. 2,241 words. The crew assembled in Crocus's lighthouse. The mood was a strange cocktail of adrenaline, confusion, and pure, unadulterated relief. Luffy, having shrunk to his tiny, squeaky-voiced chibi form from the gear third drawback, was happily sipping juice from a tall glass, his tiny feet dangling off a normal-sized chair. Well, Crocus grunted, cleaning his harpoon gun. That was the most ridiculous and surprisingly effective display of whale therapy I've seen in 50 years. The two agents from Baroque Works, Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday, were tied to the ship's mast. So what do we do with them? Nami asked, pointing a thumb over her shoulder. Sanji, lighting a cigarette, said, the lady should be forgiven, as for the other guy, I don't care. Now, Sanji, Ben said, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Miss Wednesday, aka Princess Vivi, was still a shade of furious crimson, her eyes darting between Ben and Sanji, clearly trying to decide which one she wanted to murder first. Just let us go, you freakshow pirates, she snapped, trying to regain her tough agent persona. Okay. Luffy squeaked, his voice still comically high. Luffy, wait. Nami yelled. We can't just let them go. They're assassins. Whale butchers. Something. Nami, please, Ben said, stepping forward. He walked directly up to Mr. Nine, his expression one of polite concern. You two have had a terrible day. Your clothes are ruined, and you're clearly not very good at your jobs. It's just sad. He placed a sympathetic hand on Mr. Nine's shoulder. Oops, you've got a bit of blubber there. As Ben dusted Mr. Nine's shoulder, his fingers, hidden from view, performed a filch. A small, wrist-mounted compass vanished from the agent's pocket and appeared in Ben's. You're free to go, Ben said, stepping back with a magnanimous smile. But please, don't come back. Laboon is a friend of this crew. And we're very protective of our nakama. He gave Miss Wednesday a long, theatrical, and utterly infuriating wink. Don't be a stranger, darling. Gaia. Sanji burst into flames, his hard eyes replaced with daggers of pure jealousy. He called her darling. He's making moves on the enemy, mademoiselle. Vivi, sputtering with rage at the wink, just grabbed Mr. Nine by his stupid metal bat. Let's go. I can't breathe the same air as these perverts. They stormed out, commandeering a small boat angrily. Humph, Zoro grunted from his corner. They were weak. Well, Luffy squeaked, his voice finally starting to deepen as he reinflated to his normal size. That was fun. I'm big again. He stretched his limbs. That was an awesome adventure. We got a new nakama. He pointed at the Laboon. Welcome to the crew. A muffled, happy, R-O-O-O-O-O-A-A-R rumbled from Laboon, shaking the teacups in Crocus's cabinet. See. Luffy cheered. He's happy. We need a party. A banquet. A welcome to the crew banquet. Sanji, his love rage momentarily forgotten, snapped to attention. Hi. I'll help. Luffy roared, and the two of them sprinted off toward the Mary to raid the galley. No. Ben stops him from going after Sanji. You stay right here, we don't want the food finished before it even gets to our plate. Hearing that, Luffy slumped his shoulders. I'll get the party starting, gunpowder. Usopp declared, running after them. When Luffy heard Usopp, he went with him to see what he would be doing. Find a place to nap, Zoro muttered and vanished. Nami, however, went to the Mary's navigation room. The encounter with Reverse Mountain had rattled her. She needed to check her charts, her compasses, everything. She sat at her new, magically enchanted drafting table, took a deep breath, and looked at her trusted compass. And her world ended. The scream was so high-pitched, so full of pure, unadulterated terror, that it stopped everyone. Sanji dropped a 100-kilo side of beef. Luffy, who was trying to eat the said beef, fell over. Zoro, who had been asleep, woke up, hands on his sword hilt. What is it, Nami? Usopp yelled as the crew scrambled back to the Mary. They burst into the navigation room. Nami was on her knees, white as a sheet, holding her precious compass as if it were a dead pet. Broken, she wailed, tears streaming down her face. Look. She held it up. The needle wasn't just pointing wrong. It was spinning. It was spinning wildly, erratically, like a drunkard in a tornado. Crocus said, having calmly walked in behind them. That's not broken, young lady. Useless. Nami sniffled. What? A compass. In the Grand Line. They don't work. The islands in the Grand Line, they all have their own magnetic fields. A normal compass just spins in circles. It's a death sentence. The crew was pale. So how? Usopp stammered. What you need, Crocus said, is a log pose. A log pose? Nami repeated. It's a special compass that locks onto the magnetic signature of the next island in the chain, Crocus explained. You sail there, you wait for the log to set to the next island, and then you sail on. It's the only way. The crew was in despair. Where do we get one of those? Nami cried, her hope crumbling. Ben, who had been quietly observing from the doorway, cleared his throat. A log pose, you say, he mused, as if hearing the term for the first time. A special compass that locks onto magnetic. You mean this? From his coat pocket, he pulled the small, glass-domed, wrist-mounted device he had. Liberated from Mr. The entire crew went dead silent. They stared at the log pose. They stared at Ben. Where? Nami began, her voice a dangerous whisper. That, Ben. Ben, for his part, looked utterly baffled by the question. I found it. Just now, actually. Sitting on a barrel. Yes, a very sad, lonely barrel. It looked like it had been abandoned. I thought, what a pretty, lonely little thing, so I picked it up. Seemed like the right thing to do. Is it important? Nami's face was a beautiful, terrifying storm of suspicion, relief, and pure, unadulterated, maniacal greed. She didn't run. She teleported. 1 second she was by the door, the next she had snatched the log pose from Ben's hand, and was now clutching it to her chest, hissing like a possessive cat. Mine. Humph, Crocus grunted, a tiny, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. Convenient. He then, patiently, began to explain to Nami how the device worked. Nami was in her own personal heaven, cooing over the device. They were just about to start the banquet preparations again when a frantic, desperate pounding echoed from the Mary's hull. Oh, come on. Sanji yelled, frustrated. Can't a crew just prepare a meal in peace? Luffy, ever helpful, ran to the railing and looked over. It's the tacky suit guys again. They're swimming. Shishishi. Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday were in the water, clinging to a piece of driftwood, soaking wet, and looking utterly defeated. Please. Mr. Nine sputtered. You've got to help us. Our ship, it drifted away. And he was a terrible liar. We think we lost our log pose. It must have fallen out of my pocket. Vivi just looked miserable and was sending a look of pure, unadulterated murder in Ben's direction. Ben just gave her an innocent, me shrug. Okay. Luffy said, already grabbing a rope. Before he could throw it, Nami's fist connected with the top of his skull. You absolute, unthinking, rubber-brained idiot, she roared, standing over his lump. Pirate ship. Not a free, non-profit, charitable service. Do you have any idea how much it costs to run this operation? The repairs. The magical enchantments. Do you think Ben's magic fuel grows on trees? Ben, quietly, well, technically they are. Not the point, Ben. Nami shrieked. She turned her glare, now at its full, berry-loving intensity, down at the two drowning agents. You want a ride? You will work. You will swab the decks. You will clean the galley. You will polish Zoro's weights. Welcome aboard in turns, Ben smiled, offering them a rope. Night fell on the Grand Line. They had built a massive bonfire outside Crocus's lighthouse. The Mary was docked nearby, and Laboon's massive, newly painted head bobbed gently in the water, his eye reflecting the firelight. The party was in full swing. Sanji had, as promised, produced a mountain of food. Luffy, naturally, was attempting to eat 90% of it, engaging in high-speed, rubber-fisted battles with Usopp and Zoro over the last piece of Sea King steak. Crocus sat on a log, sharing a massive barrel of sake with Zoro, the two of them engaged in a silent, stoic drinking contest. Nine and Vivi, true to Nami's word, were being run ragged. More meat. Luffy would yell, and they'd have to sprint to the grill. More wine, Nami Swan. Sanji would coo, and they'd have to deliver it. They were miserable. The crew was delighted. This is the best. Luffy yelled, his mouth full. It's not a real party. We need music. Your magic. Do some magic music. A party song. Ben, who had been quietly enjoying a plate of Sanji's fruits de mer, stood up, brushing himself off. An excellent idea, Captain. He walked to the center of the beach. He didn't pull out an instrument. He just raised his wand. Sonorous, he whispered, tapping his throat. Then, he gestured to the air around him. Orchestra Phantasma. A low, wheezing note, like an old accordion, filled the air. A jaunty fiddle joined it, followed by a deep, rumbling boom ch of a bass drum. The sound was rich, ancient, and full of salt. Ben smiled, his voice now booming and cheerful, cutting through the crackle of the fire. And he began to sing. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Hey, I know this song. Shank's crew used to sing this song a lot. Luffy said excitedly. Then he started singing along to the tune. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks's brew. Sea wind blows to where? Who knows? The waves will be our guide. O'er across the ocean's blue, rays of sunshine light the view, birds sing high, draw arcs in sky, a farewell to us all. Farewell to the harbor town, we'll never see it more, sing a song, it won't be long, before we're on the shore. Luffy and Usopp grabbed each other's shoulders and began a high kick dance, singing along at the top of their lungs. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks's brew. We take our voyage to the sky. The waves will be our guide. Somewhere in the endless sky, stormy winds are blowing by, waves are dancing, evening comes, it's time to sound the drums. Outside, Laboon, hearing the music vibrating through the water, let out a long, joyful, low-frequency roar. The entire island shook in time with the beat. The whale was dancing, sending up massive, happy splashes. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks's brew. After all is said and done, the sun will rise again. Golden, silver, shining bright, the sun and moon and stars. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks's brew. Sing a song, it won't be long before we're on the shore. Yeah, we're sailing on and on, our voyage never ends. Singing loud as we sail on, our voyage never ends. Sanji was in a smooth, spinning dance, delivering a drink to Nami. Zoro had woken up from the music, and was now in a heated, joyous drinking song bellowing contest with Crocus. Ben, with a theatrical flick of his wand, sent a Lumo's solemn charm flying high. It wasn't just a light, it was a miniature, golden sun that hung over the party, casting a warm, celebratory glow. The party raged for hours, a chaotic, beautiful, magical celebration of a new friend, a new sea, and a new, impossible promise. The next morning, the sky was bright. The Mary was docked by the main exit, ready to go. The crew plus their two very hungover, very grumpy interns stood on the deck. Luffy, his hat on his head, stood at the railing, looking at the giant, painted eye of the whale he had just partied with. All right, Laboon, he roared, his voice echoing. We're going. Don't bump your head. Remember our promise. I'll be back for our rematch. A final, magnificent, heart-shaking roar was his reply. Crocus stood on his beach, arms crossed, his serious expression firmly back in place. Your log pose is set for the first island, he called out. Be careful, pirate brats. The Grand Line is not a kind sea. It will test you. It will try to kill you. And you. Shishishi. Thanks, Flower Oldman. See ya. Nami. Luffy yelled. Let's go. Aye, Captain. Nami yelled back, her eyes fixed on the new, precious log pose on her wrist. Mary, Ben whispered, patting the railing. Take us out. With a happy creak, the Going Merry started sailing to their next destination. Chapter 20, Tempest Tact. 2,584 words. The Going Merry sailed on, a cheerful, magical ship gliding over the deep blue of the Grand Line. On her deck, the sun was warm, the breeze was steady, and the atmosphere was one of palpable, pants-wetting terror. At least, it was for Miss Wednesday and Mr. They were huddled near the starboard railing, ostensibly swabbing the deck, but in reality, they were just pushing dirty water around with terrified, jerky motions. Their first 24 hours on this ship had shattered every preconception they had about East Blue rookies. They thought they had run into a small-time, amateur pirate crew. A rubber-brained captain, a loud-mouthed sniper, a thuggish-looking swordsman. They had planned to use them, rob them, at Whiskey Peak. Then, they had been invited inside. "It's not possible, Mr. Nine whispered, his voice trembling as he dunked his mop. "The outside, it's a caravel. A tiny, sheep-headed toy. But the inside, it's a floating fortress. The ceilings are 100 feet high. The hallways, they go on for miles." Miss Wednesday, Princess Vivi of Alabasta, in the worst undercover assignment of her life, was gritting her teeth, her hands white-knuckling her own mop. "Magic, you idiot. He told us." She spat, her eyes darting to the captain's quarters, where the wizard had sequestered himself. The magician. The monster. Their internship had come with a tour. And they had, accidentally, peeked into the training rooms. The crew had insisted, telling them, "Don't go in the training rooms. They're dangerous. You might die," which was, of course, a blatant invitation. What they saw had permanently scarred their psyches. In the first room, they saw the ship's cook, Sanji. He wasn't just cooking. He was fighting 3 10-foot-tall, solid steel golems at once, his legs a blur. But he wasn't just kicking them. He was running on the air, his feet dancing on nothing, his leg bursting into flames as he kicked a golem's head clean off its shoulders. An insult to Mademoiselle Nami's beauty, he had roared, before unleashing a tempest of kicks that melted the steel. They had backed away, trembling, only to peek into the next room. The swordsman, Zoro. He was sitting cross-legged under a waterfall. Except there was no waterfall. He was just sitting there, under a crushing, invisible weight that made the very floorboards groan. He was muttering, "Harder, must cut steel, must be harder." A golem had approached, its fist raised, and Zoro hadn't even looked. He'd simply drawn one sword, and with a single, lazy-looking flick, had sliced the golem's solid steel arm clean off at the shoulder. They had fled from that room, only to see the main training hall. The captain, Luffy. He wasn't the grinning, meat-obsessed idiot from the deck. He was moving so fast, they couldn't even follow him with their eyes. He'd appear on one side of the massive room, his fist smashing a 2-ton punching bag through the wall, and then vanish in a sonic boom, reappearing on the other side. "Soru," he'd yelled, his voice sounding like it was coming from everywhere at once. "This is cool." Vivi and Mr. Nine had come to a simple, terrifying conclusion: this wasn't a pirate crew. This was a squad of monsters from the depths of hell. And the scariest of all was the wizard. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were forces of nature. You could, perhaps, understand them. They were strong. But Ben was unfathomable. He could appear and disappear at will. He could shoot lightning from his wand. He could make their feet stick to a whale. He could turn their weapons into rubber ducks, a brief, humiliating experiment Mr. Nine had suffered. He could do anything. He was a god, walking among them. And right now, this terrifying god was being the most infuriatingly petty, annoying, and demanding bastard Vivi had ever met. He had been using her, personally, as his private servant all morning. "Oh, Miss Wednesday," his voice would chime from the deck chair where he was sunbathing. "Yes. Ben-sama," she'd grit out, her smile a painful rictus. "This sea breeze. It's slightly too. Be a dear and stand right there," he'd point to a spot directly in front of him, "and block it for me." "Yes, that's it. A perfect, blue-haired windbreak. Lovely." An hour later. Miss Wednesday. Yes? I've dropped my teacup. It's in your hand, Ben-sama. So I have. How clumsy of me. Oh look, I've dropped it for real. Do be a darling and give to me. She hated him. She hated his stupid, perfect, white hair. She hated his glowing, all-knowing, winking blue eyes. She hated that he knew she was a princess, she was sure of it, and was still treating her like a glorified cabin girl. The only reason she hadn't stabbed him with her peacock slashers was because she was 99% certain he would just turn them into actual, living, very confused peacocks. While Vivi was mentally plotting Ben's demise, now Ben himself was finally, blissfully, alone. He was in his magically expanded private workshop. The room was a chaotic masterpiece, dragon scales were pinned to one wall, vials of aqua vitae bubbled on a burner, and complex, glowing runes were etched into the floor. He held up his finished creation, admiring it in the light. It was a pole about 5 feet long, made of a deep, lacquer-red, unidentifiable wood. Both ends were capped in gleaming, polished gold, intricately carved with swirling, stylized animals, a dragon for the wind, a phoenix for the heat, a leviathan for the water. Separating the sections were 3 thin, golden rings. It was beautiful. It was elegant. And it was, Ben knew, lethal. He had poured some of his best Dumbledore-level artifice into this. It wasn't just a stick. It was a conduit, a focus, a weapon fit for the future queen of the Grand Line's weather. He smiled. Mary, my dear, he said to the air. Would you be so kind as to ask Nami to join me in training room 3? Tell her. I have a present. A moment later, the ship's bell dinged softly in affirmation. Nami arrived a few minutes later, looking curious and slightly suspicious. A present? Ben, if this is another prank like giving Sanji a cookbook that insults his cooking. I assure you, this is far more practical, Ben said, his smile genuine. He led her into the massive, empty training room. You're the cruise navigator. You understand the sea, the wind, the sky. But on the Grand Line, the weather isn't just a force, it's a weapon. And I believe you should be the one to wield it. He presented the pole. Nami took it, her eyes widening. This is beautiful. It looks expensive. Is it gold? Can I sell it? Ben laughed, a rich, full-bellied sound. No, Nami, you cannot sell it. Because, in a moment, it's going to be a part of you. He produced a small, silver pin. The staff first needs to attune to its wielder. It needs to know you. A single drop of your blood. Nami hesitated, but her trust in him, and her greed for a powerful, expensive-looking item, won out. Okay. She winced as she pricked her thumb, then pressed the single, ruby-red drop onto the central golden ring. The effect was instantaneous. The gold flashed, a bright, warm light. The animal carvings seemed to move, their tiny eyes glowing. The pole vibrated in her hands and then, all at once, it became. It was still there, solid and real, but all its weight vanished, as if it were a part of her arm. Whoa! Nami breathed, her eyes wide. I can feel it. Warm. It's bonded to you, and you alone, Ben explained, his voice taking on a professorial tone. It will now obey your every command. It is weightless for you, but should an enemy try to lift it, they will find it weighs as much as an anchor. He ticked off the features on his fingers. First, its physical properties. It's magically indestructible. It will also respond to your will. Commanding it. Ah. Nami said, feeling silly. Grow? Try to be more specific. Command it. Okay. Nami focused. Tempestact, she declared, a name suddenly popping into her head. Extend. Whoosh. The red pole shot upward, extending with impossible speed, not stopping until the golden tip hit the 100-foot-high ceiling with a solid thud. Oh my god, Nami whispered, her eyes sparkling. And Tempest act. Shrink. It retracted just as fast, shrinking down, and down, and down, until Nami was holding a tiny, red angold stick the size of a sewing needle. It's adorable. Try the width, Ben smiled. She made it normal-sized, then willed it to thicken. It expanded, becoming as thick as a ship's mast, heavy and imposing, before she shrank it back down. That's amazing, Ben. I can hit people with it. Really far away. A fine use, Ben chuckled. But that is merely its physical nature. It is a tempest tact after all. It commands the weather. Or, more accurately, it creates it. Hold it up. Ask it for a heat ball. Heat ball? Nami asked, but she did as she was told. A small, red bubble, like a soap bubble but shimmering with internal heat, popped out of the golden tip. Now a cold ball. A blue bubble popped out. And now a thunder ball. A yellow, crackling bubble of static electricity emerged, zipping around her head. This is a party trick stick? Nami asked, her face falling. Ben, I love it, but bubbles. Oh, Nami, Ben smiled, and it was a dangerous smile. You, a navigator, should know better. What happens when you mix sudden, intense cold with sudden, intense heat? Nami's eyes went wide. The navigator's brain, the scientist's brain, kicked in. You get an unstable atmosphere. A localized low-pressure system. You get the storm. Show me, Ben said, gesturing to a 10-foot, solid steel, tech-eye practicing golem that was standing dormant at the far end of the room. Nami's grin was pure, predatory mischief. She looked nothing like a victim and everything like a queen. Okay, Tempest tact, let's see what you've got. She pointed the staff. Give me a heat ball. A red bubble floated out. Give me a cold ball. A blue bubble floated out. She sent them hovering over the golem's head. This is basic meteorology, you stupid hunk of junk, she cackled. Hot air rises, cold air sinks, you mix them, you get a thundercloud. And just as she said it, the two bubbles collided, creating a small, dark, crackling storm cloud that hung in the air directly above the golem, pulsing with energy. But a cloud is just a cloud, Nami said, until it has a charge. She aimed her staff one more time. Thunderball. The yellow bubble of static shot from the staff, flying like a tracer bullet, and slammed into the cloud. Thunder tempo, she roared. The result was not a tempo. It was a crescendo. A massive, devastating, blinding white bolt of pure lightning crocothumed from the cloud, striking the golem. The sound was deafening. The light was blinding. When it cleared, the golem was. In its place was a pile of molten, smoking slag and two melted, twitching metal feet. Nami stood, her hair blown back, her face a mask of pure, ecstatic, terrified awe. Ben, she whispered, her voice shaking. Yes, Nami. I think I broke your golem. You vaporized it, Nami. There's a difference. This is the greatest thing anyone has ever given me, she shrieked, jumping on him in a hug. I'm a goddess of thunder. I can smite people. One last thing, Ben said, prying her off. The animal carvings, the dragon. It's for the wind. The final ability. Miss Tempo. Nami, still buzzing from the raw power, pointed the staff at the floor. Miss Tempo. A thick, swirling, silver fog erupted from the pole, blanketing the floor. In seconds, Nami was completely obscured, her maniacal laughter echoing from within the fog. Invisible. This is perfect. Tactical retreats. Definitely not for other things. At night, in people's cabins, she is talking about stealing from others. I'm so proud of you, Ben said, deadpan. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go, not be in the room with the newly minted goddess of thunder. Destroy the ship. Nami just giggled, a sound that was suddenly 10 times more terrifying than Zoro's deadliest glare. Hiding in a dark, magically overlooked ventilation shaft above the training room, two figures were trembling so hard they were in danger of shaking the grate loose. Vivi and Mr. They had been following Ben, hoping to find some weakness, some piece of blackmail. They had been drawn by Nami's arrival. They had seen everything. Nine's face was a pale, sickly, greenish-white. 9-inch bravado was gone, replaced by the primal fear of a small mouse watching a hawk convention. "Did you see that?" he whispered, his teeth chattering. Vivi couldn't speak. She just nodded, her entire body shaking. They had thought the navigators. The woman was the weak link. The normal one. The one they could maybe, take hostage if things went bad. She was the one who screamed, the one who was obsessed with money. She was like them. They had just watched her, with a stick, summon an indoor lightning bolt and vaporize a 10-foot solid steel robot. And then she had that high-pitched, terrifying cackle. They had been wrong. They had been so wrong. This wasn't a pirate crew. This was a collection of gods and monsters. The captain was a speed demon. The swordsman was a steel-cutting demon. The cook was a flying, fire-legged demon. The wizard was, apparently, Satan himself. And the navigator was Zeus in a skirt. "We're going to die here, aren't we?" Mr. Nine whimpered, tears welling in his eyes. "They're not going to let us live. She's going to turn me into a puddle." Vivi's mind was racing. Her entire mission. Alabasta. Crocodile, all of it seemed so small compared to the sheer, terrifying power in this one, tiny, sheep-headed ship. They heard footsteps. Ben was leaving the training room. "He's coming." Vivi hissed. They didn't wait. They didn't breathe. They scrambled backward in the vent, falling over each other in a desperate, silent movie comedy routine of pure terror. They fell out of the vent on the other side of the hall and ran, flat out, back to the deck, where they immediately grabbed their mops and began to swab with the desperate, all-consuming passion of people who were trying very hard to look like harmless, non-vaporizable interns. Ben walked out of the training room hallway, a small, satisfied smile on his face. He looked up at the now empty ventilation grate. He tapped the wall of the ship gently. "Mary, my dear," he murmured, his voice too low for anyone but the ship to hear. "Did they get a good show?" The ship's main bell, located a deck above, gave a single, soft, affirmative ding. Ben's smile widened. "Let them be scared. A/N, give me ideas for USAP weapon." Chapter 21, Whiskey Peak. 2,510 words. The Going Mary, her soul now awake and her wood humming with magical energy, was a bastion of cheer in an ocean of pure insanity. One day the sea was a boiling, tropical paradise. Next it was the Arctic. A freak snowstorm, appearing from a clear blue sky, had enveloped the ship in a thick, silent blanket of white. Luffy, naturally, was in heaven. "Ta-da!" he roared, stepping back from his creation on the main deck. The crew, minus a very annoyed Nami, gathered around. Luffy had built a snowman. It was a lumpy, sideways, frankly disturbing pile of snow. It looked less like a man and more like a barrel that had melted. It had two mismatched pebbles for eyes, a carrot for a nose, which Luffy had stolen from Sanji's pantry, earning him a kick, and two spindly, pathetic sticks for arms. "I call him Snow Barrel," Luffy declared, his chest puffed with pride. "He's the man who fell from the sky. He's our new nakama." Shishishi. Usopp, who had been working furiously on his own side of the deck, let out a smug, dismissive pht. "That's not a snowman, Luffy. That," he said, gesturing dramatically, "is a disgrace to the art of snow sculpting. Behold." Usopp whipped a tarp off his own creation. The crew gasped. Beautiful. It was a perfect, life-sized, heartbreakingly detailed sculpture of a young woman, sitting demurely on a snow rock. The likeness to Kaya was unmistakable, from her gentle smile to the flow of her hair. "I call this," Usopp said, his voice thick with artistic pride, "the Snow Princess. A tribute to a friend, who is waiting for a brave warrior of the sea to return." Luffy stared at Usopp's statue. He stared at Mr. Snow Barrel. He looked back at the Snow Princess. His expression went from pride, to confusion, to a look of offended shock. "What?" Luffy yelled, pointing an accusatory finger. "How is yours so much better than mine? That's not fair." "Snow Barrel. Punch." Luffy grabbed his snowman's spindly stick arm, and with a battle cry, slammed it forward. The stick flew from the snowman's lumpy body, spiraled through the air, and it hit the Snow Princess, neatly, perfectly, and catastrophically, knocking her entire head clean off. Usopp's face froze. The head of his beloved Kaya statue rolled, hit a railing, and shattered on the deck. Usopp's voice was a low, dangerous tremble. "Murderer. It was an accident." Luffy protested, already starting to laugh. He has a really strong punch." "Oh, an accident, is it?" Usopp roared, his eyes bugging out. "Then how about this accident?" "Kick." Usopp delivered a flying kick to Mr. Snow Barrel, obliterating the lumpy creation in a massive explosion of white powder. "My nakama!" Luffy screamed, his face a mask of pure, childish rage. "You destroyed my princess. You destroyed my barrelman." What followed was a chaotic, high-speed brawl that devolved into the two of them just grabbing handfuls of snow and smashing them into each other's faces. Nami, who had been trying to get a stable reading from the log pose at the helm, finally let out a primal scream of pure frustration. "Would you two idiots shut up?" she roared, her voice laced with rage. "I am trying to navigate us through a blizzard in the middle of the ocean, our lives are on the line, and you two are fighting over water fluff. I'm done." She sighed, a great, weary sound, and stomped back into her navigation room, slamming the door. Ben, who was sitting on the railing, calmly sipping a magically heated cup of tea, just chuckled. He patted the railing. "Don't mind them, Mary. They're just. Now, let's keep this heading. This snowstorm should be in about 5 minutes. And as if the Grand Line were listening to him, the snow stopped. Instantly. The sun came out, the temperature rose 20 degrees, and the snow on the deck melted into puddles in less than a minute. Luffy and Usopp, who were mid-punch, just found themselves covered in slush, their fight forgotten. "Ha," Luffy said. "It's hot now. I'm hungry." Thanks to Ben's enchantments and the Mary's new consciousness, the ship was a marvel of efficiency. While other rookie crews would be tossed about, lost in the chaotic weather, the Mary held her course. Nami would plot the heading from the log pose, and the ship herself, guided by Ben's magic, would stick to it, subtly adjusting her own sails and rudder to compensate for the Grand Line's insane currents. 2 days after the Great Snowball War of 1522, they saw it. "Ho!" Usopp called from the crow's nest, his voice filled with confusion. Fog? He was right. A thick, eerie, pale green mist shrouded the island, which the log pose insisted was right in front of them. It was silent, dead, and utterly uninviting. But as the Mary drew closer, 2 figures on the deck suddenly burst into action. "This is it. We're home." Mr. Nine cheered, his voice trembling with relief. "Finally." Vivi, Miss Wednesday, spat, glaring at Ben. "Off this circus ship." Before the crew could even react, Mr. Nine and Vivi grabbed a spare rope, tied it to the railing, and with a final, "Thanks for nothing, you freaks," they leaped off the ship, swinging wildly into the mist and vanishing. Luffy, who was picking his nose, just blinked. They forgot their mops. "More food for us," Sanji declared, lighting a cigarette. "Good riddance to the tacky suit guy," Zoro grunted, not opening his eyes. "Mary, let's go," Ben said, and the ship sailed calmly into the oppressive, green fog. The mist was so thick, they couldn't see the figurehead from the helm. The only sound was the drip of condensation. This is creepy, Nami whispered, her hands tight on the wheel. I can't see a thing. This is where the great Captain Usopp's legend ends, Usopp whimpered. Eaten by mist zombies. Don't be an idiot, Zoro said. Mist can't wait, what's that sound? A new sound. Faint at first. Is that people? Sanji asked, confused. As if on cue, the Mary burst through the fog bank into a bright, sunlit river canyon. And the entire population of the island was there. They were lined up on the riverbanks, on the bridges, on the roofs of the cactus-shaped buildings. They were cheering, waving banners, throwing confetti, and screaming at the top of their lungs. Welcome, heroes. Free booze for the pirates. You're the best. The Straw Hats were stunned. They had been expecting, well, anything but this. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Look, guys. They love us. Shishishi. Usopp, his fear instantly gone, struck a heroic pose on the railing. Of course they love us. News of the great Captain Usopp's exploits must have preceded him. Nami was just bewildered. A welcoming party. For pirates. The Mary docked and the crew was immediately swarmed by a joyous, laughing mob. Before Nami could even get her bearings, a tall, old-looking man with the most ridiculous curly hair she had ever seen, hair that looked like two giant, purple on the side of his head, pushed his way through, bowing deeply. Welcome, welcome, brave pirates, he said, his voice jovial. I am Igarappoi. Or Igarappy if you prefer. I am the mayor of this humble town, Whiskey Peak. Luffy, his face a mask of pure, unfiltered, childish curiosity, stepped right up to him. He leaned in, his nose inches from the man's hair. I'm Luffy. It's nice to meet you, Pops, Luffy said, his voice dead serious. He then pointed. You went way overboard with the curling of your hair. The entire town. Igarappy's smile twitched. He let out a strained, high-pitched laugh. Such honesty. What a refreshing, uncouth, charming young captain. He quickly recovered, spreading his arms wide. Our town is famous across the Grand Line. Famous for its hospitality, its music, and its wine. Oh, the wine. We have heard of your great adventures. We beg of you, allow us to throw a party. A grand banquet, in your honor, so that we may hear the magnificent tales of your voyage. The offer hung in the air. This was a trap, a lure, a poisoned apple. And the Straw Hats took the bait. Luffy's eyes lit up. Party? He heard, meet. Usopp's chest puffed out. Tales of adventure. He heard, a captive audience for my lies. Sanji's one visible eye turned into a giant, pulsating heart as he scanned the crowd of very friendly-looking women. Whyine? He heard, mademoiselles. We'll be glad Tio, the three of them roared in perfect, idiotic unison. They didn't wait for an answer. Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji took off like a shot, sprinting into the town, following the cheering citizens. Ben, who had been watching the entire exchange with a small, knowing smile, just chuckled. He turned to Nami and Zoro. Well, you heard the captain. It would be rude to refuse. He then took off at a jaunty pace, following them. Wait for me, guys. Save me some of that famous wine. Nami and Zoro were left alone on the Mary's deck, surrounded by helpful townspeople trying to unload their cargo. Idiots, Nami said, her voice flat. Every last one of them. Utter, complete, hopeless. Idiots. The town square of Whiskey Peak was transformed. Lanterns were strung between the cactus buildings, massive tables were groaning under the weight of food, and barrels of booze were being rolled out, free for the taking. Nami, despite her reservations, was dragged into the chaos. Igarappy, she said, trying to be responsible. This is all. But my log pose. How many days does it take to set for the next island? Igarapi, who was now wearing a ridiculous party hat on top of his ridiculous hair, just laughed and waved a hand, dismissing her. Boring questions. The log pose. Who cares? It could take a day. Who knows? The night is young, my dear. Forget the boring stuff. Let's party. He shoved a massive mug of ale into her hands. Nami looked at the ale. She looked at the cheering crowd. She looked at her crew, who were already making fools of themselves. Ah, what the hell, she muttered and took a deep, long drink. The party was, in a word, epic. It was also, Ben knew, 100% a trap. Every citizen was a bounty hunter from Baroque works. The booze was drugged. The food was drugged. The atmosphere was drugged. But Ben also knew, his crew had the constitution of gods. Usopp was the star of the show. He was on a small stage, a spotlight on him, telling a massive, enraptured crowd the true story of how they defeated Arlong. And there I was. Usopp yelled, gesturing wildly. Surrounded by 10,000 fishmen. Arlong, he says to me, surrender, Captain Usopp. And I say to him, never. And I whistled. And my 8,000 followers, who were hiding underwater, rose up. And then I punched him. With my bare hands. Right in the nose. The crowd roared. Amazing, Captain Usopp. Sanji was in his own personal heaven. He was surrounded by no less than 10 beautiful, adoring women. Sanji, however, was blind to all of it. Ah, mademoiselles, he crooned, spinning on one foot, a tray of cocktails on his hand. Your beauty is like a perfectly executed consommé. Clear, deep, and making me. My heart, it is sizzling, like a filet mignon on a hot stone. Melorine. The women giggled, batting their eyelashes, all while thinking about the bounty on his head. Zoro had, of course, found the booze. He wasn't interested in the townspeople, the food, or the music. He had been challenged to a friendly drinking contest by the entire local brewery guild, aka the heavy hitters of the bounty hunter squad. One by one, they slammed back mugs of ale. One by one, they turned green, their eyes rolled back, and they thudded onto the floor. Zoro was unfazed. He was stacking his mugs in a pyramid. 9, 11. He grunted, slamming back another. This stuff's weak. He finished his 13th mug. Another. He then, without any fanfare, simply fell face first onto the table, his hand still gripping the mug. A tiny zzzzz sound confirmed he was fast asleep. Nami was having her own contest. A burly, bearded man had challenged her. You don't look like you can drink, little lady, he'd bellowed. Nami's response was a sharp, dangerous smile. 10 minutes later, he was on the floor, foaming at the mouth. Nami was standing on the table, one foot on his chest, raising her 15th mug to the cheering crowd. Am the Queen. Ocean. She slurred, her face bright red. Rich. She then wobbled, her eyes went out of focus, and she collapsed backward into a pile of empty barrels, also fast asleep. Luffy was, as always, a simpler case. He was at the main table. He had not spoken a word. He had not looked up. He had just. The townspeople were just bringing him food. Mountains of it. Giant cactus steaks, roasted lizards, entire herds of something. They were stuffing him, hoping the drugs in the food would finally take down the monster with the 30 million berry bounty. Luffy just kept eating. He ate until the table was a bare, wooden wasteland. He ate until there was a pile of bones and plates taller than he was. Finally, after consuming what was meant to be the entire town's food supply, Luffy let out a satisfied, steam whistle-like burp. That was good. He murmured. He then deflated like a balloon, his stomach retracting, and fell face first onto the table, fast asleep. And then, there was Ben. Ben, the ultimate wild card. The terrifying wizard. The bounty hunters had a special plan for him. He was on a luxurious, cushioned lounge, surrounded by the most beautiful women in all of Whiskey Peak. They were feeding him grapes. They were fanning him with palm fronds. They were playing with his long, white hair. Oh, Ben Sama, one cooed. Your hair is like silk. Tell us another story, Wizard San, another purred, pouring him another, very, very drugged cup of wine. Ben, for his part, was playing the role perfectly. He was laughing, a jolly, tipsy laugh. He was winking. He was even doing small, stupid party tricks, making flowers bloom in their hair, turning their wine into harmless, sparkling bubbles. Oh heavens, he'd laughed. My magic is, I think, drunk. He drank his 5th cup of drugged wine, gave a final, satisfied sigh, and passed out, his head resting comfortably on the lap of a very beautiful, very dangerous assassin. Chapter 22, Whiskey Peak. 2,661 words. The moon hung high and full over Whiskey Peak, bathing the bizarre, cactus-shaped mountains in a pale, eerie light. The town square, which hours before had been a roaring epicenter of food, booze, and deceitful revelry, was now dead silent. The only sounds were the distant, mournful howl of a coyote wolf, and the gentle clink of empty bottles rolling across the cobblestones. Inside the main, welcome house, the Straw Hat Pirates were asleep, their bodies sprawled over tables and floors in poses of pure, drugged exhaustion. Outside, in the cold moonlight, Igarapi stood, his arms crossed. His jovial, Igarapoi, persona had vanished, replaced by the cold, calculating demeanor of a Baroque works officer agent. He stared up at the moon, a look of smug satisfaction on his face. This perfect, villainous tableau was interrupted by 2 soft thuds. Miss Wednesday and Mr. Nine, their faces grim, landed on the rooftop above him, then leaped down to the street. Nine said, adjusting his stupid crown. The perimeter is secure. What happened to the Straw Hat crew? Mr. 8 didn't turn. He just gestured with his chin toward the dark, silent house. Oh, you mean them, he said, his voice dripping with condescension. Miss Wednesday felt a knot of anxiety. What happened? Are they dealt with? Mr. 8 let out a low, dry chuckle. They have fallen, my dear Miss Wednesday, straight into hell. As if on cue, the back door of the house creaked open. A tall, imposing figure stepped out, ripping off a tattered nun's habit to reveal the toned, muscular body of a woman with a brass knuckle-adorned Miss Monday tattoo. It was, in fact, Miss Monday. She cracked her knuckles, her expression one of pure, unrestrained fury. Stupid, straw-hatted bastard, she growled, her voice a low rumble. He ate everything. Vivi and Mr. Nine blinked. He ate the entire town's food supply. The roasted cactus lizard. The scorpion skewers. The 1,000-person welcome paella. All of it. Gone. She looked genuinely, personally, and murderously offended. I didn't even get a bite. Mr. 8 sighed, the picture of a long-suffering manager. Calm yourself, Miss Monday. Do not think so much about the food. Think about this. From his coat, Mr. 8 produced a rolled-up piece of paper. He unfurled it. It was Luffy's bounty poster. 30 million berries. The 3 agents gasped. Nine's eyes bulged. Miss Monday's food rage was instantly replaced by pure, avaricious shock. Nine blood ran cold. That wasn't a rookie. That wasn't an East Blue small-timer. They hadn't just partied with a rookie crew. They had drugged and were now planning to capture a certified, grade A, Grand Line-level monster. You all. Mr. 8 sneered, scolding them like children. Never judge a pirate's ability by how they look. But 8. Mr. 9 stammered, 30 million. Should we? It's already settled, Mr. 8 said, rolling up the poster. He's asleep, just like the rest. The drugs in the food and wine were potent. Send a message to the boss. We've captured the Straw Hat crew. Then, confiscate everything of value from their ship. The ship itself looks. The boss will want to see it. Miss Monday grinned, cracking her knuckles again. So we just kill M now. I want the first punch on the rubberman. For the paella. No, you fool, mister. 8 snapped. If we kill them, the bounty drops by 30%. Dead bounties are always less profitable. No, we capture them. We hand them over to the world government. They'll want to hold a public execution for them. A new voice, lazy and laced with sleep, cut through the night. Sorry, but do you mind letting them sleep? They're pretty exhausted from the journey. Especially the perverted cook, he's a light sleeper. 8, Wednesday, 9, and Monday. They all looked up. Perched on the very top of the highest building in the town was a figure. Silhouetted by the fat, white moon, he was sitting casually, cross-legged, his 3 swords gleaming. It was the man with the green hair and the belly band. Roronoa Zoro. At that exact moment, a dozen frontier agents burst from the house, their faces pale with panic. Igarapi-sama. He's gone. The swordsman. He wasn't in the room. The guy with the belly band escaped. Vivi pointed a shaky, blue-nailed finger. Over there. On the top. Zoro let out a massive, jaw-cracking yawn, completely unbothered by the 100-plus bounty hunters who were now emerging from the shadows, all staring at him. This is Whiskey Peak, right? Zoro called down, scratching his head. One of the main bases for Baroque works. You people are persistent, I'll give you that. You tried to recruit me back in the East Blue. Some fruit-themed weirdo. 7, I think. Turned him down. Kinda sliced him up. I figured you'd get the message. Guess not. Mr. 8's face was a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. The perfect plan. He knew. Miss Wednesday whispered, horrified. It doesn't matter. Mr. 8 roared, his purple hair curls trembling with rage. He's just one man. All frontier agents. Forget the crew. Kill Roronoa Zoro. On another rooftop, much more comfortable, and with a better vantage point, 2 figures were sitting in magically conjured, plush, velvet lounge chairs. Ben and Nami were clinking glasses. Cheers, Ben said, taking a delicate sip of what looked suspiciously like a 50-year-old brandy. Cheers, Nami replied, finishing her own drink, a fruity, bright orange concoction in a tall glass. Then they see 100 of Baroque work agents attacking Zoro. 100. Nami whispered, her eyes wide as the swarm of 100 bounty hunters charged the base of the building Zoro was on. That's a lot, Ben. Zoro's tough, but maybe a little help. A fireball. Confusing mist. Something to thin the herd. Ben took another sip, looking utterly unbothered. Nah. He pointed. Look at his stance. He's not trapped with them, Nami. They're trapped with him. Besides, Ben's eyes gleamed. Zoro looked down as the first wave of agents began to swarm up the rock, climbing the building each other like ants, their swords drawn. 100. Zoro muttered, cracking his neck. How tedious. I was having a good nap, too. And the booze here is terrible. He didn't bother with his Santoria pose. He just drew Wado Ikemanji and his new blade, Yubashiri. He didn't wait for them to reach the top. He jumped. He fell into the center of the charging mob like a green-finned meteor. The bounty hunters, thinking they had him, all piled on. We got him. Dog pile. From the center of the 100-man pile, a bored voice was heard. This is just sad. Tatsu. Maki. A green and white whirlwind of pure, blunt force trauma erupted in the street. Zoro, holding his swords backwards, spun like a top. It wasn't a tornado of death. It was a tornado of humiliation. He wasn't cutting. He was hitting. The sound was a symphony of thwacks, bonks, doinks, and oofs. Men were launched into the air, spinning like tops. They crashed into buildings. They clattered off the cobblestones. They landed in piles, groaning. In less than 10 seconds, the street was a sprawling junkyard of unconscious bounty hunters. Zoro stood in the middle, dusting off his haramaki. Barely a warm-up. Who's next? He looked up. The bosses, Mr. 8, Miss Wednesday, Mr. 9, and Miss Monday, were staring, their faces a mask of pure, abject terror. Back on the lounge roof. Well, Ben said, conjuring another drink for Nami. That was disappointing. It took no effort. Zoro pointed one of his swords at the remaining agents. I'm tired. The woman with this strength. Miss Monday growled. You're going to pay for that, pretty boy. She launched herself at him, her brass-knuckled fist cocked back. Zoro just sidestepped. Too slow, he said, bored. As she flew past, he chopped her precisely on the back of the neck with the hilt of his sword. Miss Monday was out cold. Next. Mr. 9, filled with a misplaced, acrobatic courage, did a series of flips. Hot-blooded. Bat, he screamed, swinging his steel bat. Zoro didn't even move. He just raised Yubashiri. The bat connected with the flat of the blade and shattered. 9 stared at the handle in his hand. Bat. Zoro punched him in the face. 9 was out cold. It was down to Miss Wednesday, and Mr. Zoro sheathed his 2 swords, leaving only Wado Ikemanji in his hand. He pointed it at Vivi. The blue-haired one. You're next. Vivi panicked. This wasn't just a swordsman. This was a demon. Keikaru, she shrieked. Her giant duck, Karu, who had been hiding behind a barrel, peeked out, quacking nervously. It's time. We have to use the technique. Up on the lounge roof. Oh? Ben said, leaning forward. A secret technique. This should be good. Vivi leaped onto Karu's back. She took a deep breath, striking a "you may be strong, swordsman-san." She said, her voice very seductive. Can you resist? Charming. Perfume. Dance. And atop her giant, terrified, waddling duck, Vivi began to. She waved her arms and doing belly dance. She winked. Then she released a perfume in the air. Zoro, when he smelled the gas, started to feel suffocation. He just. Vivi, seeing her 100-man army defeated in seconds, knew she couldn't rely on brute force. This demon was beyond them. She had to use her other skills. Her assassin skills. Keikaru, she shrieked. Her giant duck, Karu, who had been hiding behind a barrel, peeked out, quacking nervously. It's time. We have to use the technique. Oh? Ben said, leaning forward. A secret technique. This should be good. He pulled out a strange, brass and crystal device. It looked like an old-fashioned box camera, but it was covered in glowing, blue runes. What is that? Nami asked. A camera I created using magic, Ben said, his eyes gleaming. I am not missing this. A princess vamping on a duck. Oh, this is going to be priceless. Down on the street. Vivi leaped onto Karu's back. She took a deep breath, striking a "you may be strong, swordsman-san." She said, her voice seductive. Can you resist? Charming. Perfume. Dance. And atop her giant, terrified, waddling duck, Vivi began to. She waved her arms. She blew kisses. She winked. Kyun. She cooed. Zoro's reaction was. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated, stoic confusion. He looked at her. He looked at the duck. He looked at the sky. He looked back at her. He was genuinely trying to figure out if this was some kind of new martial art, or if she was having a seizure. But as she danced, she was also discreetly uncorking two small, elegant vials hidden in her peacock-themed outfit. With a final, dramatic twirl, she tossed the contents into the air. A fine, opalescent mist, a beautiful, shimmering, lavender-scented cloud, drifted from her and settled over Zoro. Zoro, who had been bracing for a sword attack, inhaled. His eyes went wide. The world suddenly. It wasn't a poison. It was a high-grade, fast-acting paralytic anesthetic. It smelled. And it was, he realized, stopping his lungs. Gasp. He dropped to one knee, his swords clattering on the stone. He clutched his throat, his body refusing to obey. He couldn't get a breath. His muscles seized. His vision began to blur, the world tunneling. Up on the lounge roof. Nami's drink stopped halfway to her lips. Is he choking? Ben, is that poison? Ben lowered his camera, squinting. Oh dear. Kool-Aid perfume. A high-grade anesthetic mist. Smells like lavender and regret. Nasty stuff. It's designed to incapacitate, not kill. Well, not quickly. He raised the camera again, the rune flashing. He's turning blue, Ben. Nami shrieked, jumping out of her chair. He can't breathe. Aren't you going to do something? Ben, still focused on getting the perfect shot of Zoro's gasping, fish-like expression, waved her off. Oh, in a minute. Look at his face. He's gasping like he just saw Sanji's cooking bill. This is golden blackmail material. Remember that time you were almost taken out by a duck and some body spray? Click. He's going to die. Relax. He's fine. He's a monster. He can probably hold his breath for 10 minutes. Maybe 5. Let's see. Down on the street. Vivi, seeing the demon swordsman on his knees, gasping for air, felt a surge of pure, triumphant adrenaline. It worked. Now, Karu, she shrieked. He's helpless. This is the end, swordsman. Peacock. Slasher. Tiny, spinning, razor-sharp discs flew from her fingers. Go, go, go. The giant duck, spurred on by his master's confidence, charged. Zoro on his knees, his vision fading, his lungs burning, could only watch as the blue-haired girl and her giant duck charged him, weapons spinning. Up on the lounge roof. Ben, he's going to be chopped into duck feed. Do something. Nami screamed. Ben let out a long, put-upon sigh, as if he'd been asked to pause his favorite movie. Oh, fine. He didn't stand up. He didn't even lower his camera. He just lazily flicked his wand from his lounge chair. Ventus. A precise, targeted, miniature hurricane of pure, clean wind instantly materialized in the street. It didn't hit Zoro. It hit the perfume. The lavender-scented, suffocating cloud was picked up, spun around, and blown directly back into the faces of the charging attackers. Ha-ia, cough. What? Zoro gasped, his lungs filling with sweet, blessed, non-paralytic air. Vivi and Karu, however, were not so lucky. They ran full speed into a wall of their own highly concentrated anesthetic. Perfume. Vivi choked, her eyes watering instantly. Karu, getting a full blast right up the beak, was worse. His eyes rolled back in his head. Quaya, gasp, Aaak. The duck, now high as a kite and completely numb, wobbled. His legs buckled. His steering. He veered sharply to the left, tripped over an unconscious bounty hunter, and tumbled, beak over tail feathers, taking Vivi with him. They didn't just fall. They crashed in a cloud of feathers, perfume, and quacking, tumbling head over heels off the rooftop they had just been standing on. A distant, wet and then Zorro was left alone. He was on his hands and knees, coughing, his sword still in his hand, surrounded by 104 unconscious bodies, a pile of feathers, and a lingering, very annoying smell of lavender. He was, once again, profoundly confused. Just happened. He got to his feet, still wheezing. He looked at the remaining, terrified officers. Miss Monday, regaining consciousness, Mr. 9, regaining consciousness, and Mr. 8, regaining consciousness, and fumbling for his saxophone gun. Zorro sheathed his two swords. He was annoyed now. You three. He didn't even use his blades. He just punched them. Miss Monday. All out cold. Zorro stood alone on the street, surrounded by 104 unconscious bodies, and a weird duck feather. He sighed, sat down, and looked at the moon. All of them. I'm going back to sleep. Up on the lounge roof. Ben carefully stowed the runic camera. Well, he said, conjuring a final brandy. That was a 10 out of 10 performance. I got everything. Nami sighed, stretching, and snatched one of the magical photos from his hand. The whole island is full of idiots. She looked at the picture of Zorro gasping, his face purple. Her lips curled into a very familiar, greedy smirk. How much do you think we can charge him for this? Ben's answering smile was pure, unadulterated mischief. Oh, Nami, we're going to be so rich. Chapter 23, Whiskey Peak. 2,450 words. Zorro stood alone in the moonlit street, an island of calm in a sea of unconscious, groaning bounty hunters. The silence that followed the chaotic fight was heavy, broken only by the distant sound of a duck quacking in a panic somewhere. He sheathed his swords, letting out a long, tired sigh. Weak, he muttered. All of them. What a waste of a good nap. Then he thought of drinking some booze, which was in the welcome house, where the sounds of a party long since silenced. Right, he grunted, cracking his neck. Booze. He turned and began to walk with the confident, unwavering stride of a man who knows exactly where he's going. He was, of course, walking in the exact opposite direction of the house, heading straight out of town, and toward the silent, cactus-dotted desert. This town is confusing, he mumbled, his hand on his swords. Stupid curly-haired mayor, and that, what was that about? People in the Grand Line are weird. Meanwhile, on the other side of Whiskey Peak, a few of the more cowardly frontier agents, who had avoided Zorro's fight, were sprinting through a narrow canyon, trying to get back to their boats. We gotta warn the others, one of them panted. That guy, he's not human. He's a demon. Forget warning them. We gotta get off this island. I'm not getting paid enough to fight a demon, another wheezed. They rounded a sharp bend and ran, thwack, directly into a pair of figures standing motionless in the dark. One was a small, grinning otter with a satchel, the other was a large, stoic vulture with a cannon-like device strapped to its back, Miss Friday. The unluckies. The official recorders and executioners of Baroque works. The otter clicked its pen, its cold, dead eyes looking at the agents. The vulture raised its cannon. No, wait, the lead agent stammered, holding up his hands. It's not what it looks like. We weren't deserting. We were just going to get back up. Back up. Oh, what a boring job, a new voice, light and airy, sighed from above. The agents looked up. Perched on a high ledge, holding a tiny, frilly parasol, was a young woman in a lemon-yellow outfit. Miss Valentine. She let out a high-pitched, obnoxious laugh. Hee 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 hee. You look exhausted. Did you run all this way? It doesn't matter if they ran, a second voice grumbled. This one was low, monotone, and came from a large, bizarre man in a trench coat, goggles, and an unfortunate afro. He was, for no discernible reason, picking his nose. We have our orders, mister. 5 said, examining his finger. We're on the same side, the agent pleaded. Indeed, Mr. 5 replied. And our orders are to eliminate those who fail their mission, and those who learn the boss's secrets. He flicked what he had found in his nose. The tiny booger flew through the air and hit the agent in the chest. Ha, the agent said, looking down. Did you just flick a KABOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO the agents in a flash of orange light. 5 stood, completely unmoved, as dust and debris rained down around him. "You really are explosive, Mr. 5, Miss Valentine giggled, floating gently down from her perch, her parasol held high. "That was bombastic. He. It's my devil fruit power, Mr. 5 said, his voice as flat as his expression. The bomu know me. My entire body, even my boogers, are bombs. A boring job but an efficient one. We have a real mission to attend to." Back in the main square, the groans of the unconscious were joined by new, more alert sounds of pain. "Igarapoy." Mr. 8 groaned, pushing a pile of unconscious agents off of him. His fabulous purple curls were flattened, his suit torn. "He just hit us. My bat." Mr. 9 whimpered, holding the shattered handle. Vivi, Miss Wednesday, sat up, her head spinning from the paralytic perfume that had blown back in her face. "Swordsman, he's a monster." "Igarapi-sama," she said, her voice full of panic. "He's still here. We have to." Ah, what a pathetic display. The 3 of them froze. 5 and Miss Valentine strolled into the square, stepping over the moaning bodies as if they were puddles. "Miss Valentine." "Mr. 9 cheered, relief flooding his face. "Thank goodness. You're here. That green-haired man, he's a demon. He took out 100 men by spinning." "If you help us," Vivi said, getting to her feet, "we can take him together." "Please, you have to defeat that swordsman." Mr. 5 just stared at them, his expression blank. Miss Valentine giggled behind her hand. "You," she tittered. "Oh, you're just precious. Did you really think we came all the way to the end of the Grand Line to help you, you failures?" Mr. 9's face fell. "What are you here for?" "We are here under direct orders from the boss," Mr. 5 said, his voice cold. "A cleanup mission. We are here to kill certain people who infiltrated Baroque works from a certain kingdom." Mr. 9, ever the literalist, immediately panicked. He pointed to his small, metal crown. "I wear a crown. But I swear, I'm not royalty. It's just a fashion statement. I'm not a spy." Vivi's blood turned to ice. It was over. Mr. 8 knew it, too. He didn't hesitate. He grabbed the saxophone guns hidden in his coat. "Igarappa." He fired 2 small, explosive shots directly at Mr. 5's chest. The smoke cleared. Completely unharmed. His coat was smoking, but he was just standing there, his bored expression unchanged. My, Miss Valentine giggled. "That was rude, Mr. 8. He's fine." Vivi whispered, horrified. 5 grumbled. "I'm a bombman." He reached into his coat and pulled out a different wanted poster. Not Luffy's. It was a royal portrait. "Our mission," Mr. 5 said, "is to eliminate the traitor. The spy from the kingdom of Alabasta. Princess Vivi Nefertari." He held up the poster. It was her. Miss Wednesday. 9, in that moment, had his entire world shatter. "Wednesday. Princess. Run, Vivi-sama." Igaram roared. He opened his mouth and, in a truly bizarre display, a blunderbuss barrel emerged from his throat. Igaram Popo. He fired a volley of shots, providing cover. Princess, you must live. You are the hope of Alabasta. Don't be so dramatic, Mr. Five said, bored. He blew on his fingertips. A single, invisible, explosive pellet of air shot out and hit Igram square in the chest. KABOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO was launched backward, crashing into a building, which then collapsed on top of him. He was gone. Igaram! Vivi screamed, tears of horror in her eyes. He. What a mess. Miss Valentine laughed. She leaped into the air, her parasol opening, and began to float, weightless. Now, princess, it's time for you to die. And I'm going to make it. 10,000 kilo press. She began to float directly above Vivi, her smile wide and cruel. Princess. Mr. 9, in a final, suicidal, and surprisingly noble act of defiance, launched himself at Mr. Run. Pathetic, Mr. 5 grunted, and hit Mr. 9 with a simple, backhanded, explosive slap. 9 was sent flying, unconscious, before he even hit the ground. Vivi was alone. She was cornered. She looked at the rubble where Igaram was buried. She looked at the floating, giggling Miss Valentine. She was a princess, not a warrior. It was over. Damn it. This town is really confusing. Where the hell did they keep the booze? A voice, low and angry, rumbled from the street. There, standing in the moonlight, looking annoyed and thoroughly lost, was Zorro. He had, in his quest for the party house, walked in a perfect, 1-mile circle, and had ended up back at the exact spot he started, standing over the groaning bodies of the agents. He looked at the scene. He saw the 2 new, weirdly dressed people. He saw the smoking rubble where Igaram was. He saw the new trail of explosions. He just... Oh, great. More of you. From the rubble, a charred, broken hand emerged. Igaram, barely alive, began to crawl. He saw Zorro. He saw the demon who had defeated 100 men. Please. Igaram rasped, his voice a wet gurgle. He grabbed Zorro's boot. Swordsman Sand, save the princess. Vivi-sama. She's running that way. Zorro looked down at the hand on his boot with pure disgust. He tried to shake him off. Not my problem. I'm looking for a drink, and you're all in my way. Please. Igaram begged, tears mixing with the blood and soot on his face. She is the hope of our kingdom. Alabasta, reward you. Don't care, Zorro said, his voice cold. Your kingdom, your princess, your problem. My, that's not very heroic, Mr. Swordsman. And here I thought you were the chivalrous type. A new voice. Smooth, feminine, and dripping with financial interest. Zorro looked up. Nami was strolling into the square, her new tempest tact resting on her shoulder. She looked refreshed, happy, and completely unbothered by the carnage. She was followed by Ben, who was quietly reloading his runic camera, a look of academic curiosity on his face. Nami walked straight past Zorro, her eyes landing on the groaning, half-dead Igaram. She knelt. Did you say? Princess, she asked, her voice a sweet, dangerous purr. Yes. Igaram coughed. Treasure rooms. National debts of gratitude. Yes, please. Nami's eyes didn't just light up. They didn't just turn into berry symbols. They exploded. They became giant, golden, glowing orbs of pure, unadulterated avarice. She shot to her feet, her face a mask of terrifying, ecstatic greed. She held up one finger. Berries. Igaram, who was already dying, looked like he was about to die again. Billion, he sputtered. I am just a loyal soldier. I don't have that kind of... Nami's smile vanished. No money, no hero. She turned her back, beginning to file her nails. A real shame. Ben, let's go find Luffy. This is boring. Wait. Igaram roared, desperation giving him strength. I can't promise that. You can negotiate directly with her. She is the princess of Alabasta. I swear on my life, if you deliver her safely to our kingdom, the king will reward you. He will reward you beyond your wildest dreams. Nami stopped. She turned, a slow, predatory grin spreading across her face. Her kingdom. I like the sound of that. She snapped her fingers. Okay, deal. We'll save your princess. She then spun on her heel, her face now all business. She looked at Zoro, who had been watching this entire, disgusting exchange with his arms crossed. Zoro. Nami said, her voice cheerful. Go save the princess. Zoro didn't move. Why should I? You made the deal. You go save her. Nami put her hands on her hips, her smile unwavering. Zoro, Zoro, Zoro. We're a crew. My money is my money. But my contracts, they belong to all of you. That's just how this works. It's teamwork. Zoro's eye twitched. That's the worst, most selfish, crooked logic I've ever heard in my life. I'm not a tool. I'm not going to be used as a glorified attack dog like that certain perverted cook. Nami's smile wavered. She changed tactics, her face falling into a disappointed pout. You're just afraid. Zoro's eyebrow shot up. What did you say? I mean, it's fine, Nami said, waving a hand. That one guy eats his own bombs. And the lady can fly. That's probably way too tough for you. I should just go wake up Luffy. He's not afraid of a little explosion. It's okay, Zoro. You just wait here with Ben and guard the bodies. A large, pulsing vein appeared on Zoro's forehead. You're just trying to rile me up, you witch. Nami's smile snapped back, all teeth. There is one other thing. What now? Don't forget, she said, her voice dropping to a sweet, cooing, deadly tone. You still owe me money. Zoro froze. I don't owe you anything. I paid you back. Nami began to count on her fingers, a look of pure, angelic innocence on her face. Let's see, in Lobe Town. I, a kind and generous friend, lent you 100,000 berries for your new swords. And I gave it right back to you. Zoro roared. Ah. Nami wagged her finger. But you agreed to my terms. 300% interest. You paid back the principal, which was 100,000. Very good. You still haven't paid the interest. Her eyes glittered. Which is 200,000 berries. Zoro's face was turning a shade of purple that matched Igaram's hair. I gave you the money back on the same day. That's not how interest works. Give me a break. Nope. Nami sang, cheerfully. A deal's a deal. A promise is a promise. Can't you keep a single promise? You want to be the world's greatest swordsman, but you can't even handle a simple, tiny, itty-bitty loan. How pathetic. I guess your word just doesn't mean anything. Zoro was trapped. He was caught between his absolute, burning hatred for Nami's loan-sharking logic and his own, stupid, inflexible, Bushido-like pride in keeping a promise. He stood there, shaking, his hand gripping his sword so hard his knuckles were white. Deawewam I, you woman, he finally roared, the sound echoing off the Cactus Mountains. I'll do it. I'll cut M to pieces. He turned, a blur of green anger, and gripped his swords, his eyes now locked on the trail of explosions fading in the distance. But you. He snarled, pointing a shaking finger at Nami. You go to hell. He took off at a full-speed sprint, leaving a cloud of dust, his battle lust now fully awakened, following the sounds of Mr. Five's destructive pursuit. Nami just beamed, waving a small, dainty hand after him. Yes, yes, I'll go to hell. Now go and do the job. Shoo, shoo. Go earn us a fortune. Ben, who had been silently recording the entire exchange on his runic camera, just sighed and shook his head, a grin on his face. This, he murmured to himself, is the greatest crew in the world. Chapter 24, Whiskey Peak. 2,360 words. Inside the welcome house at Whiskey Peak, the night was anything but silent. Luffy, having consumed a landmass equivalent of roasted cactus lizard, was in a deep, meat-induced coma, his stomach comically distended, his face a mask of pure bliss. He was dreaming, as he often did, of a magical, endless, talking steak. Hours passed. The drugged booze and food worked their magic on everyone but the Straw Hats. Suddenly, Luffy's eyes snapped open. The dream steak had vanished. A far more primal, biological urge had taken over. Meat. He mumbled, still half asleep. Lots of water. He sat up, scratching his belly. I gotta pee. With the sleep-drunk grace of a rubber bulldozer, he stumbled out of his chair, completely oblivious to the fact that Nami and Ben were no longer in the room, and that Zoro had never been in it. He pushed open the heavy front door, staggered out into the cool, moonlit square, and found the nearest, most convenient-looking tree, which was actually one of the cactus building's main support pillars. Ah! Luffy sighed, a cloud of steam rising in the chilly night air. That's better. He shook himself off, zipped up, and turned to go back to sleep. That's when he saw it. The square was a mess. There were. Everywhere. Luffy's sleep fog vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp shock. He rubbed his eyes, his brain struggling to process the scene. These were the party people. The nice, curly-haired mayor guy. The ladies who had given him extra servings. The men who had cheered for Usopp's stories. They were all beaten up. Piled like driftwood. Luffy's mind, a simple and direct instrument, processed this in the only way it knew how. Fact 1, these people gave me meat. Fact 2, people who give me meat are good people. Fact 3, the good people have been beaten up. Conclusion, a bad person did this. His face darkened. His hat shadowed his eyes. He walked over to one of the few bounty hunters who was still semi-conscious, a man groaning, his arm bent at an unnatural angle. Hey, Luffy said, his voice a low, dangerous growl. Who did this? Who beat up all the nice party people? The agent, delirious from having his spine spun 90 degrees by Zoro's Tatsumaki, cracked open an eye. Just a shadow. He was confused. The demon. He rasped, his voice full of terror. Green hair. Hit us all. Luffy's head snapped up. Green hair. There was only one person in his entire world who fit that description. A shadow fell over Luffy's face, a look of pure, unadulterated, betrayed fury. Zoro! His roar echoed through the cactus mountains. He looked at the groaning agent. Don't worry, partyman. Luffy declared, pounding his fist into his palm. I'll beat up Zoro for beating you up. I'll get him back for the meat. Wah, the agent gurgled before passing out. Luffy took off at a full sprint, leaving a cloud of dust. Zoro! Where are you? I'm gonna kick your moss head in. Meanwhile, several miles away, in a part of the desert that looked identical to every other part of the desert. Damn it, Zoro muttered, kicking a rock. Stupid town. They moved the houses. How hard is it to find the girl? He had, in his infinite navigational wisdom, been walking in a perfect, unerring circle for 20 minutes. He was looking for the party he had just left. Suddenly, a sound. Kaboom. An explosion, a few canyons over. Zoro's head perked up. His face split into a feral grin. There it is. He changed direction, following the sound of Mr. Five's booger bombs, his mind set on one thing, a celebratory drink. He sprinted, leaping over cactus rocks, his sense of direction now, well, it was still terrible, but at least he had a loud, repetitive target. He arrived in a small clearing just in time to see a truly bizarre scene. The blue-haired girl from the party, Miss Wednesday/Vivi, was on the ground. The Afro guy, Mr. 5, was standing over her, his hand raised, his entire arm glowing and fizzing like a giant, angry bomb. The floaty lemon girl, Miss Valentine, was giggling, hovering above them. "This is the end, princess," Mr. 5 grumbled. "Say goodbye." He thrust his hand down. Vivi squeezed her eyes shut. Claw whined. The sound of steel meeting something. Vivi opened her eyes. Zoro was there. He had arrived. He had effortlessly blocked Mr. 5's explosive hand with the flat of Yubashiri, his new sword. The resulting explosion was small, harmlessly contained by the blade. Zoro didn't even look at Vivi. He was glaring at Mr. 5, his expression one of pure, unfiltered annoyance. "She is under our protection now," Zoro grunted. "So leave before I cut you down." Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine stared at him, completely baffled. "Who are you?" Miss Valentine tittered. "I'm the guy," Zoro said, his grip tightening, "who's really angry against a certain greedy witch. And you two are loud." Mr. 5 growled. "Anyone who comes between my mission will die." He pulled his hand back, readying another, bigger bomb. It was at this exact moment. Zoo. A red and blue blur, screaming with the fury of 1,000 betrayed meat lovers, launched itself from a high canyon wall. Luffy, having also followed the explosions, had arrived. And he had, once again, completely misunderstood the situation. He didn't see the new villains. He didn't see the terror on Vivi's face. He saw Zoro, swords drawn, standing over the dancing duck girl from the party. Luffy's logic: Zoro beat up the party people, and now he's cornered the nice lady who gave him extra food. This is unforgivable. Gomu no. Pistol. What the? Zoro yelped, blindsided. He was forced to drop his offensive stance against Mr. 5 and spin, blocking Luffy's rubber fist with both swords. The force sent him skidding back 10 feet. "What the hell is your problem?" Zoro roared, his eyes blazing. "My problem?" Luffy shrieked, landing in a crouch. "You're my problem. You beat up all the nice people. The party people. The ones who gave me meat." Zoro's brain, which was already addled by 13 mugs of ale, just. "What are you talking about? I just got here. These guys," he pointed at the very confused Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, "are the bad guys." "Liar air." Luffy roared, his face bright red. "They gave me cactus steaks. You can't beat up people who give you food. That's the law." "That's not a law, you rubber-brained idiot. It's my law." Gomu no. Bazooka. Luffy rocketed toward Zoro, his arms stretched back. 5, seeing his target, Vivi, and his new enemy, Zoro, both in the line of fire, decided to intervene. "This is our fight, Straw Hat," he growled, stepping in front of Luffy. "Your business is with me." Bomu B. He didn't get to finish. Luffy, his eyes locked on Zoro, didn't even see Mr. His arms, stretching forward for the bazooka, slammed into Mr. 5's chest at full speed. It wasn't even a punch. It was a high-speed, two-handed, rubbery shove. "Out of my way!" Luffy yelled. 5, who was made of bombs, was not expecting to be hit by a non-explosive, blunt-force, rubber. He was launched, end over end, like a bowling pin, crashing into a cactus mountain a mile away. Miss Valentine, who was still floating, giggled. "Hee hee hee. How embarrassing for Mr. Now, it's my turn. Time for you all to feel the prez. Shut up and get out of the sky." Zoro roared, his patience gone. He was dodging a Gomu Gomu no Gatling from Luffy. He leaped into the air, using the Jeppo he'd been practicing, and failing at. It wasn't a moonwalk. It was just a really, really angry jump. He landed on top of Miss Valentine's parasol. "Get off," she shrieked. "You're in my way, floaty woman." Zoro grunted. He used her as a springboard, kicking off her parasol so hard it snapped in two, sending him flying back toward Luffy. Miss Valentine, her flight source broken, just Kaya-ia. Thud. Luffy and Zoro landed, facing each other, breathing hard, the two unstoppable officer agents completely forgotten. "Now," Luffy growled, "are you gonna apologize to the meat people?" "I'm going to kick your ass, you idiot." Zoro roared back. They charged, their fists and swords meeting in a chaotic, dust-filled, completely pointless brawl. Vivi was just. She was alive. Her would-be assassins, two of Baroque Works' finest, had just been taken out. Accidentally. By two other pirates who were arguing about meat. This whole crew was insane. Before she could process this, a new sound cut through the brawl. It was the sound of two somethings hitting two skulls, very, very hard. On Luffy. Whack. On Zoro. Two massive, identical, cartoonish lumps instantly sprouted on both their heads. "Will you two meat-brained, moss-headed morons?" Up. Nami was standing between them, her new Tempest tack smoking, her face a mask of pure, unholy rage. Ben was standing behind her, sipping a drink from a coconut, his runic camera quietly recording the new lumps on their heads for posterity. "Nami." Luffy whined, rubbing his head. Zoro beat up the party people. Nami took a deep, steadying breath. She pointed to the unconscious Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. "Luffy, those guys," she pointed back toward the town, "they were also the bad guys. Everyone here is a bad guy, except us and the princess." Luffy's face went through a visible, 10-second buffer. He blinked. "Oh," he said, as if a great truth had been revealed. The party people were bad party people. "Yes." Nami screamed. "They didn't really want to give me the meat." "No, you idiot, they were trying to poison you." Luffy's face went dark. His eyes turned into pinpricks of pure, murderous rage. "They poisoned meat." He pounded his fist into his palm. "Okay, now I'm mad." Nami just sighed, too tired to even hit him again. She turned her attention to the real prize, Vivi. "So," Nami said, her voice instantly shifting from raging monster to sweet, friendly businesswoman. "You're a princess, I hear." Vivi flinched. Great." Nami clapped her hands. "We saved your life. That'll be, let's just call it 1 billion berries for safe delivery back to your kingdom." Vivi's face fell. She looked at the rubble where Igaram was, at her defeated foes. "I can't," she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. "We don't have that kind of money. Alabasta, my kingdom, it's in the middle of a civil war. It's drying up. There's no rain. The people are starving, they're killing each other, and it's all because of him. The leader of Baroque Works. He's trying to take over." Nami's greedy, golden orb eyes faded, replaced by a look of understanding. Of a shared, painful memory. "Who?" Luffy asked, his anger at the meat poisoning still simmering. "Who's the leader?" Vivi trembled. "I can't say his name. If I say it, you'll all be his targets, too. You'll be on his kill list, just for knowing his name." Nami held up her hands, backing away. Whoa. Kill list. You know what? I think I'll pass on that. This is way too complicated. After all, she laughed nervously, these guys are trying to take over a country. They are obviously insane, dangerous, crazy strong people. We're just small-time rookies. Vivi looked at the ground, her fists clenched. They're stronger than anything you can imagine. The leader, he's one of the Shichibukai. Crocodile. She clapped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. She had said it. Luffy, who now? Zoro, crocodile. Nami, crocodile. The crocodile. One of the 7 warlords of the sea. You idiot. Nami shrieked, grabbing Vivi by the shoulders and shaking her. Why did you say the name? I told you I didn't want to know. On a high, distant cactus rock, the Unluckies, the otter and the vulture, were furiously sketching. They had just heard everything. Hearing the sound, everyone turned their heads, and they all saw the Unluckies. They heard you. Now they know that we know. We're all going to be killed. We're dead. We just entered the Grand Line, and we're already being hunted by a warlord. Nami, seeing the agents, slumped. They're flying away. They didn't take a picture of me. They only drew you. They don't know who I am. It's still safe. As if on cue. The Unluckies came back. They hovered 20 feet away. The otter, Mr. 13, pulled out a new sketch pad. He looked at Nami. He then gave them a polite, professional thumbs up and then flew away for good. Nami just. A tiny, white, cartoon soul drifted out of her mouth. I'm too young and beautiful to be warlord food. Luffy, however, just turned to Zoro, a huge, excited grin splitting his face. Warlord, huh? Did you hear that, Zoro? Sounds strong. Zoro's own grin was just as feral. Worthy of our first real challenge on the Grand Line. Nami shot up. This isn't an adventure, it's a death sentence. While Nami was having her existential crisis, and Luffy and Zoro were getting excited about their impending doom, Ben quietly walked over to the unconscious, drooling form of Mr. He popped open a sleek, black briefcase. The inside was expanded. A bombman, you say? Ben murmured, a look of pure, scientific curiosity on his face. I'll have to test my theory on you. He effortlessly lifted the 180-pound man and unceremoniously dropped him into the briefcase. 5 vanished into the expanded space. Ben snapped the case shut, straightened his coat, and rejoined the group, looking as if he'd just been admiring the moonlight. Tough break, Nami, he said, patting her on the back. A warlord, you say? Sounds expensive. Nami just burst into tears. Chapter 25, Whiskey Peak. 2,619 words. Look at it this way, Nami, Ben said, patting the navigator's trembling shoulder as they stood amidst the unconscious bodies of 100 bounty hunters. We were bound to fight other pirates eventually. In the East Blue, we fought the biggest fish in the pond. Now we're in the Grand Line. Might as well start by punching a warlord in the nose, right? It builds character. Nami looked at him, her eyes wide and watery. Then, her survival instinct kicked in, overriding her fear with pure, unadulterated rage. Builds character, she shrieked, shaking him by the collar. It builds a gravestone, you maniac. A warlord. Do you know what that means? It means death. Expensive, painful death. Details, details, Ben waved her off, magically conjuring a cold compress for her forehead. Now, come on. We need to wake up the heavy sleepers. They found Sanji and Usopp still snoring in the rubble of the party house. Wake up. Nami yelled, kicking Usopp in the ribs. I'm awake. The Sea King was made of pudding. Usopp yelped, sitting up. Sanji rose more gracefully, dusting off his suit. Nami Swan. Why are we screaming? Is time for breakfast? No, you idiot. We've been betrayed. The town is full of bounty hunters, we're targeted by a warlord, and oh yeah, Miss Wednesday is actually the Princess of Alabasta. Sanji's brain processed the information. Miss Wednesday. Blue hair. Princess. His eye turned into a heart the size of a dinner plate. Steam shot out of his ears. He began to vibrate. Princesss. He howled at the moon. I knew it. I knew her beauty was royal. My love was not in vain. Vivi Chwaaaaaaaan. I, your knight, am here to serve. He began pirouetting toward where Vivi was standing with Zoro, creating a small tornado of love hearts. Zoro, watching this display, just sighed, sheathing his swords. Arrow cook. What did you say, Mosshead? Don't jealous of my royal connection. Enough. Ben commanded, herding them like cats. To the ship. They gathered at the docks. The Going Merry was waiting, bobbing gently, looking like a haven of sanity. But before they could board, a strange sight stopped them. Walking down the pier was, or rather, someone dressed exactly like Vivi, but with broad shoulders, a square jaw, and a very distinctive, sausage curl hairstyle. Igaram? Nami blinked. Why are you wearing a dress? Igarapoi, the man boomed, adjusting his wig. It is a decoy. I shall take a separate boat, dressed as the princess, to draw the pursuers' fire. You must take the real princess and flee via the usual route. Vivi covered her mouth, tears in her eyes. Igaram, you. Go, princess. For Alabasta. Igaram jumped into a small sailing boat, struck a heroic, and very unconvincing, feminine pose, and set sail into the mist. What a brave man, Usopp sniffled, saluting. The boat sailed about 100 yards out. The fog swirled around it. And then, a blinding flash of orange fire erupted from the water. The boat disintegrated instantly, shattered into 1,000 burning splinters by a massive, hidden explosion. Igaram! Vivi screamed, falling to her knees. The Straw Hats stared in shock. Nami gasped. Usopp's jaw dropped. Even Luffy's eyes went wide. Ben, however, just watched the fire with a calm, detached expression. He knew from the anime that Igaram was alive. But for the sake of the narrative, and Vivi's resolve, he had to be dead. He's gone, Ben said, infusing his voice with somber gravity. We can't let his sacrifice be in vain. Board the ship. Now. Shaken, the crew scrambled onto the Going Merry. They gathered on the main deck, the mood heavy. Vivi was sobbing quietly. Nami was checking the log pose, her hands shaking. That explosion. Sanji muttered, lighting a cigarette, his face grim. That wasn't gunpowder. That was precision. Indeed, a smooth, calm, unfamiliar voice drifted down from the railing above them. It was quite the show. The entire crew froze. They looked up. Sitting on the railing of the upper deck, casually cross-legged, reading a book, was a woman. She wore a white cowboy hat, a purple corset, and an aura of mystery so thick you could cut it with a knife. Who are you? Zoro growled, his hand instantly on his sword. Vivi gasped, her face draining of blood. Miss All Sunday. Miss All Sunday. Nami repeated. She's the vice president of Baroque Works. Vivi cried, stepping back. She's Crocodile's partner. She's the brain behind the entire organization. I followed her to know who Mr. Zero was. The woman smiled, a small, amused curve of her lips. Well, you were trying so hard. It would have been rude not to let you peek. Why are you here? Vivi shouted. Just to see, Robin said calmly. She looked at Luffy. Monkey D. The man with the 30 million berry bounty. She raised a hand. Suddenly, a hand, a literal, human hand made of flesh and blood, sprouted from Luffy's shoulder. Before he could react, it snatched his straw hat. Hey! Luffy yelled. The hat flew through the air, passed between a chain of sprouted hands, and landed on Robin's finger, spinning. A nice hat, she mused. Luffy's face darkened. He didn't yell. He didn't stretch. He just looked at her with a cold, captain's glare. Give it back. Robin smiled and tossed it back. It landed perfectly on his head. Touchy. She then reached into her coat and pulled out a small, glass eternal pose. The route you're taking. Little garden, it's a death trap. If you want to survive, if you want to get this princess home. An eternal pose to Alabasta. It's a straight shot. She tossed the glass sphere to Luffy. Luffy caught it. He looked at it. Nami's eyes lit up. A safe route. Luffy, that's great. We can. Crunch. Luffy squeezed his hand. The glass shattered. The needle broke. The eternal pose was dust. Luffy. Nami and Usopp screamed in unison, their eyes popping out. Why did you do that? I am the captain of this ship, Luffy said flatly, dusting glass off his hand. And I decide where this ship sails. Not her. Robin looked surprised for a split second, her eyes widening slightly. Then she chuckled. You'll die, then. She stood up on the railing, preparing to leave. Well, this was entertaining. Farewell. Not so fast, Ben said. He was standing by the mast. His expression wasn't angry, it was curious. You walked onto our ship, Ben said calmly. You threatened my captain. And now you think you can just hop off. Robin smiled, confident. Can you stop me, mister? Ben patted the mast. Would you do the honors? The ship creaked. It was a low, menacing groan that vibrated through the deck. Robin frowned. What? Suddenly, the rigging, the ropes used to hoist the sails, snapped to life. They didn't just swing, they struck. Like cobras, for thick ropes shot out from the mast. Robin crossed her arms. Cease flurs. 6 arms sprouted from the ropes to push them away. But the ropes twisted. They moved with a consciousness, anticipating her block. They wrapped around her sprouted arms, binding them tight, and then snaked around her real body. What? Robin gasped, her cool facade cracking. In seconds, she was bound. Her wrists were tied behind her back, her ankles secured, and she was hoisted 5 feet into the air, dangling upside down like a captured fish. Unhand the lady. Sanji screamed, kicking the mast. I taught you better manners. This is not how we treat a mademoiselle, even if she is a villain. Robin hung there, swaying. Her hat had fallen off. Her face was flushed, her eyes darting around in genuine confusion. She was an assassin. She could handle marines, pirates, and warlords. She could not handle a boat that tied her up. This ship, he controls it. Panic, cold and sharp, began to rise in her chest. She's a high-ranking officer, Ben said, walking over to the dangling archaeologist. If we let her go, she reports to Crocodile. If we keep her, well, we have leverage. And intel. He looked at Luffy. What's the call? Interrogation. Swimming lessons. Luffy walked up to Robin. He looked at her upside-down face. He picked his nose. He stared at her for a long, uncomfortable minute. Robin stared back, trying to regain her composure, expecting death or torture. Put her down, Luffy said. Aye, Ben murmured. The ropes gently lowered her, untying themselves as her feet touched the deck. Robin rubbed her wrists, wary. Why? Luffy grinned. You're not a bad person. The silence on the deck was deafening. Hiya. Nami, Usopp, and Vivi screamed. Luffy. Nami shrieked. She's the vice president of the murder organization. She blew up Igaram. Allegedly. She's an enemy. No, Luffy said, adjusting his hat. She didn't attack us. And she gave us the compass thingy, even if I broke it. She can stay. Stay. Usopp yelled. On the ship. With us. Sure, Luffy shrugged. We have room. Ben smiled. Classic Luffy. His instinct for people is sharper than any hockey. You heard the captain, Ben said, holstering his wand. Mary, she's a guest. But. He leaned in close to Robin, his voice dropping to a whisper only she could hear. Keep an eye on her. If she tries to leave, or hurt anyone, you have permission to get creative with the anchor chain. Robin shivered. She looked at Luffy, who was already asking Sanji for food. She looked at Ben, who was smiling enigmatically. She looked at the ship that had just assaulted her. These people are insane. Very well, she said, putting her hat back on and regaining her composure. I suppose I have nowhere else to go. Sanji was already twirling. A new guest. A mysterious mademoiselle. I shall prepare a welcome snack. Wait, Ben said. One more thing. He walked to the rail. Below, floating in the water, was a giant, majestic sea turtle wearing a cowboy hat and smoking a cigar. It was Robin's ride, Bankina. We can't leave your ride, Ben said. He pulled out a small, battered leather suitcase. He placed it on the deck and flipped the latches. Capacious extremis. He opened the lid. Instead of clothes, the inside of the suitcase revealed a ladder leading down into a vast, magically lit space. Ben pointed his wand at the giant turtle. Wingardium Leviosa. The massive reptile floated up, looking incredibly confused, hovered over the suitcase, and was gently lowered into it. From the depths of the suitcase, a splash was heard. There, Ben said, closing the lid. I have a nice saltwater pool in there. He'll be comfortable. I call it the Newt Suite. Robin stared at the suitcase. She stared at Ben. For the first time in 20 years, Nico Robin, the demon child of O'Hara, felt completely, utterly out of her depth. Night fell. The crew, exhausted and emotionally drained, slept. Zoro, who had slept through the entire afternoon, was on night watch in the crow's nest, training his biceps with a set of magic dumbbells which Ben made so that he could adjust the weight. Ben sat in his cabin, the door locked and silent. He pulled out the small, two-way mirror. He tapped the surface. The glass swirled like smoke, then cleared to reveal a sharp, tattooed face. Dragon-san, Ben said quietly, offering a respectful nod. Ben, the revolutionary leader replied, his voice crackling slightly with static. You called. Did you retrieve the package at Whiskey Peak? I did, Ben confirmed, tapping his pocket. The manual is safe. Thank you. It will be invaluable for our crew. Good, Dragon said. Where are you guys now? We've left Whiskey Peak, Ben said. En route to Little Garden, then Alabasta. I have the Princess of Alabasta on board. A new, unexpected guest. Nico Robin is traveling with us. Dragon's eyes widened slightly, the tattoo on his face shifting. The survivor of O'Hara. With Luffy. For now. She's a captor. But I think she might join our crew in the future. Ben leaned in closer to the mirror. But listen, Dragon-san. The situation in Alabasta is critical. Warlord Crocodile is planning to take over the kingdom. He's using dance powder to frame the king. He plans to seize the country, and looking for the Pluton. Pluton? Dragon murmured, his expression darkening. So the rumors were true. If a warlord obtains an ancient weapon, the world government is blind to it or complicit, Ben said. You should use this opportunity to secure an alliance with the king of Alabasta. Dragon nodded slowly. I cannot come in person there as I am attending another matter. And it would also draw too much attention from the admirals. I can send support. Send someone capable then, Ben suggested, a knowing glint in his eye. Who can infiltrate without raising an army's worth of alarms? Dragon considered this. I have one. He is currently in the Grand Line. I can divert him. Where should he meet you? Nanohana, Ben said. The port city in Alabasta. Have him meet us there. Let the brothers meet naturally. Let the shock be real. Very well, Dragon said. My chief of staff will be at Nanohana. Ensure my son does not get himself killed before then. I'll try, Ben chuckled. But you know how he is. I do, Dragon said, a hint of a fatherly sigh in his voice. Thank you for the information. The mirror went dark. Ben leaned back, a satisfied smile on his face. Saba was coming. The stage was set. Meanwhile, somewhere in the middle of the ocean, miles away from any recognizable landmass, Marine Captain Smoker stood on the deck of his ship, his cigar smoke mingling with the thick sea fog. He was growling. He had been growling for 48 hours straight. Tashigi, he barked. Status. Tashigi, looking flustered and clutching a map that made no sense, ran up. According to the log pose, we should be at Whiskey Peak. There's nothing here. Just water. That flock of seagulls laughing at us. Smoker stared at the log pose on his wrist. It was pointing confidently, unerringly, thing. Smoker snarled. He tapped the glass. Suddenly, the needle spun. It did a little jig. Then it pointed at Smoker's nose. Then it pointed at the moon. Then it just went limp. It's defective. Smoker roared, slamming his fist onto the railing, turning the metal into smoke. This was the log pose Ben transfigured. Captain, a Marine shouted from the comms room. We're low on supplies. We've been sailing in circles for 2 days. The men are starting to eat the decorative plants. Smoker grabbed the transponder snail. He dialed the emergency marine frequency. His pride was burning, but his ship was lost. Puru puru puru. Marine headquarters. Identify. This is Captain Smoker, he gritted out, smoke billowing from his ears in a furious cloud. Requesting navigational assistance. Captain Smoker. The White Hunter. The operator sounded confused. What is your position? I don't know. Smoker screamed into the receiver. My log pose is a dud. I am lost. Just send a ship to guide us out. He slammed the receiver down, crushing it. He looked out at the empty, fog-bound sea. Straw hat. Smoker hissed, his voice a promise of violence. When I find you, I'm going to turn you into ash. Far away, on the Going Merry, Luffy sat up in his bed and sneezed. Someone's talking about me. Chapter 26, Ben's Gamble. 1,788 words. Above deck, the Going Merry cut through the Grand Line's unpredictable waves with a rhythmic, soothing grace. The sun was high, the sky was blue, and the ship seemed to hum with a quiet, contented melody. Nico Robin, formerly Miss All Sunday, currently a bewildered guest, walked the corridors of the lower deck. Her heels clicked softly on the polished wood. She was an archaeologist, a woman who had spent 20 years uncovering the secrets of the past, deciphering dead languages, and unearthing truths the world government wanted buried. She was used to the impossible. She was used to the strange. But she was not used to this. She passed the galley door. Inside, Sanji was nowhere to be seen, yet the kitchen was alive. A sponge, floating mid-air, was scrubbing a steel pot with vigorous, circular motions. A towel was drying plates and stacking them neatly in the cupboard. The broom she had seen earlier swept past her ankles, ushering a small pile of dust toward a dustpan that held itself open. Fascinating, Robin murmured, her blue eyes tracking the broom. She continued down the hall. The spatial dimensions were. From the outside, the Going Merry was a standard caravel. Inside, the corridor stretched longer than the keel of the ship. The doors opened into rooms that shouldn't fit, a library with a ceiling that seemed to vanish into shadows, a training hall large enough to house a small giant. She paused by a window. It showed the ocean rushing by, but the glass it rippled. It wasn't just glass, it was a lens. Spatial manipulation, she whispered, her mind racing. Telekinesis on a macro scale. Automation of inanimate objects. This isn't devil fruit power. No fruit has this much versatility. She wanted to find the navigator, or perhaps the cook, and ask. But she stopped herself. She was a fugitive, a guest on sufferance. Questions were dangerous. Knowledge was a burden. If she asked, they might lie. Or worse, they might tell her the truth, and she would be indebted to them. So she kept her silence, her sharp eyes cataloging every impossibility, every rune etched into the doorframes, every whisper of the ship's timber. She realized, with a jolt of intellectual thrill, that she wasn't just on a pirate ship. She was sailing inside a mystery far older and deeper than she had anticipated. While Robin explored the impossible ship, the architect of that impossibility was currently descending into a world within a world. Ben stood in his quarters. On the desk sat a plain, slightly battered leather suitcase. He clicked the latches open. He didn't reach inside. He stepped onto the desk, placed a foot into the case, and descended a ladder that dropped into a vast, cool, magically lit space. This was his sanctuary. The expanded suitcase. It wasn't just a storage unit, it was a mansion folded into leather. The interior was a marvel of architectural magic, spanning 3 full floors connected by spiraling wooden staircases. The ground floor was a cozy, expansive living area with a roaring fireplace, a fully stocked kitchen, and a hall lined with portraits of landscapes he had seen. The first floor housed 5 bedrooms, each with an ensuite bathroom, intended for VIP guests or emergency shelter for the crew. The basement level, however, was where the real work happened. This was the containment and research sector. It held 3 reinforced, magically shielded experiment rooms. Ben headed straight for experiment room 3. The air here was sterile, smelling of ozone, sulfur, and old parchment. The walls were lined with lead and inscribed with heavy Protego Horribilis wards. In the center of the room, strapped to a metal examination table by bands of glowing magical light, lay Mr. the Baroque Works agent was unconscious, breathing steadily. Ben had kept him in a magically induced coma since the capture. Ben approached a side table. It was covered in a cornucopia of fresh fruit. Apples, bananas, melons, pineapples, pears, every shape and size available from the market. Right, Ben muttered, rolling up his sleeves. He picked up a stick of chalk and began to draw a complex circle around the table where Mr. Theory Time. He had the Dumbledore template. He possessed the knowledge of the greatest wizard of the modern age. Dumbledore had never created a Horcrux, he found the magic vial, but he had studied them extensively to defeat Voldemort. He knew the mechanics. He knew the theory. Horcrux theory: to create a Horcrux, a wizard must split their soul. The act of splitting requires the supreme act of evil, murder, to destabilize the soul's integrity. Then, a spell is used to encase the torn fragment into an object. Ben paused, looking at Mr. Devilfruit users. Ben mused aloud, his voice echoing in the silent lab. They don't have just one soul. They have 2. The user's soul and the devil inside the fruit. The lineage factor. The curse. His hypothesis was simple, yet audacious. The devil of the fruit was essentially a foreign soul fragment attached to the host. It was a parasitic bond. If he used the mechanics of a Horcrux spell, which was designed to rip a soul fragment loose and bind it to an object, he could theoretically rip the devil out of Mr. 5 and bind it to a new fruit. But the catalyst? Ben looked at a large, glass tank in the corner of the room. Inside swam a grand line tigerfish. It was a massive, ugly, vibrant creature, nearly 10 feet long, bristling with teeth, and overflowing with the sheer, aggressive vitality that characterized all life in this insane ocean. The Horcrux ritual requires a death, Ben whispered. A sacrifice to generate the burst of metaphysical energy needed to shear the soul. The texts never specified a human death. They just required a life force strong enough to tear the veil. In the world of Harry Potter, a human soul was unique. But in One Piece, the life force of a Grand Line beast was potent, dense, and wild. It was more than enough fuel. Sorry, fishy, Ben said softly. But this is for science. He moved the tank into the ritual circle. He placed all kinds of fruits around Mr. Ben took a deep breath. He raised the Elder Wand. The air in the room grew heavy, static electricity making his white hair rise. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to lengthen, reaching toward the circle. He began to chant. It wasn't the Latin of standard spells. It was something older, harsher. A vibration of sound that hurt the ears. Anima Cindir. Vinculum Maledictum. The circle on the floor flared with a sickly, pale green light. The tigerfish in the tank began to thrash wildly, sensing the gathering dark magic. Ex salvo. Ben slashed his wand downward toward the fish. There was no physical wound, but the fish went rigid. A massive, visible pulse of white-hot life energy, the vitality, was ripped from the creature. The fish dissolved into gray ash in the water instantly. Ben caught the energy with his wand. It was fighting him, wild and heavy. He twisted his wrist, channeling that raw, screaming force directly into Mr. Separer. Ben roared. Five's body arched off the table, straining against the magical bonds. His mouth opened in a silent scream. The room began to shake. The vials on the shelves rattled. Five's chest, a dark, oily smoke began to seep out. It wasn't just smoke, it was heavy. It moved with intent. It swirled, forming a vague, horrifying face, a skull made of explosions and smoke. The essence of the Bomu Bomu no Mi. It tried to retreat back into Mr. 5, clinging to his DNA, clinging to his lineage factor. Oh no, you don't, Ben gritted out, sweat pouring down his forehead. He focused his willpower surging through his veins. He used the death energy of the fish as a wedge, driving it between the mun and the devil. Transfero. He slammed the tip of the Elder Wand onto Mr. 5's chest. The dark smoke shrieked, a sound like a bomb whistling before impact, and was violently sucked away from the mun. It spiraled, condensing, turning into a vortex of black and orange energy. It struck the apple nearby. The fruit glowed blindingly bright. It began to mutate. The smooth red skin bubbled and warped. It turned a dark, matte gray. Swirls, the signature devil fruit spirals, etched themselves into the rind, glowing like burning fuses before cooling to black. The stem twisted, curling into the shape of a lit wick. The light died. The shaking stopped. Five slumped back onto the table, breathing deeply, rhythmically. The tension of holding a demon inside him was gone. And there, resting near him, was a fruit. Ben lowered his wand, exhaling a long, shaky breath. He reached out and picked it up. It was heavy. It felt warm to the touch, like a grenade left in the sun. The Bomu Bomu no Mi, Ben whispered, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Reborn. He had done it. He had successfully extracted a devil fruit power without killing the user. He had industrialized the cycle of reincarnation. 5, Ben said to the unconscious man. You've just made a great contribution to the Straw Hat arsenal. And you get to wake up as a normal man. I'd say that's a fair trade. He walked over to a secure cabinet, unlocked it, and placed the Bomu Bomu no Mi inside a stasis box. One down, Ben murmured, looking at the empty shelf space next to it. Many more to go. He checked his watch. The ritual had taken an hour. It was time to head back up. The Mary was sailing toward Little Garden, and he had a feeling his crew was about to get into trouble again. He climbed the ladder, exiting the suitcase, and stepping back into the sunlight of the captain's quarters. He snapped the suitcase shut, locked it, and shrunk it down to the size of a matchbox, slipping it into his pocket. As he walked out onto the deck, he saw Robin standing near the railing, looking at the sea. She turned as he approached. "You were gone for a while," she noted, her voice neutral. "You smell of ozone. And apples." Ben smiled, leaning on the railing beside her. "Just a little gardening, miss, all Sunday. Just a little gardening." Robin looked at him, her eyes searching. She didn't know what he had done, but she knew one thing for sure. The Wizard of the Straw Hats was the most dangerous man she had ever met. Chapter 27, Training Partner. 2,424 words. Night on the Grand Line was a heavy, suffocating blanket of darkness, broken only by the rhythmic splashing of the waves against the going Mary. The crew slept, Luffy snoring with a meat bone in his hand, Zoro napping with one eye open, Nami clutching her pillow like a money bag. But Ben was wide awake. He sat at the desk, the magical lantern casting long, dancing shadows against the wood. In front of him sat the Bomu no Mi. "Sorry, Mr. 5, Ben whispered, tapping the fruit. "But your sacrifice will pave the road to the Pirate King." He opened the system interface. It hovered before him, a translucent blue screen in the candlelight. System access. Trade offering detected, Karamishia type, Bomu no Mi. Exchange for one template roll. Y/N. Ben didn't hesitate. He pressed Y. The devil fruit on the desk dissolved into particles of golden light, which were sucked into the screen. The interface whirred, the digital slots spinning so fast they blurred into a rainbow of potential power. Please be good, Ben thought. I need utility. I need power. I need. Ding. Template unlocked, Brandish Mew, Fairy Tale. Class, Nation Destroyer. Magic, Command T, Mass Manipulation. Starting integration, 0%. Ben stared at the screen. His breath hitched. Brandish. He sat back, a slow, terrifying grin spreading across his face. He hadn't just rolled a wizard, he had rolled a catastrophe. Brandish Mew. One of the Spriggan 12. A mage capable of shrinking an island to the size of a pebble, or enlarging a pebble to crush a city. Dumbledore gives me the finesse, the theory, the soul of magic, Ben murmured, looking at his hands. But Brandish, she gives me the raw, undeniable control over matter. He wasted no time. He slipped quietly out of the room, and headed for the training hall. For the next hour, the silence of the ship was broken by soft, strange sounds. The training dummy shrank to the size of an action figure. It grew to the size of a giant, pressing against the ceiling. Ben practiced, sweating, focusing not on spells, but on the concept of size. With Dumbledore's intellect accelerating his learning, he grasped the basics quickly. He wasn't just shrinking things, he was compressing their space. Template integration, 10%. Perfect, Ben panted, wiping his brow. The next morning, the Mary was a hive of activity. Sanji was preparing breakfast, Nami was checking the log pose, and Luffy was fishing. Ben, however, was locked in his workshop. He was surrounded by raw materials, wood, steel, cloth, and gold. He was humming a jaunty tune, his wand moving in a blur. A little pier totem locomotor for movement. He muttered, tapping a wooden joint. A dash of Protego horribilis for indestructibility. Oh, this. Ben laughed, a sound that would have terrified his crew if they could hear it. This is going to be fun. By evening, he was ready. Meeting. Ben's voice, amplified by a sonorous charm, boomed across the ship. Everyone to the training hall. Mandatory attendance. The crew shuffled in. Even Robin, leaning against the back wall with a book, looked curious. She had grown accustomed to the madness of this ship in a remarkably short time. Ben stood in the center of the room. Behind him was a long table covered in a sheet. "We are heading to Little Garden," Ben announced. "And then Alabasta. The enemies we face will only get stronger. Crocodile is a warlord. His agents are numerous. If we want to win, we need to level up." Luffy pumped his fist. "I'm gonna get stronger. I'm gonna be the king of pirates." "Good spirit," Ben said. "But spirit doesn't block a sand blade. Training does." He whipped the sheet off the table. Revealed were several small, unassuming dolls. "I have created specialized training partners." He picked up the first one. It was a simple, round, wooden doll with a straw hat painted on it. "Step forward." Luffy bounced up. "Can I eat it?" "It's a punching bag that punches back," Ben said. He tossed the doll onto the floor. He pointed his finger. "Command T, expand." Poof. The tiny doll exploded in size. It grew until it was a hulking, 7-foot-tall human golem of dense, enchanted wood. It cracked its knuckles, a sound like tree branches snapping. "This is the brawler," Ben explained. "It is enchanted, making it indestructible. It is also enchanted with a learning. The more you hit it, the more it learns your rhythm. If you want to beat it, you have to be faster, stronger, and more unpredictable than you were 5 seconds ago." Luffy's eyes turned into stars. "Hey, big guy. Fight me." The golem raised its fists. Luffy didn't wait. "Gomu Gomu no. Pistol." He punched the doll. The doll didn't budge. Instead, it countered with a hook that sent Luffy flying into the wall. "Awesome!" Luffy screamed. Ben turned to Zoro. "The iron golems are too slow for you. You need technique. You need complexity." He picked up the second doll. This one was intricate. It had long, black hair with red tips, dressed in a purple kimono. But the most disturbing feature was its arms. It had 6 of them, each holding a sword. "This," Ben said, his voice dropping an octave, "is the Demon Swordsman. It is modeled after a legendary warrior I once read about. 6 blades. It doesn't just slash, it weaves a net of steel." Usopp gulped. 6 arms? Is he a devil fruit user? Like Hatchin? Ben shook his head. Pure skill. A complexity far beyond normal human limits. "Can your 3 swords keep up with 6, Zoro?" He tossed the doll. It grew into a terrifying, 6-armed samurai tower. It drew its 6 blades with a sound like hissing snakes. Zoro's eye twitched. A feral, bloodthirsty grin spread across his face. He tied his bandana. 6 swords, huh? A dance partner that won't break. Let's see if you can keep up. Ben moved down the line. He stopped in front of Sanji. Sanji was smoking, looking bored. "And for me?" A beautiful automated waitress doll. A lovely cooking assistant. Ben picked up the third doll. It was wearing a mesh tank top, a tutu, and had heavy, garish makeup. It had stubble. It was a caricature of an Okama. Sanji froze. The cigarette fell from his mouth. What that? This, Ben said, fighting back a laugh, is Candy. She's your training partner. Hell no. Sanji screamed, backing away. Get that thing away from me. I will not train with that. That abomination. The crew erupted in laughter. Even Robin let out a small, elegant chuckle. Come on, Sanji, Ben said, his face a mask of innocent helpfulness. I didn't know how to motivate you. You don't care about strength for strength's sake. But you do care about personal space. Ben grinned. It was sinister. Here's how it works. Candy will chase you. All you have to do is escape. Use your legs. Don't get caught. And if I get caught? Sanji whispered, trembling. Ben leaned in close. If you get caught, there's a surprise waiting for you. Affectionate surprise. Sanji turned pale. You wouldn't. Oh, I would, Ben said, his grin. I really would. I won't do it. Sanji roared. I refuse. Coward, Zoro muttered from the side. Scared of a doll, curly brow. Sanji snapped. Who are you calling scared, mosshead? I'll kick that thing into sawdust. Whatever, Zoro smirked. Just try not to get kissed. I will kill you. Sanji screamed. He turned to Ben. Activate the thing. I'll show you speed. I'll run so fast I'll break the sound barrier. Ben tossed the doll. A 7-foot-tall, muscular Okama appeared. It saw Sanji. It blew a kiss. Sanji-bui, it boomed in a deep, gravelly voice. Jaya-wa. Sanji shrieked, already sprinting up the wall, his legs a blur of terrified motion. Stay away. Stay away from me. Good luck catching up to Zoro, Ben called after him. Ben then turned to Usopp. For you. He held up a golden ball. It was the size of a walnut. Command T, expand. It grew to the size of a basketball. Then, two majestic, golden wings sprouted from its sides. It began to hover, humming angrily. This is the snitch ball, Ben said. Your job is to shoot it. Simple. Shoot the ball. I can do that. Usopp boasted, raising his slingshot. The great Captain Usopp never misses. If you hit it perfectly, Ben continued, it will shrink. And it will get faster. The goal is to hit it when it's the size of a walnut, moving at the speed of a bullet. Okay, tough but doable. However, Ben added, if you miss. The ball suddenly flew right up to Usopp's nose. A mouth appeared on its golden surface. Nice shot, Longnose, the ball screamed in a high-pitched, screechy voice. My grandmother shoots better than you. And she's a sphere. You call yourself a sniper? You couldn't hit the ocean if you fell out of a boat. Usopp recoiled. It talks. It trash talks, Ben corrected. It creates psychological pressure. You have to maintain focus while being relentlessly insulted. Good luck. Hey, the ball screamed. Are you crying? There's no crying in sniping. Your nose is so big it has its own gravity field, and you still missed. I'll destroy you. Usopp yelled, firing a pellet. He missed. Pathetic, the ball shrieked, zipping away. Finally, Ben turned to Nami and Vivi. For the ladies. Trauma. He produced two sleek, agile dolls wielding staffs. These are modeled after Luffy's agility, but they use polearms. They will help you master the Tempest tact and basic self-defense. They scale to your level. No explosions, no insults, no okamas. Thank you, Ben, Nami sighed in relief. We appreciate it, Vivi nodded, gripping a practice staff. The room dissolved into chaos. Luffy was laughing as he was punched through a table. Zoro was a whirlwind of steel, clashing against the six-armed demon. Sanji was screaming in high-pitched terror as the Okama doll chased him across the ceiling. Usopp was arguing with a ball. I am not a failure. Yes, you are. The crew grabbed their respective nightmares and headed to their private training rooms, except Sanji, whose training room was now everywhere as he fled through the ship. The main hall emptied, leaving only Ben and Nico Robin. Robin stood near the wall, her arms crossed, watching the madness fade down the corridor. She looked at Ben. Her expression was unreadable, her blue eyes cool and distant. So she said, her voice smooth. Everyone gets a toy. Except the captive. Ben began to clean up his table, shrinking the leftover materials back into his pockets. Sorry, he said, turning to face her. I didn't have anything prepared for you. To be honest, I wasn't sure if you'd want to train. You strike me as someone who prefers intellectual pursuits. I am a captive on a pirate ship, Robin reminded him. I didn't think you would prepare anything for me. Weapons are usually not given to prisoners. Ben smiled. He walked over to her, leaning against the wall beside her. Prisoner? Is that what you think you are? I am Ms. All-Sunday. I am the enemy. The navigator certainly thinks so. Nami worries about money and safety. It's her job, Ben said. But Luffy? Luffy thinks you're good. And me? He looked her in the eye. I think you're tired, Robin. Robin flinched. It was microscopic, a tiny tightening of her jaw, but Ben saw it. You've been running for 20 years, Ben said softly. From the world government. From organizations. From betrayal. You joined Crocodile because you thought he could lead you to the Poneglyph. To the truth of the Void Century. Robin's eyes widened. Her calm mask shattered. Who are you? Just a wizard, Ben shrugged. But I know that Crocodile doesn't care about history. He wants Pluton. He wants power. Once he gets what he wants, or realizes he can't get it, he'll dispose of you. You know that. Robin looked away, staring at the floor. I have no other option. The world doesn't want me to exist. The world is a big place, Ben said. And this ship? It's a strange little corner of it. He gestured to the door, where the sounds of Luffy's laughter and Sanji's screams were still audible. You see them? They're idiots. They're loud. They're chaotic. But they are. And they protect their own. Ben pushed off the wall. You can be a member of our crew, Robin. In the future. After we take down Crocodile. After we save Alabasta. There's a seat at the table for an archaeologist. Robin let out a bitter, dry chuckle. You speak with such confidence. After we take down Crocodile. You shouldn't take him so lightly, Mr. Wizard. He is a Shichibukai. He wields the Suna Suna no Mi. He is sand itself. Physical attacks don't work. You can't punch a desert. He is invincible in Alabasta. No one is invincible, Ben said, his voice dropping, becoming hard and certain. Logia users are arrogant. They think they are gods because they can't be touched. But they just haven't met the right opponent. He tapped his temple. I know his weakness, Robin. And I know Luffy. When that rubber idiot gets serious, even a desert will crumble. He started to walk toward the door. He paused and looked back. So how about it? You've seen the crew. You've seen the madness. Think you could get used to it? Robin looked at him. For the first time, a genuine, albeit small, smile touched her lips. It wasn't the smile of Miss All-Sunday, the assassin. It was the smile of Nico Robin, the woman who just wanted to find the truth. We will see, she said mysteriously. Survive Little Garden first. We will see. Ben grinned. Deal. He exited the room, leaving Robin alone in the quiet. She looked at the door. A wizard. She whispered to herself. Perhaps this time. It will be different. Outside, Sanji ran past the door, screaming. No kisses. No kisses. I am a man of science and ladies. The Okama doll thundered past a second later. Come back, honey pie. Robin chuckled. It would definitely be different. Chapter 28, Little Garden. 2,276 words. The morning sun filtered through the enchanted portholes of the Going Merry, but the tranquility of the ocean was strictly limited to the outside of the ship. Inside, it was a symphony of violence, exhaustion, and very specific regrets. In training room 2, Ben stood in the center of the mat, a thick black cloth tied securely around his eyes. He was breathing steadily, trying to expand his senses, to feel the intent of the universe around him. He was attempting to unlock observation hockey. Focus, Ben, he muttered to himself. Feel the intent. Feel the thwack. A wooden bat slammed into his forehead with the force of a hammer. Ow, Ben said, rubbing the spot. Across the room, Usopp lowered the bat, a grin so wide it threatened to split his face. Ooh, so close, Ben. You almost dodged that one. By almost, I mean you moved your head into it, but that's progress. Usopp, Ben said, his voice calm but tight. I asked you to help me train my senses. I didn't ask you to use my forehead as a target for your aggression therapy. I'm just helping. Usopp chirped. This wasn't just training. This was payback. Payback for the golden snitch ball that had spent the last 24 hours insulting his nose, his aim, and his ancestors. Hitting the all-powerful wizard with bat was the most therapeutic thing Usopp had ever experienced. He pulled back the elastic. Take this, you magic freak. Ouch, Ben grunted. Why do I feel smugness radiating from you? It feels less like training intent and more like petty revenge. I have no idea what you mean. Usopp, lie. I am a serious instructor. Dodge this. As Ben prepared to suffer for science, the door to the training room burst open. Help me. Sanji sprinted past them. He wasn't running, he was blurring. He was a streak of black suit and blonde hair. But what caught Ben's attention, even through the blindfold, he could sense the sheer desperation, was Sanji's face. It was covered from chin to forehead in bright, garish, red lipstick marks. Come back, Sanji Booy, a deep, gravelly voice boomed from the corridor. Don't be shy. Candy just wants a cuddle. The massive, muscular Okama doll thundered past the door, blowing kisses that manifested as physical hearts. I am a man of the sea. I like ladies. Ladies. Sanji screamed, his voice dopplering away as he fled down the hall. Ben lifted one edge of his blindfold. He's been running since breakfast, hasn't he? Yep, Usopp said, looking at his watch. That's 4 hours of cardio. Sanji's gonna have legs of steel by noon. Or he'll have a nervous breakdown. In the next room over, the atmosphere was less chaotic but equally intense. Nami and Vivi were sparring. Their opponents were the sleek, pole-wielding automatons Ben had crafted. Nami spun her tempest tact, carrying a strike and countering with a gust of wind that knocked the doll back. She was sweating, her eyes focused. She wasn't screaming about money, she was learning how to protect it. Vivi, too, moved with a grace she hadn't shown before, her royal training merging with the rougher style of a pirate brawl. But the most terrifying sight in the room was in the corner. Nico Robin stood facing a thick wooden post. She wasn't reading. She wasn't smiling mysteriously. She was practicing. Ben had given her the copy of the Rokushiki manual. She had read it once, memorized it instantly, and chosen her path. Shurgon. Her arm moved. It wasn't particularly fast, not compared to Luffy or Sanji. But as she struck, 2 extra arms sprouted from her elbow, tripling the force, and another arm sprouted from the wooden post itself, striking backwards. Her finger attempted to pierce the wood. Robin withdrew her hand, inspecting her fingernail. Fascinating, she murmured. The Shurgon principle, rigidifying the finger to pierce like a bullet. If I can apply this to Hana no Mi limbs. She imagined sprouting 100 arms on an enemy's back, and having all 100 of them perform a Shurgon simultaneously. A literal machine gun of fingers. It has potential, she decided, a small, slightly sadistic smile playing on her lips. In the heavy gravity chamber, the air was hot and smelled of burning rubber. Luffy was pink. His skin gleamed with sweat, and steam hissed from his pores. He was in gear second. Pistol. His fist vanished. There was a sonic boom, and the massive, 7-foot wooden brawler doll was knocked backwards. But the doll, enchanted to learn, didn't fall. It rolled with the impact, spun, and lashed out with a kick. Luffy vanished, reappearing on the ceiling. Shishishi. Too slow, Woody. He was having the time of his life. The doll was tough. It didn't break. It was the perfect punching bag for a rubberman who didn't know the meaning of holding back. And in the final room, the dojo, silence reigned. Zoro stood facing the 6-armed demon swordsman doll. Sweat dripped from his nose. He was panting. The doll moved. 6 arms, 6 wooden swords, moving in a chaotic, swirling vortex. It looked like a spider weaving a web of pain. Zoro parried. Clack clack clack. 3 blocks in a second. He backed off, narrowing his eyes. I see it now, he grunted. You crafty wizard. He had been fighting it for hours, overwhelmed by the sheer number of attacks. But now, watching the doll's joints, he realized the trick. It's not 6 distinct styles, Zoro whispered, a grin spreading across his face. It's one blade path, mirrored and delayed. It's an illusion of speed. It's a single sword style which is replicated by 6 swords. He gripped Wado Ikimonji. He stepped forward, ready to test his theory, ready to shatter the illusion. Clang clang. The sound cut through the ship. A clear, resonant, double chime from the main mast. The Going Merry spoke. Every crew member froze. They knew the code Ben had set up. 1 ring, time to eat. Luffy's favorite. 2 rings, island sighted. 3 rings, ship sighted. Land. Luffy yelled, his concentration breaking instantly. He turned toward the door, his gear second steam fading. Adventure. Food. He took a step. However, he had forgotten one crucial, minor detail. He hadn't told the brawler doll to stop. The enchanted doll, seeing its opponent's guard drop completely, did exactly what it was programmed to do. It wound up a haymaker that started from the floor. Meet, Luffy began. The wooden fist connected with the side of Luffy's face with a sound like a cannon firing. Luffy didn't just fly. He launched. He shot across the room, a rubber missile, and slammed into the far wall. He didn't bounce off. The force was so great, and his body so rubbery, that he simply stuck there. He looked like a piece of chewed gum pressed onto a school desk. His arms and legs were splayed out, his face flattened into a perfect disc against the wood. Ow! A muffled voice vibrated through the wall. The doll raised its fists for a follow-up. Time out. Luffy peeled his face off the wood with a wet suction sound. Mary says we're here. Bad dolly. The doll froze, its enchantment recognizing the command. Luffy peeled the rest of himself off the wall, shook his head to regain his shape, and grinned. Adventure time. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Sanji skidded to a halt. The bell. 2 rings. An island. He turned. Candy was thundering toward him, lips puckered. Sanji boy. 1 kiss for the road. Stop. Sanji roared, holding up his hand. The training is over. Deactivate. Desist. Candy stopped inches from him. The doll pouted. You're no fun. See you again, Sanji boy. The doll leaned forward and blew one final, massive, physical flying kiss. A giant, red, spectral set of lips floated through the air. I said no. Sanji screamed. He channeled his frustration, his fear, and his leg strength. Call your shot. He kicked the spectral lips. They shattered into golden sparks. The kick carried through, hitting the wall, which dissolved into golden motes of light. Sanji fell to his knees, panting. He wiped his face. The lipstick marks dissolved into light as the magic faded. I survived, he whispered. I'm alive. And I'm still a man. He stood up, straightened his tie, and lit a cigarette with trembling hands. Beautiful ladies. Normal ladies. I need to see a normal lady immediately. The crew gathered on the deck as the Going Merry drifted into a wide, slow-moving river mouth. Silence fell over them. This wasn't an island. This was a time capsule. The trees were impossibly huge, massive, ancient trunks that disappeared into a canopy thousands of feet above. The ferns on the riverbank were the size of houses. The air was thick, humid, and smelled of wet earth and ancient sap. And the sounds. Grew air. A roar, deep and guttural, shook the leaves. It sounded like a lizard the size of a building. Whoa! Luffy breathed, hanging off the figurehead. Huge. It's the jungle, Nami whispered, clutching her tempest tact. A really, really big jungle. I have a disease, Usopp said, his legs doing a high-speed rattle. It's called If I Go on That Island I Will Die. The ship docked against a massive tree root that served as a natural pier. Sanji. Luffy shouted, bouncing on his heels. Adventure Bento. I'm going in. Hi, Sanji said, walking out of the galley with a stack of lunch boxes he had seemingly prepared in seconds. Meat for the idiot, lighter fare for the ladies. Just in case. Luffy grabbed his pack. I'm gonna find the guy who made that roar and ask if he tastes good. Wait. Vivi stepped forward. She was dressed in a new outfit Nami had lent her, looking less like a Baroque agent and more like an adventurer. Luffy-san. I'll come with you. Nami and Usopp screamed. Vivi. Nami grabbed her arm. Are you crazy? Did you hear that roar? That sounded like a monster. A big monster. Vivi smiled, adjusting her boots. Honestly, Nami. After the last few days. Fighting assassins, nearly getting blown up, training with that terrifying doll. I just need to walk. I need to see something. Besides, she winked, I survived infiltrating a warlord's organization. I think I can handle a jungle walk with the captain. Nami sighed, releasing her. You're brave. Stupid but brave. Don't let Luffy feed you anything weird. Got it. Luffy and Vivi jumped off the ship, landing on the mossy root. Let's go. Luffy cheered, sprinting into the forest. Vivi ran after him, Karu the duck following with a nervous quack. Zoro stretched, his joints cracking. Well, he grunted. I'm going for a walk too. A walk? Sanji sneered, leaning on the rail. You mean you're going to get lost 5 feet from the ship? Try not to cry when you can't find your way back, Mosshead. Zoro stopped. A vein throbbed in his forehead. He turned slowly. What was that, Dartbrow? I'm not getting lost. I'm going to hunt. Hunt. Sanji laughed. You couldn't hunt a mushroom in a salad. I bet I could find something bigger and tastier than you in 5 minutes. Zoro's eyes narrowed. Is that a challenge, mister? Lipstick. Sanji flared up. Don't mention the lipstick. It's a bet. A hunting competition. Whoever brings back the biggest game wins. The loser has to do the winner's laundry for a week. Deal, Zoro growled. Prepare to scrub my clothes, Arrowcook. In your dreams, Marimo. The two of them leapt off the ship in opposite directions, vanishing into the jungle with equal amounts of speed and aggression. Silence returned to the Going Merry. The heavy hitters were gone. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. Even the brave Vivi was gone. Left on the deck were Nami, the navigator who loved money and hated dying. Usopp, the sniper who had a master's degree in cowardice. Ben, the wizard who was currently checking his suitcase. And Robin, who was quietly reading on the upper deck, ignoring everyone. Ben snapped his sample case shut. Well, he said cheerfully. This island feels ancient. There might be plants here that have been extinct for millions of years. Potions ingredients. Rare woods. I'm going exploring. He walked toward the gangplank. Nami and Usopp looked at the empty ship. They forgot Robin was there as they didn't think of her as a crewmate just yet. They looked at the massive, dark jungle. They looked at each other. They realized that if Ben left, they would be alone. Alone on a boat, defenseless against whatever monster made that roar. Wea-it, they screamed in unison. They tackled Ben. Nami grabbed his left arm, Usopp grabbed his right. They clung to him like koalas. We're coming with you, Nami declared, her voice shaking but firm. You can't leave us here. Usopp